Chapter 181. Ruined. Rose took a deep breath, looked at the huge white tower behind him, and looked at the enemies around him, with a look of despair. At this time, almost all the top leaders of the White Tower have gathered here, including Kratos at the limit of the second ring, Siren and Jesse at the late stage of the second ring warlocks such as Rawls, and a large number of first ring warlocks. Rose was in it. They gathered under the White Tower, surrounded by a large number of 10,000 blood warlocks, surrounded by each other, and the two sides were confronting each other. Pablo, you are too insidious. Kratos stood at the front, gritted his teeth and looked at the 10,000 blood leader standing opposite him. Hey, soldiers never tire of cheating. Pablo just smiled complacently. Can you tell me, how did you get here? Kratos glanced at the configuration of 10,000 blood, and shouted in his heart. Pablo is the limit of the second ring, and there are 12 second ring warlocks. What makes him even more horrified is that there is still a warlock with the limit of the second ring standing in the corner, watching all this calmly. Forget about the others, but where did this second ring extreme warlock come from? I've never heard of it. Humph, we have been preparing for 10 years. Not only have we rented a large-scale witchcraft that hides the aura at a high price, but the previous war was to dig roads. Pablo replied with a smile. The 10-year preparation is finally coming to fruition. That's it. Kratos gritted his teeth. Humph, stop talking nonsense, either invest in it now, or be killed by us later, choose one. Pablo said calmly. At this point today, the basic overall situation has been decided. Damn it, the White Tower will never surrender. Kratos yelled, and then his blood turned instantly, and a large shadow gushed out of his body in an instant, and then attacked Pablo. Pablo smiled, and pieces of rock appeared all over his body, and his body quickly rose up, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. He was fused with the blood of a mountain giant. Go to hell! He rushed towards Kratos without hesitation. When the war started, other people also became bloody. Siren's eyes instantly turned scarlet, a pair of wings protruded from his back, his hands turned into sharp claws, with scarlet bat blood, and Roger turned into a giant wolf. The two looked at each other and rushed towards each other. The battle has begun. It's a pity that Herman isn't here, but even if he is, it's useless. Rawls's body was covered with crimson lines, and balls of flames flew towards the surroundings. Fight! Rose also took a deep breath, and the blood of the shadow monitor lizard was stimulated, and he rushed towards the opposite side. All of a sudden, the entire large area of the White Pagoda turned into a battlefield in an instant, where all kinds of blood power broke out. As for the building, a large area collapsed directly, and ordinary apprentices might even be torn apart by the aftermath before entering. This is the real decisive battle between the White Tower and 10,000 blood. As the White Tower is no longer a small force, the core area is naturally quite large. At least a radius of 5 or 6 kilometers is still there, and Eli is in a relatively remote area, about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the White Tower, but even so, he can still feel the fierce battle taking place under the White Tower. Hey, it was so sudden. Eli stood on top of a house, looking at the mess around him. No one expected that a war would break out so suddenly, and so desperately. Fortunately, there is still salvation. Eli glanced at the White Tower, and continued to set off. GGG, go to hell. At the entrance of an alley, two one-ringed 10,000 blood warlocks looked at a one-ringed warlock not far away and the apprentice behind him, grinning ferociously. Damn it! A White Tower warlock gritted his teeth and looked at the two warlocks in front of him. He can't beat one, let alone two. As the two warlocks approached step by step, he looked desperate. It's over. Everyone thought they were going to die, but suddenly, to everyone's surprise, a shadow flashed in the next second, and in an instant, two one-ring warlocks flew out. Looking at the body, it had been cut in half. It's Lord Herman. Someone looked up and pointed at the back of Eli who had already left. It's Mr. Deputy Speaker. It turns out that he is so strong. Those are two warlocks in the late stage of the first ring. They just killed them casually. But I remember that he is a first ring warlock, how could he be so strong? It was too fast, just a shadow flashed by, and the two warlocks died. How could this be a ring? It's outrageous. Some people were shocked, some people were confused. Have you been saved? It's Lord Herman. The one-ring warlock also seemed to survive a catastrophe. Although he was also shocked by Lord Herman's strength, he knew that now was not the time to be shocked. He turned his head and said to the apprentice behind him, "There is no time, we must join the main force now." Everyone leaves quickly. Hey, it's too messy. After taking care of a few first-ring warlocks again, Eli stopped. It's not that I don't want to go, but there is a figure running towards this side not far away, and it is a second-ring warlock. He-Man, I finally found you. Solace said loudly while running towards Eli. He followed the direction that the previous warlock said all the way, and then suddenly saw Eli's figure. Yet, Eli frowned, and the second ring in front of him looked like he was going to kill him, which made him look confused. Who are you? Do we know each other? We really don't know each other. I only said one name, Adams, do you remember? Solace stopped and stared at Eli. Adams, who is it? Eli frowned. What, you don't remember? Solace's eyes widened. What kind of character is his grandson Adams? Did you kill him without leaving a deep impression on him? Oh, I remembered, are you talking about that idiot who sealed himself? Eli groaned and remembered. Things were a little far away, and he didn't take it to heart. Fool! Solace gritted his teeth, listening to Eli's evaluation of his most anticipated grandson. Go to hell! He couldn't bear it anymore, his blood turned into a scream, and a large number of sound wave attacks directly attacked Eli, and rushed towards Eli at the same time. Sonic attack! Eli frowned, and a wall of shadow suddenly appeared, directly blocking it. As for the rushing Solace, Eli just pursed his lips, and a mental power attack on the ear ring was instantly activated, attacking Solace, and at the same time a wizard model was activated. Mental power attacks are very unfamiliar to warlocks, so Solace didn't even have time to react, he was already attacked, and he felt dizzy for a while. But when he reacted, a large number of vines actually grew on the ground, directly climbing onto his body along his legs, entwining him tightly. This is... Solace's eyes widened, Herman would actually attack mentally, and what is this vine? He knew that he had to get out of trouble immediately, and the flames burned all over his body in an instant, trying to burn the vines. But how could Eli give him a chance? At the moment just now, he had already come in front of Solace, grabbing his neck with his bloody arm. Damn it! Solace yelled in his heart, and the flames spread towards Eli's arm at the same time. To his bewilderment, the flames burning on Herman's arm had no effect at all. Instead, a large shadow poured out and covered him. How is this possible? Solace's eyes widened in disbelief. He guessed that Herman might be the second ring, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. I'm Solace, spare me. Feeling the power of Herman, Solace's wrinkled face showed a look of fear. Until now, he didn't understand how much He-Man he had always wanted to face. Powerful. Sorry, I'm very busy today and I don't have time to listen to your begging for mercy. Also, you are as stupid as your grandson. Eli shook his head. Countless shadows poured into Solace's body in an instant, and in the next second, shadow spikes gushed out from the inside like countless needles, directly tearing him into countless pieces. As for Eli, he shook off the blood on his hands, as if he had crushed an ant to death. Putting away the things on Solace casually, Eli quickly flew towards the White Tower. Too weak. Chapter 182. Under the familiar White Tower. On the stairs leading to the White Tower, more than a dozen warlocks formed a circle. Rawls, Rose, Siren and other warlocks were all seriously injured, and there were a large number of apprentices underneath, all with serious eyes. These are the main personnel who participated in the battle just now, and they are almost at their limit at this time. The fighting has almost stopped, the only ones still facing each other are Kratos and Pablo. But at this time Kratos' situation is also very miserable. Since there are more people with thousands of blood, more than one person attacked Kratos. At this time, one of his arms has been torn, and the scales on his body are almost broken, most of it was covered with blood. At this time, Kratos was half kneeling on the ground, and Pablo was not far away from him. Kratos, it's over. Although Pablo's rock body was also damaged, it was basically intact. Damn it! Kratos clenched his fists and looked at Pablo angrily. Ruined. Others also looked desperate. At this point, no one thinks there is any turning point. Ross pursed his lips, with a bitter expression on his face. If it weren't for his lord, he wouldn't be here today, and he changed his destiny. Is it really the end of today? He is really unlucky. It seems that I can only serve the Lord in the next life. He looked around, looked at the still many enemies, and sighed. It's only been 100 years or so, is it going to be gone? Siren, Jessie and the old people who watched the White Tower being built sighed, looked at the tall White Tower behind them, and lowered their heads. This time they underestimated the 10,000 Blood Alliance. This fellow Herman should have been killed if he didn't come, but unfortunately, he hasn't fought him head-on yet. Rawls looked at Pablo, who was complacent, and swallowed the blood in his mouth, showing a sharp look. Teeth. The other side. You're angry. Pablo laughed proudly, seeing Kratos' expression. After today's end, the 10,000 Blood Alliance will welcome a new glory. Hey, but where did that guy Solis go? Pablo looked at the person behind him with some doubts and asked. This guy has gone to other places in the White Tower since the beginning, and he hasn't shown up until the end. Solis, I saw him on the way here. A voice came. Pablo frowned and turned to look. On a low wizard tower not far away, a warlock jumped towards this side. Herman. The people in the White Tower recognized him immediately, and they all showed shocked expressions. At this time, they must be crazy to come here. Herman, he seems to be the logistics minister of the White Tower. Someone from the 10,000 Blood Alliance said to Pablo. Herman. Pablo also looked at Eli, who was not far away, showing a strange expression, and said, You are Herman, Solis, and I mentioned you, a warlock with one ring limit, but I didn't expect you. How dare you come? This is our White Tower, you are the one who shouldn't come. Eli replied. Herman, hurry up, this is not something you can participate in. Kratos was shocked and moved. In his opinion, there is no hope for this battle, and there may be a possibility of surviving in hiding. And the strength of the first ring is really useless here, it is too weak. This is not a game to deal with affairs, but a real life and death battle. The strength of a ring is nothing more than death. Master Herman, you shouldn't have come. Evna, who was also familiar with Eli among the warlocks of the One Ring, sighed. The rabbit drooped down, her eyes were red. As expected, he still came. Rawls had complicated feelings. He knew that Eli was very strong, but Pablo, who faced the limit of the second ring, was definitely no match. Your White Tower, I'm sorry, it will soon be ours. Pablo shook his head, looked at Eli and said. You are very courageous, you dare to come here, let's ask what is your trend, you dare to come here at this time, boring courage. Pablo laughed. The other warlocks of the 10,000 Blood Alliance also laughed. At this moment, in their view, the war is over, and it is like a game at this moment. Of course it's to kill you. Eli said calmly, looking at Pablo. Kill me. Pablo's huge body trembled and he laughed even louder. His body was activated again, his body turned into pieces of rock, and his eyes gradually turned khaki. He looked at Eli, stretched out his hand and pointed back at the large number of 10,000 blood personnel and said. There are 9 second rings, more than 40 first rings, and more than 500 apprentices. Each of them is an elite with 10,000 blood. Even apprentices have been integrated into the blood. Even if you come up with a strong one ring limit here, you may not be an opponent. Do you think you have the right to kill me? Pablo stared at Eli, expressing his pride. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched. Can you fucking stop beeping? The classic villain trash talk phase? Okay, of course these are others, I should tell you about me. I started meditation as a warlock apprentice at the age of 6. I was a first-class apprentice at the age of 8, and a third-class apprentice at the age of 12. I merged into a first-ring warlock at the age of 16 and merged into the blood of a giant in the 3-ring mountain range. Now I am only 300 years old, and I have reached the limit of the second ring. You may even break through the third ring in the future, why do you think you can kill me? Pablo's breath gradually broke out, and he said every word. I should also tell you the story of my growing up. Depend on. Eli gasped. He couldn't take it anymore, so he just hit it. How can you beep like this? Roar. As if the sound of the dragon chant sounded, everyone could only see that Eli's breath became stronger instantly, and his eyes gradually turned into cold vertical pupils, and scales appeared one by one. Then he stepped on the ground and rushed directly towards Pablo. The eyes of everyone in the White Tower also widened. What kind of blood is this? Isn't Herman the blood of the Thorn Dryad? This is the blood of the dragon, I really saw a ghost. Only then did everyone remember that they had never seen Eli fight. Hiss. Kratos and Rawls not far away looked at each other, and they didn't notice it for more than 100 years. Stop! Pablo was also a little shocked, because the blood level emanating from Eli seemed to be a bit high, and the breath seemed to be a little bit wrong with the first ring. But he also said that someone had already rushed over to stop Eli, and a second ring warlock who was closer had already flown out. He was of the blood of a demon wolf. But only for an instant, the sound stopped abruptly. Everyone saw that the second ring warlock was pierced by the shadow the moment he approached Eli, and then he was torn in two, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Hiss! Was killed in seconds? A second ring with 10,000 blood was instantly killed? Didn't even react. Pablo's eyes widened, a little suspicious of his own. This is a second ring warlock. Although it is in the early stage, it is not so outrageous. Second ring. As the battle took place, Eli's breath spread out, and everyone discovered that Eli's breath was the second ring, and it seemed to be very strong. Second ring. Kratos blinked. He always thought he knew Herman well, only to realize that he was wrong. It really is the second ring, I knew it. Rawls gritted his teeth and stared at Eli. Kratos. You know too? I don't know. The second ring? But what about the second ring? I am the limit of the second ring. Pablo calmed down again, looked at Eli and said. I'm the bloodline of a mountain giant with the third ring. On this west coast, I'm already a top bloodline. Don't think that being able to kill the second ring means that you can talk to me like this. Pablo walked in step by step. The body is also slowly expanding, and pieces of rock are attached to the body's surface, increasing the defense power, and the body is gradually raised to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Although he said he didn't care, he still silently stacked his defense to the highest level. Go to hell! Pablo let out a roar, and then jumped towards Eli, and the ground began to roll over, wrapping Eli directly. In the next second, countless shadows instantly exploded the rock. Eli stepped out of the rock, looked at Pablo, and instantly the pressure from the blood gushed out. The eyes are burning. Rushed over again. Chapter 183. Boom! As if two energy accumulations collided, Eli bumped into Pablo in an instant. Big vs small. But to everyone's astonishment, 3 seconds later, a huge figure flew out. Pablo. Pablo flew out, but Eli remained where he was. He was sent flying head-on. This is the blood of mountain giants, strength is their strong point, and they were actually knocked away by Eli. All the White Tower warlocks under the White Tower looked at Eli in shock. No one expected that the strength of the deputy speaker of the logistics would be so terrifying and outrageous. Such a strong person has been doing logistics for hundreds of years, this shit is too outrageous. This was the first time they saw Eli fight, and the first time they knew that he was so powerful. At this time, the warlocks of Thousand Blood also looked at Eli in shock. Their impression of this warlock was that the virus caused their failure back then. In the corner, the sorcerer with the limit of the second ring looked at Eli curiously. This bloodline seems to be interesting. It seems that the White Tower is not that simple. But he didn't intend to do anything, just watched quietly, and he didn't participate in the previous battle. On the other side, Pablo flew all the way, passed through the crowd, and smashed into the building. The building began to collapse instantly, burying it, and the smoke and dust flew up. Pooh! The ruins started to move, and Pablo slowly drilled out, spitting out the stray rock in his mouth, and then saw a few cracks in the rock outside his body, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Eli again. Your bloodline is very powerful, but if it's just that, it's not enough to break my defense. The mountain giant's defense is the top among the 3 rings. Pablo walked out of the ruins, and more rocks attached to it. Although my strength is not as good as yours, it is absolutely impossible for you to break through my defense. With such a strong defense, how can you beat me? Pablo's face also became serious, but his style remained the same. The 10,000 Blood warlock felt relieved when they saw that Pablo was fine. In their view, Pablo's defense was ridiculously strong, and it was absolutely impossible for Eli to break through Pablo's defense. Eli was a little speechless. A very strong warlock, with a mouth in vain. Glancing at Pablo, Eli takes a deep breath. The power of the bloodline was stimulated to the extreme, and a coercion from the bloodline was released directly. He looked around, and it was already night, and it was the time when the shadow dragon was the strongest. A large number of shadows rushed to Eli in an instant, and countless shadows gathered in Eli's hands. At the same time, Eli's wizard's huge spiritual power also gathered inward. If this is the second characteristic of his blood talent witchcraft, it can be combined with the power of the right time and place. This was Eli's strongest fusion attack, and he attacked Pablo in an instant. Shadow, this can't break my defense. Pablo grinned grimly, and the power of his blood was activated. In the next second, the small balls gathered by the shadows attacked. But what surprised Pablo was not the power of shadows, but that there seemed to be other powers in it, which were silent but burst out instantly, making Pablo feel as if his brain was being stirred, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. Mental attack. The mountain giant possessed enormous strength and aura, but its spirit level was very fragile. However, due to the scarcity of wizards, he had never encountered a strong spirit attack. At this moment, his control over the power of the blood was instantly disordered. No. At this time, the rock defense on his body was instantly released, and to his horror, the ball of shadow had also exploded, and in less than a second, endless shadows instantly submerged him. 3 seconds later, the shadow dissipated. Pablo's body appears on the ground. Silence. There was silence. The originally noisy battlefield fell silent in an instant. No one thought that the battle would end in an instant, and the people from both the White Tower and the 10,000 Blood Alliance were a little confused. Kratos looked at this scene, not knowing what to say. Looking at Eli, his expression was complicated. This Nema is too strong, even stronger than him. Judging by this strength, it is definitely considered the strongest group in the second ring and the limit of the second ring. It is not at the same level as him. Confused. After all, a subordinate of 100 years suddenly burst out with strength stronger than you at the time of life and death, telling you that everything is a small problem. Who would not be confused by this? Is this Lord Herman? The other White Tower warlocks also understood and were shocked, looking at Eli. You believe what they saw for a long time. Second? But this time the second is the strongest combat power of 10,000 blood, the Pablo of the second ring limit. Fuck me, I knew it. The corner of Rawls's mouth twitched. He knew that Eli was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Seeing Eli pretending to be aggressive is more uncomfortable than him eating ashes. This is the Herman who taught me casino skills back then. Evna stopped talking, and suddenly understood why Eli always behaved indifferently before. Because he has the ability to face the crisis, he naturally does not panic. How can it be? On the other side, the other 10,000 blood warlocks also looked confused. Don't know what to say? Master Pablo died just like that. Does the White Tower still hide such a strong combat power? Impossible. The remaining 9 second rings looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This reversed too quickly. After killing Pablo, Eli walked towards the White Tower. The people on the periphery moved out of the way, and Eli walked into the center. He-Man, you. The others looked complicated. Don't think too much, no one from the 10,000 Blood Alliance can be let go today. Eli said directly. However, we are exhausted now. Kratos said awkwardly. But in the next second, more than a dozen bottles of medicine were thrown over. This is... Kratos wondered. The blood potion has restored the power of the blood. Eli said casually. Bloodline potion, isn't this the potion you developed before? It shouldn't be of much use to us. This is one of the potions modified by Eli, so Kratos was puzzled. However, he took it immediately, and instantly felt that the blood power in his body recovered by more than a quarter, which was completely different from the previous medicine. It was a castrated version before. Eli explained casually. Other people. The blood potion was one of the signature potions of the White Pagoda before, but today they found out that it was a castrated version. Soon Kratos distributed the potion to everyone, and the combat power began to recover. Then Kiki looked at Eli and Kratos, waiting for orders, and Kratos looked at Eli. Look at me, you are the speaker. Eli said inexplicably. Oh, I'm still the speaker, haha, I forgot. Kratos rubbed his head in embarrassment. The main reason is that Eli has changed so much all of a sudden that he doesn't know how to deal with it. Now it seems that the change is not that great, and he is still the same Herman. Then what are we going to do next? Kratos then probed over and asked with a smile. Eli. Kill it. Eli glanced at Kratos speechlessly. Well, then kill. Kratos nodded, stopped his body, and said loudly to the warlock behind him. Kill the 10,000 blood warlock, leaving no one behind. The battle begins again. This time, Eli took a rest after killing 3 or 4 second ring warlocks, but watched Kratos kill, but only for a while. His eyes shifted to the warlock in the corner. This second ring extreme warlock in black robe has never done anything. In fact, he had noticed this warlock when he first arrived. This warlock was very strange, and he just stood silently in the corner, not doing anything, just watching. On the other side, under the leadership of Kratos, 3 or 4 other warlocks were killed soon. Kratos walked towards Eli, and the other warlocks went to kill the other 10,000 blood warlocks here. The shield that once prevented the White Tower from escaping has also become the biggest obstacle to their escape. The other side. Who are you? Eli asked, looking at the black-robed warlock. I'm not a man of 10,000 blood. I just came here to take a look, but it seems that they are not very useful. The black-robed warlock lifted his hood, and it was a middle-aged man. But I seem to have discovered a force with greater potential. Hello, Hesota second ring warlock Simon Publin, you can call me Simon. Black Tower? Eli frowned, which force is this? Chapter 184. Heso Tower. You don't know us. Simon also seemed surprised, with a look of surprise on his face. Why should I know about you? Eli wondered. He hasn't paid attention to the outside forces for a long time. Judging from the man's words, it seems that the Heso Tower's forces are very famous. Haha, it's understandable. After all, this is the southernmost part of the west coast. We should belong to the forces in the middle, and there are many forces in the middle. Simon was taken aback, but still smiled. So what's your purpose? Eli frowned. Haha, you also saw that I was originally sent by Hesota to help the 10,000 Blood Alliance, but obviously, your strength is very strong, even in the second ring, you are the top, so they failed. Simon looking at the defeated 10,000 Blood Alliance at this time, he didn't care. I would like to invite you to join our Black Tower. The Black Tower is one of the 2 largest forces in the central part of the west coast. If you join us, we will not only give you the information of breaking through the third ring for free, but also provide other help. As far as I know, several forces in the south of the west coast have no knowledge of breaking through the third ring, and this is all blocked. Simon said with a smile, patiently. Information on breaking through the third ring? Eli frowned, as if he really didn't see it in the White Tower, but although there were no warlocks, there were wizards, so he didn't take what the warlock said to heart. As for joining Black Sada? That would be even more impossible. How could other people come in his own territory, and he also felt that there were loopholes in the warlock's words, which was worth pondering. He really doesn't know much about the central part of the west coast, but he still knows that it's only in the south. In 10,000 Blood and the White Tower to the north, there are 5 to 6 warlock forces, which are much larger than the White Tower, but as long as the White Tower it wouldn't be too bad to absorb the forces of the 10,000 Blood Alliance. So they and this Heso Tower are at least separated by a separation line consisting of 4 or 5 warlock camps, so why did this force go so far to support 10,000 Blood? Haha, in fact, we are fighting fiercely with another faction and need to seek a breakthrough from other places, but those factions are all in the central area, which is inconvenient, so we thought of breaking through from the south first, and then gradually return. Simon seemed to see Eli's doubts and asked. Oh? What's the name of that force? Eli asked. The Bloodline Tower. Simon paused word by word. A strange light flashed in Eli's eyes. He-Man, just let him go. An hour later, on the White Tower, Eli and Kratos stood side by side. In the distance, Simon in black robe left quickly. Well, let him go. He is a second-ring ultimate warlock from Hesota. Among other things, at least he can't die here. Eli turned his head and said to Eli. Hesota. Kratos' eyes widened. At this time, the members of the 10,000 Blood Alliance have basically been killed, and the rest have been arrested, so Kratos is free at this time, but when he heard the name, he was still a little shocked. Then what is their purpose? Kratos asked tentatively, as if Eli was the upper class. Of course I was recruited, but I refused. Eli said. Oh, yes. Kratos nodded, and seemed to realize something was wrong in the next second. He seemed to be the speaker. This Simon of Hesota Warlock Academy looked down on people too much, so he went to Eli directly. But he didn't have any idea, if it wasn't for Eli today, the White Tower would have disappeared immediately. Even if Eli is quite the speaker, just give it to him. Well, then what kind of identity do you plan to be next, Herman? Kratos asked. Me, it's the same as before, but the warlocks under the White Tower told them not to spread it around. Eli thought for a while and said. Okay. Kratos nodded and said, there were dozens of warlocks before, and they were all our most loyal members. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, then I'll go first. Eli nodded, turned around and left. Kratos looked helpless. At any rate, it also broke through the surprise attack of a big force. How could this be the same as going out to buy a dish? But, the same as before. Kratos muttered, then shook his head. Eli said so, but he couldn't do it. After dealing with some matters, he will propose some new things in the next meeting. The next day. After a night of cleansing, all the invading warlocks of 10,000 blood have been solved, and the crowd has basically been appeased. Kratos also notified the councillors to hold a small meeting. It's still a conference room, but it's very different from last time. Last time there were 15 people here, but this time there were only 9. Among them were Jesse, the deputy speaker of the second ring, several warlocks of the second ring, and several warlocks including the first ring. The others were all dead, but Ross and Rawls were still alive. They sat in the conference room piecemeal, without saying a word, and there was even a bloody smell from yesterday on their bodies, which made the atmosphere a little cold and dignified, but everyone would glance at Eli from time to time. Everyone still remembered the horror scenes that happened last night. Pablo, the strongest member of the 10,000 Blood Alliance, was killed with one blow. It was like a dream. It's outrageous. Rawls was sitting on the side, also looking at Eli. He had completely lost the idea of being competitive. There was no way, when the gap was still visible, he still had the motivation to work hard, but now it is too big to be seen at all. Ross looked at Eli admiringly, and said in his heart, as expected of an adult. Faced with this scene, Eli was very helpless, but he didn't care, these were inevitable. Well, everyone is here, I don't talk nonsense, there are only 2 things. Kratos sat on the main seat and said. The first thing is the defeat of 10,000 blood. We must quickly take over the remaining territory of 10,000 blood. This must be fast, so everyone may have to work hard in the next time. Everyone smiled after hearing this. Although they suffered heavy losses this time, their gains were also huge. At this time, the high-level combat power of the 10,000 Blood Alliance has almost disappeared, leaving only some small fish and shrimps. To them, this is a huge cake. Once digested, not only will they obtain a large amount of resources, but the power of the White Tower will expand by more than twice. This is a golden opportunity for the White Tower. Well, then I will quickly talk about the task arrangement for everyone next. Soon, Kratos assigned the task, and Eli was still in charge of logistics. After finishing this, let's discuss the next one, which is about our deputy speaker Herman. Kratos glanced at the crowd, and then looked at Eli first. Others also sat upright, ready to listen to Kratos' thoughts. As speaker, I introduce motions. First, add an honor in front of He-Man's position. No matter what position, as long as he is willing, he has already held it permanently. This is permanent. For example, if he is the deputy speaker now, he is an honorary deputy speaker and can hold it permanently. Grant 1 vote veto and approval rights held by its speaker, and can veto and approve any issue. Kratos spoke calmly, while the others gasped. Although the content is not much, it is quite important. Once passed, for Eli, although he is not the speaker, he is also the top of the White Tower, even stronger than the speaker, because even the speaker does not have the concept of permanence. Everyone, let's vote. Kratos said directly without talking nonsense. The warlocks below looked at me and I looked at you, and then raised their hands one after another. For the current White Tower, Eli is like a thigh, so of course he must hold it tightly. Well, the motion is passed. Kratos nodded, confirming the proposal. The corner of Eli's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Others gave you rights and didn't make you responsible, there's nothing to refuse. He reluctantly accepted the right to be a scumbag. Then this meeting is over, let's all go. Kratos stood up and looked at everyone. The White Tower will become stronger through this tempering, the meeting is over. Everyone got up one after another, not leaving soon, now is not the time to rest. Eli, on the other hand, returned to the wizard's tower in a leisurely manner, not busy. After one day. Wizard Tower. Eli took out a strand of hair in his hand, which Simon accidentally left behind. This class of warlocks has no concept of protecting their own information at all. Also, he said that they cannot die within the range of the White Tower, but if they die outside the White Tower, it has nothing to do with them. But we have to wait a few days until he walks out of the White Tower. If you fail, you have to bear the price of failure. Chapter 185. After the meeting, all aspects of the White Tower soon took action again. Since the upper echelon of 10,000 blood was actually acting secretly, the people below didn't even know what happened, so they were stunned when the White Tower warlock arrived, but when they wanted to resist, they found that none of the upper echelon was there. So after a simple resistance, the White Tower quickly accepted the forces belonging to 10,000 blood. And a large amount of harvest is transported to the White Tower overnight and to the warehouse of the White Tower. Eli also visits these places every day and picks out some good things. However, the result disappointed Eli a little. Except for some materials, he didn't get too many good things, but after a few days, Eli received a piece of good news from Kratos. What, you said there is a leaning tower inside the 10,000 blood alliance that can temper the will? Eli asked curiously. Well, yes. Kratos nodded, and said, it seems to be a strange wizard tower harvested by the 10,000 blood alliance in a wizard secret realm before. Entering it can temper the will, or mental power. It's useless, why are you interested? Yeah, I'm really interested, so please bring it back to me. Eli nodded. A few days ago, he was still hesitating about how to train his mental strength step by step. Isn't this good news? Okay. Kratos nodded. If it was a tower that tempered blood, they might still be excited, but it would be more tasteless to temper mental power. After one day, Eli sees the wizard's tower. In an open space outside the White Tower, a leaning tower stands. It is about 8 or 9 meters high, and the whole body is made of black blood soul stone, which is a kind of ore used to warm and nourish spiritual power. Generally, there are few small pieces, but now it is actually made into such a tall tower. What's more strange is that this one is not upright, but inclined, with an angle of about 60 degrees, which looks very unusual. Let me see how you hone your mental strength. Eli glanced at the wizard tower, and then went straight in. Boom! As if passing through a membrane, Eli walked into the wizard's tower. Hey, it looks normal. What Eli saw was an ordinary wizard's tower, only a strange staircase leading to the high place was bright red, and it spiraled directly from the bottom to the high place. Is it the stairs? Eli was puzzled and stepped up. In an instant, Eli felt a difference. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, he felt that his spiritual power was being suppressed, and under this pressure, his mental power actually began to solidify at a slow speed. Feeling the tremendous pressure, Eli seemed to understand this method of tempering his mental strength. That is to forcibly temper the mental strength through external pressure, which is the same as the physical principle of using gravity to temper the body, and this special should come from the wizard tower itself. Something. Eli stepped up a step again. Boom. The pressure increased again, and Eli felt that the speed of mental strength training also accelerated a little. Good stuff. Eli didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly climbed up. As he climbed, the mental pressure became stronger and stronger, and Eli couldn't bear it gradually. It's still a quarter of the way to the second floor. Eli glanced at the top of his head, there was still about 1 meter away from the second floor, but this was a distance he couldn't cross. Compared with the beginning, the mental pressure at this time has been at least 3 or 4 times greater. Under this pressure, Eli even felt that it was difficult to act, and this was also his limit. Can't you reach the second floor? Eli gasped. This wizard tower has 3 floors. It seems that to reach the 3rd floor, at least the limit of the second ring, this should be a tool for the second ring of the wizarding world to temper the spiritual power. After tempering for a while, Eli withdrew from the wizard tower. How is it? It's not bad. At some point, Kratos came. Good. Eli nodded. Haha, for warlocks, this wizard tower is really too difficult, unless it is the blood of the spiritual system. It is said that before the 10,000 blood alliance had spiritual blood, they went to the second floor and received a piece of the second ring in it. It's a pity that no one has reached the 3rd floor yet, and there should be something inside. Kratos sighed. Is there something else in there? Eli looked at the leaning tower. Yet. Kratos nodded and glanced at Eli, there should be some, it looks like you like it very much. Yet. Eli nodded. For wizards, this tilted tower is indeed a good thing. Since you like it, then you can take this wizard tower. Do you need us to send it somewhere for you? It's okay, I'll do it. Eli nodded, and with a flick of the secret ring on his fingertips, the huge wizard tower was instantly included in the secret realm. Space Wizard. Kratos' eyes widened. You must know that the Space Wizard is one of the rarest wizards, and it can hold such a big wizard tower. What a Space Wizard! It seems that He-Man is really mysterious. Yet. Eli nodded. Nick turned a secret realm into a space witchcraft, no matter in terms of size or other things, it was much better than normal witchcraft. This is normal, and even some real high-level wizards directly use the small world as a wizard tool to store items. It's just a secret realm, so it's not worth mentioning. Well, there are still many things in the White Tower, so I will go first. Okay. Eli nodded, and the two left quickly. 3 days later. Wizard Tower. Eli glanced at the sky through the window. It has been almost 5 days, and Simon should have left the White Tower. Taking out some items, Eli began the long-lost curse. Darkness deeper than darkness, weirdness stronger than poisonous. Today, I, Eli Lucifer, curse Simon Publin at the cost of my 500 years of life force. I want him. In the blink of an eye, 500 years of life consumption, this is not his limit, it should be tested. At this time, on a distant mountain range. In the sky, a venomous flying dragon is flying in the sky, and Simon is sitting on top of the venomous flying dragon. My lord, the mission failed this time. The new force called the White Tower actually defeated the 10,000 Blood Alliance. The leader is a warlock of the second ring. It seems to be a dragon-like bloodline. He is very strong. I tried to win him over, but failed. Simon organized the wording and sent the message to the organization. Hey, it will fail, hey. Simon shook his head, feeling incredible. Originally, this sneak attack should have been very stable, but it failed like this, which is really unacceptable. But it doesn't matter, it's just a small power in the south. Simon regained his composure, his will became better again, and he looked towards the sky ahead. Damn it, elemental storm. But in the next second, Kratos was stunned. In the sky in front of him, a huge elemental storm was brewing, covering almost a dozen kilometers around. It won't be so unlucky. Simon opened his mouth wide. The elemental storm is a rare natural movement with great power. Once it is involved, ordinary first-level warlocks have no chance to escape, and the second-level warlocks also have a lot of risk. What confused Simon was that the elemental storm came so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react, and he was almost in the center right now, so he had no hope of escaping early. Damn it, the Venom Wyvern landed. Simon secretly yelled, and the eyes of the Venom Wyvern also showed fear, roared, and quickly landed towards the ground. But it was too late, the elemental storm had arrived. Wanduzi! A trace of panic flashed in Simon's eyes, and his blood quickly melted. In the next second, one person and one dragon were directly involved in the storm. 3 days later. Pooh! On an open space on the ground, Simon crawled out of the mound and was injured in many places. As for the former Venom Wyvern, there was no trace of it, and it had been shattered into pieces by the storm. Unlucky. Simon gasped and looked around. He judged that he should be in an unfamiliar mountain range. Where is this? Simon was a little confused. After 3 days of repairing, he continued to set off. Hope everything goes well. Simon set off again with a slight injury. Chapter 186. A month later. At the exit of the mountain range, a man in ragged clothes came out. His clothes were torn, he was seriously injured, and his clothes were stained with a lot of blood, his face was haggard and pale, and his eyes were dull. What exactly is going on? With a trembling voice, Simon recalled what had happened in the past month. First day. He was caught in an elemental storm and fell into the mountains. Third day. Encountered a group of demon wolves from the second ring, a fierce battle broke out and he left. Sixth day. Accidentally fell into an underground cave, and looked face to face with a 3-ringed human-faced demon spider. If the demon spider hadn't left the cave, his bones might have rotted by now. Ninth day. When I met the wizard camp, there was a group of bloody wizards. Many wizards almost killed him directly with the help of witchcraft. The 12th day. 27th day. Every 3 days, he will be unlucky once, and the unlucky ones are getting worse, and the enemies he encounters are getting stronger and stronger. If he is not really strong, he really has to die here. Fortunately, today I finally came out of the mountains. It should be fine now. Simon took a deep breath. Hey, why is it getting dark? Simon suddenly felt a little dark in front of his eyes, and thought it was getting dark, but a large drop of water fell in front of him randomly. It's raining. Simon was stunned, it didn't look like it. Suddenly, a heavy panting came, and Simon's body froze instantly, his throat moved slightly, and he slowly raised his head. 5 or 6 meters ahead, a 3-ringed mountain giant stared at him like a piece of fat. 3 rings? Simon's complexion became even paler. And the attack of the mountain giant has arrived, and the huge hand directly grabbed Simon, and he had no way to dodge, he could only watch himself enter the giant's mouth. It's over. Simon closed his eyes, it was so outrageous. In the next second, the sound of flesh and blood being crushed was heard. The mountain giant pursed his lips, and then walked towards the mountain with big strides. He was supposed to be out hunting today, but he got lost here, and unexpectedly got an unexpected harvest. What a lucky day! You died. At the moment of Simon's death, in the distant white tower, Eli saw the hair in front of him turn grey instantly, and smiled. As expected of the second ring limit of a great power, it is strong, and the curse of 1,000 years has survived so many times. It seems that it is not easy for warlocks of the same level to be cursed to death. 10 times, it's really good. Eli shook his head. He came every 3 days on average, and it took a full month to kill this guy. However, it may also be related to the curse he used. Generally, it does not directly affect the target itself, and it is realized through the outside. The disadvantage is that the power will be greatly weakened, but the advantage is that it will not be discovered. He wouldn't really think that he could leave easily if he destroyed his peaceful life, and he died outside, so no one can talk about it if it has anything to do with his White Tower. At this time, a month has passed, and the White Tower has completely absorbed the forces of 10,000 blood. The scale of the White Tower has rapidly expanded, and it has become one of the larger forces in the south of the west coast. The only regret is that the top management of the White Tower is not very strong at present. There is no way to do this. It will take time to recover slowly, but fortunately, they are relatively remote and will not have friction with those big forces in a short time. Of course, many forces were shocked by the 10,000 blood alliance being swallowed up by them, and did not dare to act rashly. The White Tower is almost the southernmost force, and to the north, there are 7 or 8 major forces, both in size and strength, which are stronger than the White Tower, including Lilith Warlock Academy, Storm Griffin Warlock, Cross Sword Warlock Camp, Violet Warlock Academy. Fortunately, there are no 3-ring warlocks, so this is fine. In the north, there are the big powers in the middle of the Heso Tower and the Bloodline Tower, which have the power of the 3rd ring, and Eli's student, Vivica, is in the Bloodline Tower. That's why Eli's eyes lit up when he heard Simon talking about the Bloodline Tower that day, but it's not the time to meet, mainly because it's too far away. Eli also has a sense of urgency. At this time, his combat strength can be said to be almost invincible in the limit of the 2nd ring, especially with the support of the Shadow Dragon bloodline. There is nothing to say in the one-on-one situation, but if there are many. If there are 5 or 6 second ring limits at the same time, even if it is Eli, the possibility of victory is not great, so Eli still can't wave now, and he still has to gradually become stronger. A warlock doesn't know how to break through, but a wizard does. Now there is also a tilted tower to hone his mental power. What he has to do is to improve his mental power. This requires the help of the blood bamboo flower potion, but currently the blood bamboo flower in the 2nd ring is not effective, but if you want to cultivate it to the 3rd ring, the difficulty is not at the same level as cultivating it to the 2nd ring, so Eli is also very annoying. He needs a more efficient way to increase mental power. This depends on the efforts of the wizard's camp, and with the promotion of the wizard, no, it was as early as after the promotion of the bloodline, he also felt the restrictions of this land even more, and the lifespan consumption was twice the normal, which is outrageous. I don't know what the reason is, how could the good wizarding world become like this? Fortunately, he is an immortal, so he doesn't need to worry about this. Even if it weren't for this, he wouldn't be able to collect so many useless wizard resources from here. Therefore, the next step will be to enter the stage of silent development again. Just as Eli was thinking. Far away in a tall tower at the Black Sata Warlock Academy in the middle of the west coast. A man looked at the message and thought, White Tower? Did you actually win? Unfortunately, we can only wait and see. Now the competition with the Bloodline Tower is a critical moment, and there will be time after it is dealt with. And there are many forces in the middle, and it can be dealt with at that time. It is a bit strange that Simon died unexpectedly in the mountains, but it should not be the White Tower. They don't have the guts. It can't be other forces do it. Forget it, I still ignore it. The man shook his head. As the third ring, the power of the second ring is not worth his attention. The only thing to note is that it seems that the leader of that faction is very powerful. But he didn't seem to tell the name, it should be the speaker, Kratos. The man remembered the name. 20 years later. After a day of meditation, Eli opened his eyes. Feel the spiritual power in the body. The mental power is about 120 points, and it was 100 points when he was promoted, and it has increased by almost 20 points, but they are all in a vaporized state. This is the result of using a lot of resources. According to this calculation, it will take at least 100 years for him to advance to liquefaction, and he does not know when he will be promoted to solidification. The promotion of wizards in the second ring is not the same as that of warlocks. They can be compressed when the mental power reaches 200 points, vaporization, and then they can be liquefied. Although liquefaction will compress the mental power again and improve the quality, the quantity is also it will drop a lot, and drop to more than 100 again, and then it will crystallize after a round of liquefaction. Hey, it's too slow. Eli shook his head and strode out of the secret realm. Standing on the wizard tower, looking at the bustling White Tower. Compared with 20 years ago, the White Tower at this time is much stronger in terms of scale and power. Of course, it is still in a state of development, so it has been digesting. With the rapid supply of a large amount of resources, the White Tower has also recultivated several second-ring warlocks, allowing them to gain a firm foothold, and Eli also benefited silently behind the scenes. This is a thriving force. There is also the wizard camp, which is also constantly developing. Thousands of people are working hard for Eli's second seal every day, and 3 years ago, this seal finally took shape. 3 years have passed, and the curse seal has become more and more clear. Just yesterday, he also received a message from TIG. The seal seems to have worked. Eli is also about to leave the White Tower and go to the wizard camp to have a look. Chapter 187. 3 days later. Eli walked out of the wizard tower and walked on the street leading to the outside world from the White Tower. Warlocks passed by the street without saying hello to him. Too many people died that year. In addition, Eli rarely showed up in these years. Although some warlocks knew that the White Tower had a powerful honorary member, they were very embarrassed. Few people know who it is. Eli is happy about that, the less people know him the best. Low-key is the best protective color. He walked through several streets and came to the tall White Tower. In the White Tower, Eli saw Kratos. Are you going away for a while? Kratos asked in surprise. Well, I need to go out for a while. Eli nodded. Yes. Kratos nodded in agreement. Although he is currently the speaker, Eli is also one of the core members of the White Tower at this time, and his rights are not inferior to him. Rather than asking, it is better to say inform. Well, since we want to go out, it seems that a new undead appeared in the Night Kingdom in the south recently. The leader is a second-ring undead. If you have time, you can take a look. It may be the one who was in the Shadow Monitor Warlock camp back then. That undead? Kratos said. Okay, I'll take a look if I have time. Hearing this, Eli nodded. Hearing that it was this undead, Eli became interested. You must know that he is still holding a strand of the soul of this undead at this time. He is looking forward to meeting him, of course, after he has finished dealing with the camp. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. Kratos nodded. Then I'll leave. Eli nodded, then turned and left. 5 days later. Kurna Mountains. Eli stood on a mountain peak and looked not far away. Among the mountains not far away, on top of a huge mountain, wizard towers rose up one after another at this time, and the traces of wizards could be felt from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Around the mountain, there are not only a large number of elemental wizard formations, but also apprentices patrolling at all times. This is the current Iris camp, one of the largest wizard camps in the south of the west coast. What a difference! Even Eli had to marvel at the changes in the camp in almost 100 years. In the past, there were only a few wizard towers here, and the number of wizards was dozens or hundreds, but now it has reached as many as 1,000. Although it cannot be compared with those warlock forces, it is really not easy in the wizard force. Of course, this has nothing to do with his efforts. After a brief observation, Eli changed into Roland's appearance and walked directly into the camp. In less than a minute, someone found him. A patrol composed of several wizard apprentices looked at him seriously. "Tell Tiggy to come out, and tell her that Roland is here." She didn't tell Tiggy when she returned to Eli this time. "Roland? You are Master Roland?" Several apprentices looked at the strange man in front of them with shocked expressions. Although the current person in charge of the camp is Master Tiggy, everyone knows that the real owner of the camp is a wizard named Roland. He is not only powerful, but also provides a lot of resources for the wizard camp. The only problem is that the Lord has not shown his face for almost 100 years, and some people even suspect that he is dead. Yet. Eli nodded. "My lord, wait a moment, we will notify the others." The apprentices panicked, and one of them ran towards the camp. Eli stood there calmly and waited. 3 minutes later. There was a loud voice, and a large number of people came out from the woods in front. More than a dozen first-ring wizards surrounded Tig, who was on the second ring, and walked out. "My lord, why are you back?" Tig hurriedly walked up to Eli, and asked respectfully. "The seal of the spell was successful, so I naturally want to come back to see the result." Eli smiled and replied. "Let's go back to the camp and talk. It just so happens that I can also tell the adults about the current development of the camp." In this way, Tig led Eli all the way back to the camp, and the other wizards looked at Eli curiously, wondering what kind of wizard this is. Soon, they returned to the wizard's camp. At this time, the streets on both sides were full of people, looking at Eli. Eli didn't pay attention either, he was led all the way to the tallest wizard's tower in the camp. In the study, Eli sat on a chair while Tig reported to him. "My lord, there are currently a total of 1 person in the second ring, 15 people in the first ring, 400 people in the apprenticeship stage, and about 500 other ordinary people in total." "Well, what about the resources?" Eli nodded and asked. "At present, the internal resources of the camp mainly rely on planting some magic plants, hunting monsters, and collecting some natural resources against the mountains. The external resources are mainly supported by Mr. Eli." Tig quickly explained the current camp. "The situation is simply explained." "Well, it's okay. It's mainly a regional issue. It must be somewhat inconvenient in the mountains." Eli nodded. "Anyway, these are the current camp conditions. My lord came this time for the matter of the second curse seal. Regarding this, the thinking is very clear now, and it is one of my lord's thoughts. The first curse seal was blood, but the second curse seal was spiritual power. Now it has basically succeeded, but the last part is up to the adults themselves." "Okay." Eli was very satisfied. After decades of hard work by hundreds of wizards, it was finally almost done. As for the last part of the content, he really had to rely on himself, because what he gave to the camp was only part of the content, and the core knowledge was still his own. Soon, under the introduction of Tig, Eli quickly became familiar with all aspects of the current camp, and also met the newly promoted wizards, and had an exchange activity. The main thing is to exchange knowledge. Most of the wizards gained a lot, and they were also shocked by Eli's erudite knowledge. Eli also gained a lot. After finishing all this work, Eli finally saw all the information about the second seal. Sure enough, it is similar to what I thought. The main body still relies on the devouring rune that was excavated before, and then relies on it as the main body to dig deeper. Eli looked at the information and fell into thought. Generally speaking, this curse seal is actually the same as the first curse seal, so there must be similarities. The only problem is that the first curse seal is blood transformation, and this one is spiritual power transformation. One involves entities, and one is more unreal. That's why it took so long to camp. And what Eli has to do is to reassemble these results of the wizard camp, and engrave them into his body just like the first curse seal back then. Looks like we'll be here for a while. Eli pursed his lips, but his eyes were shining brightly. Once there is this new curse seal, the mental power to break through the second ring may be much simpler than Eli imagined, and then rely on the curse seal and the tilted tower. One increases mental power, and the other tempers mental power. But the last part is not easy, but fortunately, I already have an idea, and the next step is to spend time on it. 3 years later. Outside the laboratory, Tiji passed by the laboratory in the camp. Looking at the closed door, she showed a helpless look. Eli entered this laboratory half a year ago, and then never showed up again, and she didn't know what happened. I don't know how long it will take. Tig just came over to take a look and was about to leave. Suddenly, with a stabbing sound, the door slowly opened, and a figure walked out slowly, with a faint smile on his face. Lord Roland, have you succeeded? Tiji looked surprised and looked at Eli who came out. Everything else was normal as it was 3 years ago. The only difference was that the original black ring on his arm had become 2. Well, it worked. Eli nodded. Looking at the ring on his arm, even though he was calm on weekdays, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After decades of hard work, he finally reaped the rewards today. Go, bring me one of the death row prisoners in the camp. Eli immediately turned his head and said to Tiji who was beside him. Yes. Chapter 188. The Iris Wizard Camp is not a small wizard camp, and facilities such as prisons naturally exist. They are generally used to detain wizards who violate the rules or make major damage. Soon, Tiji brings Eli a wizard. This is a wizard with a long face and a hooked nose. His face is full of wrinkles. He looks very old. He lowered his head and said nothing. These are very normal, but what surprised Eli was that he was a wizard. A ring wizard. 1 ring? You must know that there are only a dozen first ring wizards in the entire wizard camp, and there is actually one in the prison. What did he do? Eli asked curiously. My lord, his lifespan is approaching the limit. He sacrificed the apprentices in the camp and a large number of civilians in the kingdom not far away. Before that, several warlock forces almost discovered our existence, but it also caused huge trouble. Tiji explained. That's it. Eli understood, and this is one of the important reasons why wizards in the current world are not popular. There is a serious lack of life. Some wizards will use all kinds of methods to prolong their lives, whether it is large-scale soul sacrifices or other bloody methods. And this also caused a great degree of interference to the warlock's control. In their eyes, wizards are more like moths in this world. Therefore, whenever they are found, they are usually directly eradicated. This is why Eli wants to hide his identity. Once you reveal your identity as a wizard, you can't keep yourself as an honorary counselor. It's not the White Tower, but many other forces. They won't look at a wizard in charge of a warlock force. Then you go first. Eli signaled that he understood, and dismissed Tiji. As soon as Tiji left, the old man raised his head, looked at the young Eli, and said slowly, You must be Roland, the actual master of the camp. Eli didn't expect the man to speak suddenly. Haha, as far as I know, you are a second ring wizard now, but at least it has been more than 100 years since your last appearance, and the lifespan of a wizard's second ring is only 300 or 400 years. How long can you live? The old man's eyes were burning. Looking into Eli's eyes. I have many methods of sacrifice, and even other methods, which can allow you to live longer. Although the process may be a bit bloody and violent, I think a real dark wizard should not care about these. The old man's voice was soft, as if seductive. If it was an ordinary wizard, he might really be tempted. Eli looked calm, and even wanted to laugh a little. He stood aside, quietly watching the old man chattering about his life extension plan. His tone was sometimes fierce and full of madness, and he even danced and danced like a cult. Why don't you feel anything at all? A few minutes later, the old man raised his head, and saw Eli with a calm face, with a surprised expression on his face. It shouldn't be. According to his estimation, Roland has at most 100 years of lifespan. Isn't he in a hurry? Hey, you have deviated from the path of pursuing the truth. Eli looked at the old man with pity. His excessive pursuit of prolonging his life had caused him to lose his original path. This is his sorrow, why not the sorrow of this wizard and the world? Fortunately, it has nothing to do with him. He can understand the sadness of short-lived species, but he can't empathize with them. It can only be said that the pessimism of people is not the same. With a calm face, Eli stretched out his hand. The man who had already been controlled had no ability to resist. He could only watch his head being pinched by Eli. A second black ring on the arm lights up. Ah! In just an instant, the man let out a scream, and he could feel his soul or mental power being consumed at a terrifying speed, or being absorbed. How can this be? The man's will was gradually disappearing, he couldn't speak, he could only look at Eli with despairing eyes almost pleading, but to his disappointment, Eli didn't respond, even seemed intoxicated. Eli was indeed intoxicated. As the man's mental power was devoured endlessly, Eli could feel that his mental power was rapidly improving. This process was wonderful. 120. 121. 125. A first-level wizard fully increased Eli's spiritual power by 5 points. You must know that he is a second-level wizard at this time. Even a bottle of blood bamboo potion from the first level before had no such effect. Simply horrible. At this time, the man had already died, and his face still had the frightened expression just now, as if he had seen an evil ghost in the world, terrifying and ferocious. It's ugly. Eli thought for a while, and threw the man into the secret realm, into the bloody bamboo flowers waiting to be fed, and used it as waste. Afterwards, the bones would turn into skeletons to fill his inventory, so there was no waste at all. This effect is much better than I thought. Eli thought, and the actual effect was about 20% to 30% better than he thought. So the next thing Eli has to do is also very clear, that is to continuously absorb spiritual power, and then enhance his own strength, and grow latently. Thinking of this, Eli pushed open the door, and Tiggy was waiting at the door. At this moment, she watched the old man disappear, but she didn't ask. As Eli's slave, she already had some guesses about the effect of the curse. Take me to the prison. Eli said directly. Yes. Tiggy bowed her head respectfully. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within 3 days, Eli devoured all the prisoners on death row. At this time, his spiritual power had reached 135 points, not too much, an increase of 10 points, but you must know that this is only 3 days, and there are still a group of apprentices left inside. If he has enough resources, he can even directly upgrade to the limit of the second ring wizard at that time, just like the original bloodline, without slowing down. Horrible! Eli gasped, for such a devil-like method was outrageous, but luckily it was his own. However, the wizard resources in the camp seem to have been used up. After all, this is only a small faction with limited resources. The White Tower is more lively and crowded, maybe he can do something about it. Although the warlock's spiritual power is definitely not as good as that of the wizard, but over time, the total amount must be more, and the others are small problems. As long as they are always there, it is not a problem for him. We'll have to wait until he goes back to talk about this. Speaking of it, it seems that he still has a resource pack that Eli hasn't picked up yet. Nicholas, the second ring undead, the undead released by his old friend, seems to have gathered a large number of undead at this time, wreaking havoc in the human country. For Eli, who has a strand of his soul, it is a big resource bag. The undead are originally creatures born with a special end of spiritual power and soul power, and they happen to be excellent materials for being devoured. When he's done with the camp, it's time to go find him. The scale of the camp is not small now, and the problems involve all aspects. Naturally, it is impossible for Eli to manage all of them. He only deals with some core aspects. The direction of development is one of them. Before he came here, Eli had already thought about what to do. His idea was that he hoped that the power of the camp could gradually approach the north. Whether it is spreading or contacting the wizarding forces in the north, this step is for Eli to inquire about the situation of the wizarding forces north of the White Tower, and also to prepare for the future. With the growth of the White Tower, there will definitely be frictions with other forces in the future. It may be 50 years, or it may be 100 years. The sooner the intelligence is done, the better. Make judgments. This time he was able to kill Pablo because he had no choice, but not every time he had defeated the enemy, so he had to be on the safe side. Intelligence was the top priority. Facing this order, Tiggy naturally obeyed it, but some wizards objected, and Eli also let them know who is the boss here in a kind way. Eli's will was quickly carried out one by one, and the day of leaving came in the blink of an eye. My lord, don't you want to stay for a few more years? Tiggy looked at Eli. If it wasn't for the master, there wouldn't be the current camp, and there wouldn't be her. No, you managed the camp well, these are for your self-defense. Eli casually threw a few witchcrafts to Tiggy, which he refined normally. Thank you, sir. Tig bowed her head respectfully. Looking up again, Eli's figure had already left. Tig sighed, and she sighed in her heart that she didn't know when the next meeting would be. She may not live to that time. However, if you want to be valued, you have to do something worthwhile. I must work hard to accomplish what the adults said. Looking into the distance, Tiji firmly returned to the camp. Chapter 189. At the same time, Kingdom of Morin, a kingdom of knights in the south of Karina Kingdom. Sunbird Warlock family. It's over, it's over. One Ring Warlock Jihi, the patriarch of the Sunbird Warlock family, hid in a house, looking at the scene outside the window tremblingly, with a look of despair on his face. This is the main territory of their family. It was suddenly invaded by undead half an hour ago. Outside the window at this time, a large number of undead made soul-shaking sounds of undead, and each translucent undead danced in the sky, fighting towards the warlocks on the ground. Warlocks died one by one, and the dead undead were quickly transformed into new undead resurrected to participate in the battle to slaughter the tribe. These undead are not the same as ordinary undead, they are all under control, and the one who controls them is another more powerful undead. He looked up, and in the higher sky, there was a huge undead in mid-air, exuding a terrifying and penetrating aura. To Jihi's despair, this aura did not exceed the limit of the second ring he had seen by chance. Warlocks are weak. The undead of the second ring limit. Even thinking about it, Jihi couldn't understand why such a powerful undead appeared here. But all he can do is hide here and pray not to be discovered, because once he is discovered, then he will die. Thinking of this, he lowered his head severely, and the sound of fighting from outside pierced his heart like a knife. After all, these are his clansmen and descendants. Normally he should fight with them, but he doesn't have the courage. A few minutes later, he looked up again, only to find that the undead in the sky had disappeared. Have you left? Jihi was a little surprised. Found you. Suddenly a voice sounded, and Jihi felt the surrounding environment was icy cold. He froze for a moment, his head slowly turned back, and the undead stared at him with a smile that was not a smile. Ah! In the next second, the battle took place. A second later, the undead Nicholas took a deep breath, transformed the warlock into an undead, passed through the solid building, floated towards the sky, and looked at the ground. The creatures here are almost gone. Nicholas looked at the warlock camp that had no living breath. To return to the third ring, I need more undead, which is far from enough, but it seems that there is no warlock camp near here. It seems that we can only win by quantity, and more mortal souls can also produce qualitative changes. Nicholas opened his arms, and all the undead below floated towards him as if they were summoned, and then merged into his body. Even the naked eye could see that his body was filled with a large number of undead. These are all his property, and when there are enough of them, he will use them to return to the realm of the third ring. Once he returned to the third ring, he would go to retrieve the soul in his earrings, and then seek opportunities to break through the fourth ring. Let's go, let mortals see the real world. Nicholas laughed loudly, his huge body flew towards the distant city, and the undead in his body also made noisy sounds, like joy. Hiss, is the situation already this bad? Just half a day after Nicholas left, Eli walked into the Sunflower Warlock camp. He came here following the breath of the soul, but it seems that the situation here is not very good. He only smells the breath of death, and there is also the breath of undead. No, there are still living people. As if he had discovered something, Eli looked not far away. Where is a house? He walked quickly, and then opened the house. Inside was an ordinary house, and in the corner, a woman looked frightened, but she stood firmly in the corner. Not him. Eli frowned, and moved the woman away, only to see that there was actually a hidden compartment behind the woman, punched the card to open the hidden compartment, and a girl was hiding inside, covering her mouth tightly, with tears in her eyes. That was fear. Poor kid. Eli instantly understood what had happened. The mother stubbornly blocked it, but it was only for the daughter's chance of life. Now that I saw it, I couldn't ignore it. Eli squatted down slowly, and said softly, "Little friend, do you want to go with uncle?" There were still tears on the girl's face, and she couldn't stop crying when she looked at her mother not far away. Eli wanted to wipe away the girl's tears, but the girl just backed away a little. Scared, understandably. "How about it, uncle will take you out of here." This time, the girl bit her lip, nodded, and then let go of her covered mouth. Putting it down, Eli found that this was a very delicate little girl, as cute as a doll, but at this moment her face was covered with tears. Poor child. Eli lifted the baby out and helped her bury the girl's mother. 10 minutes later, he left the camp with the girl in his arms. Holding the girl in his arms, Eli made his way. Passing through one ruined city after another, ordinary mortals had no chance of surviving in front of the undead army. Of course, there were also people who survived, but he didn't stay long, but left directly. On the way, Eli also learned that the girl is called Katarina, her mother is an ordinary warlock in the Sunbird Warlock camp, and her father is an ordinary man. This kind of behavior of combining with ordinary people without permission is not allowed in some warlock families, but her mother still put in a lot of effort to give birth to her, but the mother and daughter were also tortured by the camp. But the wizard talent is pretty good. Katarina's wizard talent is very good, she should be regarded as the upper class, which is one of the reasons why Eli took the girl away. It is unlikely that Tig will break through the third ring, but he still needs a trustworthy person in Tig. After Jay died, she was the right little girl to help him run the camp. He doesn't do nonsense. After revenge, he will take away a strand of the girl's soul and send it to the wizard's camp, where it may be more suitable for her than living with him. On the way, the girl hugged him tightly all the time. Eli didn't say anything. After all, he was still a child and had just lost his mother. After half a day, he finally caught up with the undead. It was in the capital of Mulin's kingdom, and this time it was not too late. Let's go, we're here. Eli put Katarina down, took her hand and walked inside. Before entering the capital, more than a dozen undead had already discovered him. They screamed one after another, then waved and flew towards them, as if seeing food. Boom! It was just an ordinary elemental attack, flying towards a few undead, who died instantly, and the soul power of the undead was quickly absorbed by Eli. Suck! Eli felt a slight increase in mental strength. Good! Eli pursed his lips, looked at the capital in front of him, and showed a smile. This is not a city of undead, it is clearly a banquet for him, and undead are dishes. Let's have a big meal. Holding the girl's hand, Eli walked into the capital. The girl's big eyes were looking at him. Although he was still young, he seemed to have a vague understanding of Eli's strength. As soon as he entered the capital, a hellish scene suddenly unfolded. There is a wide street leading to the city gate. At this time, an unknown number of people have fallen on the street, and more people are running away on the road, howling, and behind them are undead. Help! Mom, where are you? The child was walking on the road in a daze. What the hell are these things? Are they demons from hell? How could there be such a terrible thing? The citizens fled frantically. This is the punishment of the gods. The monk lowered his head, his body trembling, while praying. Countless people are running wildly, countless people are wailing in pain, and everyone is in despair. Even the knights who used to be high above can basically deal with the undead here. It is possible for great knights, but they have no time to deal with these civilians. A doomsday scene. Eli sighed, such a scene is really a disturbing good mood. Chapter 190. The entry of Eli and the girl immediately attracted the attention of many undead. In the blink of an eye, dozens of undead screamed again and rushed towards Eli. Eli waved his hand lightly, and countless shadows flew towards the surroundings. Like a torrential rain, the terrifying shadow instantly tore apart all the undead, and the originally noisy voice fell into silence for an instant, and then a vortex appeared, and all the undead fragments rushed towards Eli and were absorbed by him. Belch! As if belching, Eli smiled. At this time, looking at the range of several hundred meters that was cleared, the civilians in this range also stopped, staring blankly at this scene, without making a sound for a long time. This is a miracle. The monk was the first to break the silence, looking at Eli as if he were looking at a god. For an ordinary kingdom of knights, they have never seen the real extraordinary in their lives, and Eli's behavior is indeed nothing short of a miracle. What kind of power is this? The knights were skeptical of life. They had been taught that knights were the strongest, but at this moment their beliefs were a little bit broken. Ordinary people are also shocked, looking at Eli with gratitude in their eyes. The child finds his mother and hugs him tightly, the wife and husband hug each other and cry. All normal scenes are precious. Thank you, sir. Many people knelt on the ground directly, saying words of thanks. But it was only for a moment, because with the emergence of this vacuum, the undead from other places also approached quickly, and they also sensed Eli's powerful soul essence. Hundreds of undead gathered together to form one, the aura directly reached the second ring, and the volume was hundreds of times larger than before. Looking at Eli, the undead screamed terrifyingly at Eli. The horrific screams caused blood to flow from the ears of ordinary people a few hundred meters away, and they knelt and howled, while Eli, who was facing him, had a calm face. In his consciousness, he was a solidified wizard who belonged to the first ring, and the soul protection blocked everything one by one. A ring of curing wizard soul shield. At this time, the power of the soul shield has reached the second ring. Next to this model, there is another solidified witchcraft, which is the new witchcraft that Eli incorporated when he advanced to the second ring. It's been so long since I haven't used it, I almost forgot that there is such a witchcraft. Seeing this, Eli pursed his lips. This situation was just right for this situation. The next second, the model fires. Eli's eyes began to change, everything in front of his eyes seemed to start to distort, the sky was no longer blue, but lines of various colors, and people were no longer people, but various complex aggregates, as well as undead. It also turned into hundreds of undead like a puzzle. The second ring solidifies witchcraft, the eye of true knowledge. His solidified second ring witchcraft is a very special, but also very practical witchcraft. Found it. In the eyes, inside the huge undead, a core is clearly visible. With a wave of Eli's hand, a huge elemental hand appeared, and then directly grabbed the undead. Roar! The undead screamed again, their bodies struggled violently, but they couldn't move at all, and in their perception, a shadow flew again, and pierced the core directly in the undead's bewildered posture. Hiss! Hiss! Like the sound of a radio short circuit, the undead on the second ring instantly fell apart, one after another like rain, and then a gust of wind element blew, one after another poured into Eli's arms and was absorbed by him. Cool. After swallowing the big meal again, Eli felt that his mental strength increased again. Katerina on the side held his hand and stared at him with big eyes. In her years of experience, she has never seen such a terrifying scene, and in the scream just now, a soul shield also protected her. There are still many, such good opportunities are not many. Eli, on the other hand, looked at the flying undead in the capital, his eyes sparkling. It's all his. At the same time, above the palace hall, on the golden throne, Nicholas sat lightly on it. Under the throne, the king, queen, and ministers knelt down. They who were usually high above dared not say a word at this time, and the great knight who was also kneeling not far away had already forgotten the spirit of chivalry. You are the king here, aren't you? Nicholas looked at the man with a crown on his head and gorgeous clothes. The king quickly lowered his head, the crown fell to the ground along his head, and rolled to the side of the throne. It's really humble. Nicholas shook his head and said, I want you to call people from several nearby cities to come here immediately. There are still too few people here, and I need more people. As long as there are enough undead, he can return to the third ring. Yes, yes, my lord. The king said hurriedly. Hey, something's wrong. The king's humility was irrelevant, but Nicholas looked outside. Just a moment ago, he sensed the disappearance of a large number of undead. What happens? Nicholas flew towards the sky, passed through the resplendent buildings, and came to the sky above the palace of the king's capital, looking around. But the next second, he froze. What the hell is that? Nicholas was stunned. In his eyes, the undead that had been hunting in the past were not killing but fleeing, and they were fleeing in large numbers, as if fleeing from disaster. Behind thousands of undead, a small black dot, or figure, chased the undead, and the huge elemental hand grabbed a bunch of undead from time to time, and then devoured them, as if eating a buffet. A wizard with one ring. Judging from the breadth of the body, it should be a ring. Nikolai was angry, he was already surprisingly angry. A wizard with one ring, how dare you, how dare you! Hiss! There was a scream that spread throughout the capital, and Nicholas rushed towards Eli. These are all the qualifications for his advancement, this wizard, how dare he do this? He is the undead of the second ring limit. The people in the hall didn't feel anything when they saw this scene, they just felt that Eli was dead. As a kingdom close to the world of wizards, they also knew the existence of wizards and warlocks, and there was also a link in the palace. The warlock was killed only by a soul attack from the undead. This is why they are so respectful. Hey, another one died. So what about warlocks? It's useless. A group of people knelt on the ground with peace of mind, and some people took the opportunity to change their positions, feeling a little tired. But in the next second, someone looked over again, but he was stunned for a moment. In the sky, a giant hand made of shadows appeared, and then hit Nicholas' big face several meters long. Snapped. Nikolai flew out. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only them, Nicholas was also stunned. He felt the cold shadow on the face of the undead, and felt that he had been humiliated, and then he rushed over again. Snapped. Another big mouth. Come again. Snapped. Come again. Snapped. Clap. Clap clap. A few minutes later, Nicholas, who was photographed with a dozen big mouths, burst into tears. It's not that he wants to cry, but that the body of the undead will instinctively shed tears of the undead when it is too stimulated. This is a rare material and very expensive. More than a dozen big mouths are really too much damage to an adult undead, and they still have a shadow attack, which doubles the damage. He looked at Eli, and his eyes had completely changed at this time. This is definitely not a ring wizard. At least the second ring, or the second ring who is proficient in using the power of shadows, and judging from the battle just now, the man in front of him is much stronger than him, he is not an opponent at all. Who the hell are you? Nicholas hung high in the sky, looking at Eli who was dripping with the tears of the undead, the corners of his mouth twitched. This is precious material. Collecting all the tears, Eli looked at Nicholas in the sky. Whether you want to change your name or not, you can call me Roland, that's what everyone calls me. Eli's face was still the one on his way to the wizard's camp. Roland. Nicholas said he hadn't heard of it, and his eyes became serious, but it's only the limit of the second ring, you can't beat me, if I dare to take the lead, it means that I have absolute certainty. Nicholas opened his arms and screamed. All the undead in the capital seemed to be summoned, and then merged into his body one after another, and his aura became stronger and stronger. A few seconds later, his aura even reached the third ring. Roar! The huge undead breath emanated, and the surrounding air seemed to be a few degrees colder. Nicholas opened his hands, looked down at Eli, and showed a ferocious smile. San Juan, what are you holding back? But to his astonishment, Eli smiled. He laughed. Chapter 191. Laughed? Nikolai was dumbfounded. He didn't understand, even though he was forcibly promoted to the third ring in a short time, how dare you laugh, you must know that the lowest third ring can beat 7 or 8 second rings with ease. The raging rage ignited him instantly. I want you to die. At this time, Nicholas, who was nearly 30 meters in size, opened his giant hand and grabbed Eli. The terrifying hand of the undead carries a strong mental attack. Even if an ordinary apprentice just rubs against it, his soul may collapse directly. Even a wizard of the second ring is absolutely impossible to resist. What exactly is your confidence? Nicholas moved forward bravely, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. The man in front of him is ordinary, but he seems to have strong self-confidence. Could it be that he is the third ring? Impossible, there shouldn't be such a strong wizard in the south of the west coast. Does he have a powerful witch weapon? It could also be tiny. Why? His attack was getting closer and closer to Eli, and his eyes were fixed on Eli. Moved? Finally, when there were still more than 30 meters away, Eli moved, and he became nervous instantly. He raised his hand, he reached out to the earring, and flicked it lightly. Bomb? Nicholas didn't understand what Eli was doing, but for a moment his grinning expression froze, and then became distorted. A pain involving the origin of the soul made him fall into hell. The attack collapsed instantly, and he also hugged his body and began to swing wildly. Pain. It hurts so much. The pain directly related to the soul made him feel like falling into an abyss. After a few minutes, he barely recovered, and then looked at Eli, and at his earrings. Faintly, he seemed to understand something. Why was that earring, the earring that stored his soul, in the hand of the man in front of him? You. Nicholas looked at Eli, his huge body couldn't help trembling. It was extremely funny, only he understood how terrifying it is when your soul source falls into the hands of a wizard. Bomb. Eli flicked it again. He had thought of this scene when he upgraded the witch weapon, but he didn't expect it to happen so early. The cause of 100 years ago bears fruit today. Following Eli's bombardment, Nicholas began to tremble crazily again, his huge body transformed into various shapes in the air, and the combined body was even faintly about to collapse. At this time, the people who were still alive in the entire capital were watching this funny and terrifying scene. A tens of meters tall undead howled in pain in the air, and all this was caused by a human being less than 2 meters high. The visual impact was too great. Is this supposed to be an angel subduing a demon? It's terrible. Is this really a power that humans can master? I must be dreaming today, let me wake up from this nightmare. The crowd talked a lot, which was too shocking for them. The little girl who was put aside by Eli also pursed her lips and said nothing, so powerful. The lives of ordinary people are so shocking, but the royal family who know the existence of warlocks is another matter. At this moment, they all got up from the ground, stood in front of His Royal Highness and watched this scene, with their mouths wide open. The king at the head was even trembling with excitement, which was also mixed with fear. He used to be an apprentice sorcerer, so he guessed that the undead at this time was at the level of the third ring, but he was easily suppressed by the man in front of him. Could it be that this is the legendary true spirit, the Lord of the world? How can this be? In the sky at this time, Eli flicked the earring for the third time. Boom! Nicholas' huge body spread out in an instant, and his main body looked at Eli among the crowd of undead, as if he had seen a ghost. But to his surprise, Roland didn't seem to pay attention to him, but a shadow appeared behind him, and then all the undead fell into the shadow one after another. When it was used, the curse mark on Eli's arm glowed with black light, and Eli's mental power was improving at a rapid speed. 136. 140. 185. In the blink of an eye, Eli's mental strength has increased by 50 points. Although these are the undead of ordinary people, the number is large enough. At this time, almost half of the kingdom is here. If it is meditation, it may take decades or hundreds of years to improve, but now it is only a matter of 10 seconds. One word, cool. Eli closed his eyes, feeling the change. Not far away, Nicholas curled up, looking at Eli in fear, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. How arrogant he was just now, he is now in a mess. After more than 10 minutes, Eli opened his eyes and looked at Nicholas. Hello, let me meet you. My name is Roland. Eli said with a smile. Hi, my name is Nicola. Nicola responded awkwardly. You look unhappy. Eli quipped. No, I'm very happy. Seeing you today is the happiest thing for me. Nicholas forced a smile and said against his will. It's ugly. Nicola. It hurts. Do you want to live or die? Eli looked at Nicholas. Nicholas' eyes lit up. Does this mean that he still has hope of living? I want to live, I want to live. He said hastily. Yet. Eli nodded. In fact, he originally planned to absorb him directly, but now he has a better idea. Since you want to live, you have to work hard and trade fairly. Eli looked at Nicholas and smiled politely. I need souls, a lot of souls. If you can help me collect 1,000,000 copies, not to mention letting you go, I can even return your soul core to you. Do you want to? I am willing, I am willing. Nicholas nodded frantically. Don't collect souls, he can even sell souls. Okay. Eli nodded. I let you go. Of course, there is another requirement. You can't make trouble in the south of the west coast. This is my territory. You have to go further north. By the way, let me have a look at the environment in the north. As for the soul, contact me when the time comes. Oh, I'll engrave a soul brand in your soul. Do you have any objections? Eli asked. No problem. Nicholas nodded bitterly. The core of the soul is in the hands of others, so the soul imprint is nothing. Yeah, not bad. Eli smiled, and immediately branded Nicholas with the forest soul. Yo, you used to be a 3-ring wizard. Suddenly, Eli seemed to have sensed something, and asked curiously. Ahoy! Then you imprinted me with your knowledge and memories of breakthroughs, and do you know the true spirit of breakthroughs? Eli asked. Yes, yes, but I really don't know if you are a real person. I just broke through the 3rd ring at that time. Nicholas replied. All right, all right. Eli waved his hand and threw a crystal ball. Nicholas smiled and took the brand of the crystal ball away. Among other things, he survived. Soon, Nicholas was branded. Eli put away the crystal ball, and was about to leave. As for those kings, Eli was not interested in contacting them, and Nicholas was not restrained by Eli, and no one here could trap him. Eli was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Eli turned to Nicholas and asked, You were from before the cataclysm. Do you know what caused the cataclysm? This is a question that Eli has always been interested in. Great cataclysm. Hearing this, Nicholas was also taken aback, and said, My lord, I seem to know a little about this issue, but I can't tell you. Eli? This is very complicated. I can only tell you that it is a very powerful world, but I can't say more about it. Under the true spirit, it's best not to mention it. That's a terrifying civilization. Civilization? Eli frowned. Does this mean that the catastrophe was caused by a civilization? Which civilization is so hanging? My lord, that's all I can say, sometimes it's not good to know too much. For his own soul, Nicholas quickly became Eli's man. Okay. Eli waved his hand, forgiven Nicholas for not daring to play tricks with him. Knowing less is sometimes a good thing. Anyway, when he reaches a higher level, he will know sooner or later, don't worry. The key now is that if Nicholas is not caught, he will have a steady stream of undead, as well as souls from other channels. That's all right. He should know the White Tower first, and other things will wait until he is about to advance to the third ring. It was time to return to the White Tower, of course he had to put the girl in the camp first. Chapter 192. 3 days later, Eli returned to the Iris Wizard camp with the girl. After another 5 days, he returned to the White Tower in a low-key manner. It was also a week later that Kratos was surprised to find that Eli had returned and asked him to meet. As soon as they met, Kratos kept looking at Eli, and asked, Herman, are you the warlock that appeared in the king's capital? Eli shook his head. He naturally understood what Kratos was going to say. In fact, since the incident in the capital city ended, rumors about a mystic warlock had spread throughout the southern area of the White Tower. An undead raised to the level of the third ring with the help of a large number of undead was suppressed by one person with ease, which made many southern forces feel terrified. There is actually a third ring wizard here? Who is he? What is his purpose? Which faction does he come from? Everything is like a riddle, and the only thing everyone knows is the man's face. Well, it really can't be you. Kratos' expectant eyes dimmed. If Eli is the third ring, then the meaning of the representative is too great. Whether it is a blockbuster for the White Tower or the entire southern part of the West Coast, it is indeed unlikely. After all, the information on breaking through the third ring is kept secret on the South Coast, and even if he wants to break through the third ring, he doesn't know how to do it. That person is indeed not me. I was collecting resources in another place at the time, and I don't know who it is. There is such a powerful person in our sphere of influence. It is recommended to investigate thoroughly immediately. Eli pursed his lips and gave suggestion. Yet. Kratos nodded, and he would definitely check it. Then this matter is like this. Compared with this, it is more stable to continuously stabilize the position of the White Tower. After the disappearance of Wan Shuet, many new small forces have appeared in this area. These forces have to be dealt with. It is better not to have any unstable factors in the site. Eli changed the subject and changed the subject. Indeed, we have issued an ultimatum to many hours recently, and now the prison is filled with people every day. Kratos rubbed his temples, looked at Eli and said, now the prison must be rebuilt, but there is no one who can guardian. Do you have any recommendations? Eli? How does this talk about prison? But guard? Eli fell into deep thought. This seems to be a bit suitable for him, although he has Nicholas outside to collect undead, but the contact with Nicholas must be for a long time and the contact is once every few years, even decades, which is equivalent to an occasional cast hello great resource pack. If there is long-term stability, it is not better. It just so happens that the White Tower, as a growing force, is constantly fighting and expanding. Naturally, a steady stream of warlocks will be sent to prison. Isn't this place just right for Eli? Thinking of this, his eyes gradually became serious, and he said to Kratos, there is indeed a person. Who? Kratos asked curiously. You. It is me. Kratos widened his eyes, looked at Eli, and asked, why are you interested in this? This position is very troublesome, and you already have a position, will this affect your own progress? It's okay. The main reason is that the White Tower is too short of people. As an honorary member of the White Tower, I naturally have to take on more responsibility. This matter is settled like this. Eli said righteously. Kratos took a deep breath, looked at Eli, and was also a little moved. Well, I knew you still love the White Tower. Kratos nodded. Let's talk about it in the next parliament. Good. A month passed again. The new prison of the White Tower has been built. It is a tall giant tower with 12 floors. There are also a large number of underground prisons equipped with a large number of defenses. It is called the Black Tower Prison. It is built in the forest not far from the White Tower. Middle. And the person in charge here is the honorary deputy speaker of the White Tower, Herman. For a while, many people were shocked. After all, this place is not beneficial, but it takes a lot of effort, which makes many people admire He-Man even more. As for Eli. Cool. In a large prison, Eli devours a warlock who is about to be executed. Looking at the fallen warlock, although his mental strength was not as good as that of the wizard, Eli's mood suddenly improved when he thought of the continuous support in the future. And not only the soul, the corpse of the warlock can cultivate blood bamboo flowers, and the bones can be refined into skeletons. At this time, he realized what a good decision he had made. This was the most suitable place for him to live at the current stage. After dealing with it, Eli walked out of the prison and looked forward. Rows of warlocks were imprisoned in the cold prisons, mainly apprentices, but occasionally there were some warlocks mixed in, and each of them looked at the walking Eli with some fear. Everyone heard the screams in the prison just now. This warden actually tortures even death row inmates. How human is he? With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Eli returned to the top floor all the way. He has already moved all his things here, and after that, he plans to give his potion plants to Rose, and then develop here with peace of mind. He needs to get stronger. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Eli assigned the task of resource allocation to several of his subordinates, the most important part of which was handed over to Ross, and he was also responsible for the connection with the Iris camp. As for Eli, he stayed in the prison with peace of mind, enjoying the resources from the White Tower every day, and the prisoners who were about to die and were killed in the prison, which made his mental strength grow at a firm pace. And Nikolai. This guy has also reached the area north of the White Tower at this time, and started a new career. In fact, Nicholas is very powerful. Even with a large number of undead, I can temporarily reach the level of the third ring, which makes him domineering in this area, and soon formed a new undead force, the home of the undead. Once the House of the Dead was established, it attracted the attention of several big forces. A new round of probing began, and several forces fought against it, but they were all crushed in front of Nicholas' powerful strength, which also made them acquiesce in its existence. Even the White Tower noticed this force, which made Kratos a little nervous, because the House of the Dead is not very far from the White Tower, but to his surprise, although the House of the Dead often invaded other places, it did not set foot on it. Taking a step here made him a little confused, but he also realized something. The undead must be afraid of the three-ring powerhouse who appeared before. Of course, there is one thing that puzzled him, that is why the third ring released the undead. Not understand. Nikolai is only part of it. Iris camp. That little girl, Katerina, also received the education of a wizard, and accidentally discovered that this little girl's talent is really good. At this time, she has become a first-class wizard apprentice under the leadership of Tiji, and her training direction is a new one. Camp leader. Everything is changing, but as the master of the storm, Eli is lying leisurely on the bench. For him, whether it is Nicholas or others, they are all external resources. What is really important is himself. In addition to development, other methods cannot be left behind in the next time. And recently he has a deeper understanding of the Devouring Rune, and he plans to study it in depth, not only to prepare for the third seal of the Endless Devouring spell, but also has other ideas. Just the curse seal cannot exert its full power. Take it easy. Eli got up from the recliner, walked to the window, and looked towards the White Tower in the distance. In just 100 years, the White Pagoda has grown from nothing to a considerable force, so what about 100 years later? What will it be like here 100 years from now? Chapter 193. 100 years later. Tread, tread. On the bottom floor of the tall Black Tower prison, the sound of footsteps came slowly from far to near. All the prisoners in the cell were curled up in the corner of the cell, not daring to make the slightest sound. They were basically murderous prisoners, but they couldn't help being terrified when they heard this sound. Everyone within the sphere of influence of the White Tower knows that they must not be imprisoned in the Black Tower prison, because the warden Herman inside is a terrible person. As for his horror, you don't need to inquire specifically, because you will always know his story from various channels, which can stop children from crying and also make people feel terrified. Clap. And it seemed that this time Herman just came for a stroll, and quickly disappeared on this floor, and everyone was relieved. Hey, the psychological quality of this year's prisoners is not good, or is it that I have become so scary? On the other side, Eli, who left this floor, shook his head. He walked through the stairs and paths familiarly, and quickly returned to the top floor, standing by the window, looking not far away. Unlike before, as far as the eye can see, it has been covered with buildings, and wizard towers have sprung up one after another, both in number and height, which are more than before, and just by perception, you can also feel how powerful the people here are. One-ring wizards are not uncommon, and there are quite a few second-ring wizards. This is the current White Tower. Eli pursed his lips and looked far away. 100 years. Today happens to be the 100th year he has lived here, and Eli doesn't feel anything, but whether it's the 197 points of solid mental power in his body at this time, or the blood that has already reached the limit and cannot be improved, tell him that everything is it's different. Compared with 100 years ago, at this time he is already a second-ring extreme wizard, or a warlock. It's so fast. For Eli, 100 years is just a number, and the world is even more small, but for those who are struggling to pursue more lives and stronger forces, it is completely different. Really changed a lot. One thing after another in Eli's mind flowed like a cloud of smoke, sorting out one thing after another. The first year. Everything works fine, nothing major happens. 5th year. The White Tower began to annex the small forces around it, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. During this process, there were a large number of prisoners every day. In the following 30 years of expansion, it was the time when Eli's spiritual strength improved the fastest. He only remembered devouring a large number of people every day, and his spiritual power was improving. He misses that time very much. In the same year, he also began to study and explore the devouring rune. 10th year. The White Tower was further expanded. At this time, Eli immediately advanced to the second ring to solidify, Katarina also advanced to the first ring, and Ross also became the late second ring. In the same year, the House of the Undead, which expanded wildly north of the White Tower, annexed the Lilith Warlock Academy and became one of the major forces in the south of the West Coast, providing Eli with a large number of undead crystals every 5 years. And the number of undead owed by Nicholas to Eli has also increased from 1 million to 1.5 million. Nicholas didn't understand why he owed so much despite working so hard, but at this time he's still full of hope, hoping to one day be free again. The Iris Wizard Camp also began to develop to the north, incorporating some wizard camps, and began to expand in the shadows. But with the intentional neglect of the White Tower and the care of the House of the Undead, they lived pretty well. 40 years. Eli has already stepped into the late stage of the second ring. At this time, he suddenly discovered a problem. The long-term absorption of a large amount of mental power has made his mental power a little weak and the quality is not high enough. He was also very fortunate to have discovered the problem in advance, so he began to rely on the tilted tower to hone his mental strength. This process lasted for 30 years. In order to ensure the future, Eli polished his foundation for 30 years, and by the way in the power of blood. After polishing, although his blood and mental strength have declined to varying degrees, his strength has become stronger and different from before. During this period, the White Tower also began to enter a long-term digestion stage. But bad things happened too. The Bloodline Tower in the middle seemed to be suppressed by the Black Tower. At this time, he noticed that his student Vivica seemed to have advanced to the late stage of the second ring, and he also found out that this little girl had actually become the deputy of the Bloodline Tower. Tower Master, but he still didn't contact her. Due to the suppression of the Bloodline Tower, Hizuo Tower freed up a hand and quickly acquired the 4 major southern forces near the middle, becoming its subordinate forces. Of course, a dark horse also emerged at this time, and it was the home of the dead. Relying on Nicholas, who was able to erupt the power of the 3 rings in a short period of time, he also took the rest of the power into his pocket, becoming another big power, and restricting each other with Hesoda's minions. For a time, the entire west coast was in chaos. Regardless of the north, the Black Tower suppressed the Blood Tower in the middle, the House of the Dead and the Black Tower camp composed of 4 forces in the south, and the White Tower in the far south. The White Tower has also developed very well in recent years. It has integrated most of the southernmost forces and resources. It is a big force. Of course, it is not enough to compare with them. I'm very busy and haven't had time to deal with them yet. And secretly, the wizard force Iris is also developing. Eli relied on the spreading forces to collect some information. 70 years. By this time, everything has largely stabilized. At this time, although the number of prisoners in the Black Tower prison has decreased a lot, it is insignificant to have Nicholas' support. He has also reached the second ring wizard and is approaching the limit. The reaccumulation phase begins. In the same year, Tiji died, and Katerina, who was promoted to the second ring, took over the wizard camp. Eli was in prison that day, and then received news from Tiji. "My lord, I have already arranged all your tasks. I'm really sorry, but I can't accompany you on the next journey." Eli had mixed feelings at the time, and suddenly realized that the White Tower had been established for almost 200 years, and Tiji was almost 300 years old. Due to years of hard work, her vitality declined, and she died. On that day, he rarely walked out of the Black Tower prison, left the White Tower, attended Tiji's funeral, presented a bouquet of white flowers, arranged some affairs, and then left. He has already opened his eyes. Everyone is going to die. Except him. At this point Nicholas owes Eli 2 million souls. Time blinks to the 8th decade. At this time, everything is still stable, which is a rare peaceful stage. Iris has also become a huge wizarding force, no longer called a camp, and its sphere of influence has been further expanded. Tentacles have even begun to spread in the central region, and Katerina is in charge. Eli also finally made great achievements in the study of devouring runes, and created the devouring witchcraft. There are not many achievements so far, but it is still a milestone. Nicholas owed 3 million souls at this time, and he had vaguely realized that with his ability, he might not be able to repay the debt in this life, so he simply looked away and completely became Eli's subordinate. The debt is written off. Looking at it this way, he seems to have made money. 90 years. A war broke out between the Tower of Bloodline and Hizuo Tower. It is said that the Third Ring took action, which had a huge impact. The war only lasted 3 years, but it had a huge impact. In this war, the Bloodline Tower was at a disadvantage, which made everything wonderfully changed again. However, their attention was still on the Bloodline Tower at this time, and they had no time to care about other things. Several dogleg forces also participated in it. Let the White Tower still develop steadily. This time lasted almost 10 years. The war in the central region is almost over. For the White Tower, no one knows what will happen next. Hey, even I can't predict so many things will happen. Eli looked away and returned to the room. In the face of time, although he can stay at any time, he can't get a glimpse of the whole picture, and what happens is not under his control, but fortunately, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he is not the third ring, he is invincible. He has this self-confidence, which comes from the accumulation of everything. In the past, he might panic in the face of multiple second ring limits, but now, there is no problem. The accumulation of 100 years has not only increased his strength, but also given him a clearer understanding of himself and his power. He is really strong. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a bell rang. Eli looked out of the next window curiously. If I remember correctly, 3 bells are a first-level alert for all forces. Although it is not as good as 6, 9 bells are a second level and the highest alert, which is already quite serious. What appears to be happening? Eli frowned, and at the same time, Token also received a message from Kratos. Meeting. There are only 2 words, but it is enough to explain the seriousness of the matter, because Eli has not participated in the parliament for decades, and this time Kratos took the initiative to remind him. Then go and participate. Eli tidied up his clothes and walked out of the Black Tower. This was the second time he had stepped out of the Black Tower in 50 years except Tiji's death. He took a look to see what happened. Chapter 194. Wearing a warlock robe, Eli walked out of the Black Tower prison. Passing through the dense forest, he soon came to the main area of the White Tower. What a difference! Eli walked on the street, looked at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared with 100 years ago, both the number of buildings and the density of buildings are much higher. Of course, the biggest changes are still the warlocks of the White Tower, whose strength is much stronger than before. 10 minutes later, he came to the White Tower. Stop, casual entry is not allowed here. 2 guards of third-class apprentices stopped Eli. Eli didn't expect this scene to happen, and he understood in the next second that he hadn't shown up for a long time, and then he took out his own token. This is Lord Herman? You are Lord Herman. The two guards glanced at the token. They were puzzled at first, and then realized that they opened their mouths wide. The person in front of him is He-Man, one of the legends of the White Tower. My lord, please come in. The two guards stepped aside immediately, for fear of offending Eli. Naturally, Eli didn't care about the two guards, and walked in directly. The White Tower is no longer in charge of other business, and it is not the same as before, so it is very spacious. He quickly came to the door of the conference room. He opened the door and walked in directly. Hey, am I the first to arrive? Walking in, there was no one there, and he was the first to arrive today, which is a bit rare. After thinking about it, he sat directly where he used to be. After half an hour, the first person came in. Kellen is a second ring wizard who made great contributions in an important battle more than 10 years ago. In addition, he thought that the White Tower had paid a lot of credit before and became a member of Parliament. Today he was called to sit in Parliament. Hey, someone has already arrived. Looking at the opened door, Kellen was a little surprised. Since the Parliament was usually delayed for half an hour a few years ago, few people came so early. He also came early today because he had nothing to do. It seemed that someone was earlier than him. Who is it? Kellen strode in, ready to say hello. But when he walked in and saw the only person inside, he was stunned. This is... He blinked, and there was actually a person sitting in the deputy speaker's seat that had been vacant all along. It looks young, but the aura is just a ring of layers. Is it a disguise? I've never seen this person before. Kellen frowned, a little confused. Finding faults is naturally impossible. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to come here. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Kellen's eyes widened. Walking into the conference room, he asked Eli respectfully. Hello, my lord. I'm Clin, the 8th counselor. Are you Lord Herman? Clin watched Eli approach slowly, and asked cautiously. Eli nodded. What, you are really Lord Herman? I didn't expect you to come to the meeting. Kellen couldn't believe it. This honorary counselor hadn't shown his face for almost 100 years. If the Black Tower prison hadn't been in operation, some people even suspected that he was dead. After saying hello, Kellen suppressed his excitement and returned to his seat. It's so explosive. But then he realized something was wrong. Even Herman had attended the meeting. What happened? With Kellen's arrival, one after another, the members of Parliament came one by one. They also expressed considerable shock when they saw Eli, and Eli sighed a little. I don't know each other, I don't know any of them. At this time, 8 counselors came, and Eli didn't know any of them. They were all new faces, but the difference was that they were all second ring, and one of the second ring limits showed that the White Tower was different from what it used to be. Another 5 minutes. Eli finally sees an acquaintance. Herman, you're still willing to come out? Rawls joked, sitting on the deputy speaker's seat. Haha, what happened? Eli asked directly. He didn't pay much attention to the outside world recently. I don't know either. Rawls shook his head. Okay. Eli had no choice but to wait for Kratos to come. After a while, other congressmen also came one by one. Ross also came, and sat in the seat of another deputy speaker. As for Silen, he died in a battle 30 years ago. Ross and Eli are very familiar and wanted to come over to say hello, but Eli just winked. After all, it would be strange for one deputy speaker to call another deputy speaker. At this time, the crowd was basically full, and Eli glanced around. Except for Ross and Rawls, he only knew 3 of the other 12 people, and the others were already different. The 12 people are all second ring, Ross is the late second ring, and Rawls is the limit of the second ring, but to Eli's surprise, the first member of the council is also a second ring limit. From the other population, Eli learned that his name was Laron, and he was fused with a bloodline of the third ring named Thorn Earth Dragon. He joined the White Tower by accident, and it has been almost 70 years. What do you think of his strength? Rawls joked in a low voice. Not bad. Eli commented briefly. Hehe, it's more than good. With the blood of the third ring and the extreme strength of the second ring, I should not be his opponent at this time. If it weren't for my seniority, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold him down, and he has always been very upset with Ross. As the deputy speaker, I think this is a shady scene, and I have some opinions on you. Rawls said quickly, and then turned his head back. When Rawls said this, Eli also found out that it seemed a little bit. Laron was a 30-year-old man with a yellowish complexion, a tall figure, and cocky eyes. He glanced at Eli and rose from time to time. Eli smiled and didn't take it seriously. It's just a Pablo-level warlock, and Ross, he guessed right, it was indeed a black box operation. He recruited his own person to be the deputy speaker, but he didn't care what other people thought. He shook his head, closed his eyes, and waited for Kratos. Sure enough, it's the Herman I know. Rawls looked at Eli and smiled in a low voice. Ever since he knew Eli, Eli didn't seem to see him flustered. Damn it! Laron gritted his teeth. Just now he was deliberately testing Herman, but he didn't think that this guy didn't take him seriously at all, and just closed his eyes to rest. The times have changed, and I still have the honorary title? If I was here at the same level as I am now, Pablo, I can also solve it, and I haven't made any contribution for decades, but I have always occupied a lot of resources and power. Laron took a deep breath. He was upset, super upset. 10 minutes later. Tread, tread. At the sound of footsteps, Eli opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Kratos is here. However, compared with 100 years ago, Kratos has changed too much at this time. He is old. Just like his former teacher, Kratos's skin was covered with wrinkles at this time, his hair was more than half white, and his body was no longer as burly as before. He has reached the end of his life. At the end of each warlock's life, due to the strong blood, it will cause a huge backlash on the appearance, making them age faster. Kratos is at this stage at this time. At this moment, he walked in slowly and saw Eli nodded, and Eli nodded in the same way. Another dying. As soon as Kratos came, everyone else became serious. He walked slowly to the chairman's position, looked at the crowd, sighed, and said in a heavy tone. Guys, we're in big trouble. Chapter 195. Big trouble? Everyone looked at each other and looked at Kratos, wondering what happened. Eli also frowned, with some doubts. Well, the latest news I just received today is that Hesoda is now free, and is going to deal with the south of the west coast, and we are among them. Kratos sighed. Heso Tower. Many counselors were shocked. That is a force with the third ring. If the third ring really comes, even all of them can't beat it. Of course, it is impossible for Hesoda's third ring to make a move. Kratos stretched out his hand, motioning for everyone to calm down, and continued, this time they don't intend to make a direct move, but the combination of the 5 forces will let's clean it up, then deal with the House of the Undead, and finally unite all forces to deal with the Tower of Blood. Kratos said calmly. Hiss. Hearing this, the others gasped. The purpose of this plan is undoubtedly to deal with the Bloodline Tower, and they are just stumbling blocks on the road that need to be cleared, and they have been subject to unwarranted disasters. Then, my lord, how did you know about this plan? Someone asked. You don't need to know this, but the alliance they formed has already started to act, and many small forces have been wiped out along the way. Kratos sighed. The entire council fell silent for a moment. Eli frowned. If this is the case, then it will be troublesome. Although the White Tower is developing well, but 100 years ago, any of those forces was a big power in the south of the west coast, which is comparable to the White Tower. No wonder everyone was silent. Because in their view, this was a hopeless battle. But when it comes to running, where can they go? The entire southern part of the west coast is this big, and cultivation can't be done by oneself alone. If there is no force to continuously provide resources for promotion, it may be a disaster. There is another bad news. They have come out in full force this time. They have already reached a distance of several hundred kilometers north of the White Tower. It is estimated that they will be here in 2 days. Kratos said another bad news. It's over. Some counselors gritted their teeth and closed their eyes. Do you want to leave here? Rawls also frowned and asked Kratos. I can't run away. They are casting a net downward. This time they want to search for all the southern forces. There is no force to avoid, unless you leave the west coast directly by boat, but the endless sea is a more dangerous place. Kratos thought for a while, then shook his head and refused. He-Man, what do you think? After speaking, Kratos looked at Eli, and found that he had actually taken out the dice at this time. It's like playing. Everyone frowned when they saw this scene. Laron was even more disgusted. What time was it? Kratos didn't respond, and looked forward to Eli's answer. "How many are there?" Eli asked, playing with the dice. "At present, judging from the remaining warlocks of other forces, it seems that there are 8 or 9 second-level limit, and then there are a large number of second-level wizards, and there are first-level and apprentices. However, most of the general second ring will be headed first, and the rest will come later, so we should first face a beheading team composed of 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 second ring limits." Koto's tone became more and more serious. The White Tower currently has 4 second ring limits, namely Kratos, Laron, Rawls, and Herman. At this time, he is already old, and his combat power is equivalent to that of the late stage of the second ring. Of course, if he breaks out desperately, he may be able to fight to the limit, and then Rawls and Laron will each have 1. Even if Herman can fight too, there are still 3 or 4. Well, what do they do to stop it? Is there any way? Kratos asked. He understood Herman's strength. 5 or 6? 7 or 8? Everyone stared at Eli, only to see that he had thrown the dice. Staring at the dice, everyone was puzzled. Rawls looked at the dice and Eli. "Pretending to be a ghost," Laron said, casting a glance at Eli. Although his voice was low, everyone else heard it, and they were a little surprised that Laron and Herman actually contradicted each other. It was at this time, so internal fighting would not break out, and the situation would be even worse. At this point the dice also stopped. 6. As soon as the dice stopped, Eli moved too. He put away the dice, then raised his head. "It's enough to prepare for defense normally, and I will do it when the time comes." After speaking, he turned and left. The White Tower is already one of the forces in his hands, and it provides him with a lot of resources every year. If it is destroyed like this, it would be too hasty, and the fate dice has already given a very positive answer. Seeing the back of Eli leaving, everyone was dumbfounded. Rawls gasped, it was such a familiar feeling. The corner of Laurent's mouth twitched. Anyway, he is also at the limit of the second ring. Eli doesn't take him seriously at all. "Why don't you be so crazy?" Others were also a little dissatisfied. They were not from the previous class, and they hadn't seen how Eli saved the White Tower. They just thought he was putting on airs with his past achievements. "Hey, this Black Soda joint force is not comparable to the 10,000 Blood Alliance that has been around for more than 100 years. Herman is a bit arrogant." Indeed, this honorary title only happened when the White Tower was still weak. Times have changed, but he is still stuck in the past. Some counselors were talking about it, but Laron slapped the table directly. "It's crazy. The crowd is passionate." Suddenly, someone spoke at this time, and everyone looked over to see Rawls, and he said with an embarrassed face, "Although I don't want to say it, but according to my understanding of Herman, he's not crazy, it's just that he never puts you in his eyes." Everyone. "Indeed," Rose thoughtfully added. Everyone was silent for a moment. "What the hell?" Kratos covered his face. Rawls and Ross are undoubtedly on Herman's side, but the others may not necessarily come. He is old and many things are not convenient. Humph. The corner of Laurent's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back, turned and left. "This force is hopeless. Looks like there's another way out." The others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Since the chat is over, let's go and prepare to defend." Kratos sighed and dismissed the meeting. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The action of the Alliance forces under Hizuo Tower did not hide, so it spread throughout the entire White Tower that day, which made everyone suddenly fall into panic. Many warlocks feel that there is no hope at all, and many warlocks run away directly, and some directly choose to lie flat and give up resistance. The White Tower strictly prohibits such behavior. Of course, the White Tower officials also took measures. Kratos summoned most of the warlocks in the sphere of influence that day, and built a line of defense overnight to block the enemy's attack. As for most of the high-level officials, they were also summoned and joined the defense line. Escaping will only lead to faster death, but if you are in a group, then there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. The only thing that surprised everyone is that 2 people did not come. Herman and Laron. Laron didn't know where to go after yesterday, while Herman was still leisurely staying in the Black Tower. According to people, he was still patrolling in the Black Tower as usual this morning, which made everyone there was silence. "What the hell? Everyone is nervous to meet the strong enemy, you go to work as usual?" This also made many people feel a little disappointed with Eli, thinking that the former honorary counselor was just afraid, and used his work as a prevarication. This reason was still believed by many people. A day flies by in the blink of an eye. The people of the Hesota coalition forces are also getting closer, which makes the atmosphere even more tense. According to the spies, the decapitation team has already set off, directly dispatching 8 second ring limits, a bunch of second rings for cover, and a first ring. The arrival of this news made everyone feel a little desperate. How could they resist it? In the Black Tower prison, Master Yi, who had finished his day's work, locked the gate tower, and then quickly flew towards the front line. After absorbing this wave, the mental power should reach 200. Chapter 196. Eli, who left the Black Tower, traveled smoothly all the way, passed through a large forest, and arrived at the front line 2 hours later, but he did not approach, but flew directly to a further distance. After flying for another half an hour, I chose a place that must pass through, a canyon. There are towering rock walls on both sides, and a wide road at the bottom. Here, Eli stopped and began to arrange the witch array. After the arrangement, he closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the arrival of the Black Soda Alliance. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. People are coming. In the canyon, Eli opened his eyes with calm eyes. Time back to 5 minutes ago. On a piece of grassland, a group of people moved forward quickly. There were 8 people in total, 5 men and 3 women, all wearing uniform black warlock robes, with the logo of a black tower branded on it, which was the logo of Heso Tower. A group of people moved forward quickly, and suddenly a man spoke. It is said that after we deal with the White Tower, the House of the Dead will follow. I don't know how the Black Tower will deal with this force. Nicholas is very strong. This is a tall man, asking several people rode. Humph, Nicholas is really powerful, but as long as we unify the southern part of the west coast, he doesn't matter at all. After all, he is just an undead. It's just that everyone is too busy to deal with it. This is not a world of alien races. A plump woman replied. Indeed. The other man agreed. I'm a little tired, hurry up, I have to take a good rest when I'm done with this. A weak-faced man said indifferently. Ha ha ha, Andal, you look down on the White Tower too much. An old man next to the weak man said with a smile. Oh, Modai, don't tell me you don't think so. Andal glanced at the old man and said. The old man didn't speak, but the smile on the corner of his mouth showed his thoughts. There was really nothing to say. The gap between the weak White Tower and them was too great. They didn't think there would be any surprises. The only thing that was a little embarrassing was that the previous few were exposed by beheading, which might be a bit troublesome. But it's still a small problem, we'll talk about it when we go, if there is danger, then wait for the big troops. A group of people looked at each other. They used to be old rivals and knew each other very well. It's just that the world is unpredictable, but now they have become teammates. Ahead is a canyon. Suddenly, a man at the front said that his eyes were pure white, which was due to the influence of his fused blood. At this time, his eyes seemed to see through a few kilometers, and he saw the canyon in the distance. Oh, there is no ambush, right? Someone asked in surprise, is there anything strange about this canyon? There seems to be someone. How many people, did they choose to fight here? The plump woman frowned. This shouldn't be a good place to lay a battlefield. Forward. But to their surprise, this time the white-eyed man fell into a long silence, as if he didn't know what to say. Crow, don't waste time. Suddenly, a middle-aged wizard spoke up. He had a stern face, and his aura should be considered the strongest among the few, and he was also the leader of the team. I don't know if I read it wrong. The crow hesitated for a long time, then turned his head, and said, but in my perception, there is only one person, less than the third ring. One person. Times 7. Several people spoke at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. How could it be one person? Don't think that one person can stop them, everyone's eyes are funny and full of sarcasm. There are 8 of them here at the limit of the second ring. Even if Nicholas is here at this time, it is absolutely impossible to be their opponent. So who in the White Tower has such confidence? So arrogant. It looks like someone is going to die. A few seconds later, the leading captain showed his white teeth. Ha ha ha, indeed, according to Laurent who wants to join us, there are not many real strong people in the White Tower at present. There is only one guy named He-Man who needs to be careful. It is said that he was very strong 100 years ago. Hey, death for nothing. The old man was also very determined. Then everyone, let's go and see this brave wizard. The leading captain smiled slightly, but his eyes were full of killing intent. Everyone laughed and continued to move forward quickly. Within a few minutes, everyone saw the canyon. The tall canyon stands above the ground, with unobstructed views on both sides. There is no possibility of enemies hiding, and at the bottom of the valley, a figure can be faintly seen. It's really a person. Everyone smiled and walked into the valley lined up. If this is still scary, then they have lived in vain. Soon, they saw this person. A well-proportioned man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a black wizard robe, holding a thick staff in his hand, with a very handsome face, was looking at them calmly. This is Herman. The captain asked uncertainly. According to Laurent's news, this is indeed Herman. The old man took out a crystal ball and confirmed it. Hey, it's really pretty, but it's a pity that I already have 15 husbands, so I don't have any plans recently. The plump woman covered her mouth and chuckled, even her body trembled. Don't show off, I seem to have felt his strength. A man glanced at the woman's gap, and then laughed at Eli. A group of people expressed their opinions separately, as if they didn't take Eli seriously. If they were a little worried before they came, but at this time they are relaxed. Oh, Laurent, is this fellow a traitor? Everyone was discussing, and Eli who was standing suddenly spoke. Hey, I'm dumb because of it. That's right. Laurent has joined us. There's no way. The White Tower is too weak. We are more suitable for him. The captain said calmly. Oh, I see. It seems that he has to be cleaned up after going back. Eli glanced at him and nodded. Team leader? Looking at Eli's serious look, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Go back? Do you think you can go back? What do you think of us? Sorry, I'm afraid there is no way to realize your idea. Now you have only one choice, either die or join us like Laurent. We can spare your life. What is a White Tower? Living is the most important thing. The captain stood up and said to Eli. The White Tower is really nothing. Under the captain's gaze, Eli shook his head and said, but it's still one of my resources, and, in fact, there is a third option. The third type. The 8 people were puzzled. What is this Herman talking about? That is to kill you. Ha ha ha. Hilarious, everyone laughed instantly. At this moment, they couldn't hold it anymore. No one thought that Eli would say such a funny thing. Did you hear that? He's going to kill us. The old man frowned and smiled strangely. Haha, it's too bad, it's too bad. The plump female wizard laughed and trembled. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Suddenly, the expression of the man with blank eyes seemed to change. What's wrong? The captain wondered. I feel like there are a lot of breaths around me. It seems a bit like a skeleton, or something else. There are many, many, many. The white-eyed man was sweating from behind. The white-eyed man is fused with a bloodline with strong observation ability. The observation is the strongest among several people, and there are almost no problems, so this statement made others serious. Everyone looked around. No skeletons? How could he perceive skeletons? Hey, is it dark? A man turned and frowned. No, it's a shadow. At this time, everyone looked around and suddenly realized that at some point, the other side of the canyon had been closed, countless shadows blocked the road, and large shadows from other directions also poured out, blocking the road. Ka ka ka. Everyone looked confused and formed a circle subconsciously. At this time, they also faintly felt that something was wrong with the development of the matter. Everyone looked at Eli, who was still standing there, but his blood had turned into blood, and a pair of golden vertical pupils looked at them with a half-smile, as if disdainful. On the other side, several people also understood where the clicking sound came from. Skeletons emerged from the shadows one by one, occupying the entire canyon in an instant. The first and second rings can be seen everywhere, and there are several 5 or 6 meters in it, as if many skeletons are combined. Not much worse than them. Quantity. About tens of thousands? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, as well as the sea of undead that had surrounded them, and Herman holding a staff on the opposite side. A huge fireball was ready to go. Everyone fell silent. There does seem to be a third possibility. Chapter 197. Skeleton. The group looked at the skeletons around, not only being a little confused about the quantity and quality, but also looking at Eli with completely different eyes, which is not what a warlock should have. One of the highest levels of the White Tower is actually a wizard, which is really big news. You know, wizards are called and beaten by everyone on the west coast. Among them, the white-eyed man looked at Eli solemnly, and then took out a crystal ball to pass on the news, but found that the news couldn't get out at all. There is a shielded witch formation here, and the news can't get out, and I see that the defenses around the periphery are also very strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out if we don't deal with Herman. He retracted the crystal ball, and his eyes turned to the shadow outside the canyon. Look at the wall. Then let's fight. After receiving the news, the captain looked at the skeletons around him. He wanted to see how long He-Man could last with so many skeletons. Several other people also looked at each other in blank dismay, and all of them became bloody instantly. Pale blood bat, giant rock elephant, howling banshee, flame lion. One by one blood was stimulated, a pair of blood-colored wings grew behind the white-eyed man, and his body became blood red. The captain's body was covered with large rocks, his eyes also turned cocky, and the plump female sorceress became alluring, a tail grows from behind. The battle is imminent. The captain launched the attack first, and he stepped his right leg towards the ground, and a large rock pillar appeared on the ground in front of him instantly, burying dozens of skeletons in an instant. Roar! After doing this, he let out a roar and rushed towards Eli. He knew very well that as long as Eli was resolved, these were minor problems. Others also covered the captain and approached Eli. Eli naturally couldn't let them do what they wanted. The skeletons rushed forward and attacked the warlocks. Some of them were attacking them with shadow weapons, and some of the more distant skeletons were holding bone staffs. Fireballs flew towards them, alternately from far and near, and even the sky and the ground were harassed by undead. Compared with before, the types of his skeleton undead are much richer and stronger at this time. As soon as the skeletons rushed forward, the group of 8 felt the pressure instantly. Damn it, why are these skeletons so powerful? The plump woman tried to charm, but found that there was none at all, so she could only crush an approaching undead with her tail, cursing. He-Man is hiding too deeply. I doubt that even Nicholas may be able to defeat him. Outrageous amount. At this time, the group also realized the severity of the mission. Eli was far more troublesome than they believed. Originally, they thought it would be a big deal if 2 or 3 people besieged them, but looking at it now, it was obvious that Herman beat them 8 by himself, which made them very angry. Stunned. Half an hour later. Boom! Attacking back a wave of undead again, everyone gathered around and looked at each other. This won't work, so we won't even be able to break through to Herman and change our strategy, Dill. The 4 of you will clean up the skeletons in front of me, and the others will attack Herman from a distance, and let me sprint in front of Herman. Necromancers have fought like this before, and they are generally not strong in melee combat, even if they are integrated into the blood. The captain looked at the undead who were still like an ocean around him, and knew that he couldn't go on like this. Yes. Everyone nodded and started to act. 3 of them approached the captain, surrounded him, and then approached Eli. The other 4 looked at each other, and then attacked Eli in the distance. In an instant, the Flame Lion Warlock took a deep breath, and a concentrated flame was generated, and then flew across the air, flying towards Eli, and a ring of skeletons melted directly along the way, his powerful blow. But what surprised him was that Eli didn't dodge. Instead, he swung his staff with his right hand, and a shield that looked like a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the fireball hit it directly, and was swallowed? Swallowed. Warlock's eyes widened. Was swallowed? He watched the fireball pouring straight into the wall of shadow, without even causing a little change. The only change was some ripples on it. Is it so outrageous? Really not bad. Eli, feeling some extra magic power in his body, pursed his lips. Since this is a battle, why not an opportunity for him to test his strength? The shield in front of him is not a simple shadow shield, but a new sorcery created by Eli's innovative devouring system, the special sorcery of the second ring, the Wall of Devouring. The function is to swallow the enemy's attack directly. Of course, if it's just like this, then there is nothing special about this witchcraft. Mode, even covering Eli, can be regarded as a witchcraft that combines battery life and defense. Although they were swallowed by the attack, the few people didn't think there was any problem, and just started a new round of attacks. The group of 4 who attacked Eli frantically attacked Eli, and all kinds of powerful elemental attacks rushed towards Eli, but to the bewilderment of several people, Eli did not dodge at all, just let the attack hit on the shield. While they were attacking, the other team was even more confused at this time. Damn it, it's been almost an hour. How come the number of skeletons hasn't decreased at all, but has become more ferocious? I think the strength of this skeleton is getting more and more outrageous. Indeed, how could he have so much magical power? The captain looked at them who were getting farther and farther away from Eli at this time, and felt very confused. This is completely unreasonable, such a large range of skeletons, even if it is a necromancer, can't last for so long, and he turned his head to look. On the other side, the four-person team attacked with all their strength, extremely fierce. While blocking the attack, he also controlled the skeleton ocean. How can a normal person do this? It's totally wrong. What about conservation of energy? He can become a wizard with the limit of the second ring, and he is naturally not an idiot. Looking at the relaxed Eli and the shield devouring the elements in front of him, he seems to realize that something is wrong. He immediately turned around and shouted to the group of four, "Don't attack his shield, this shield seems to be able to replenish his strength." A majestic voice sounded, and the eyes of the group of four flickered, as if they understood something was wrong. They stopped immediately. "Don't worry about anything else, everyone, just break through in the direction of Herman, or we will all die. This guy is even more troublesome than Nicholas. He hides too deeply." The captain continued. Everyone also nodded their heads one after another. At this moment, they also understood how terrifying their opponent was this time. It's not like a normal second ring at all. Even if it's a necromancer, time doesn't matter. It may have something to do with their replenishment, but the number is also extremely wrong. How long have these corpses been collected? Where did they come from? If Eli knew, he would purse his lips. Just kidding, he has dealt with the prisoners of the White Tower expansion for so many years, and they are all of high quality. There is also the House of the Undead. You must know that they are purebred undead, but few people know how they deal with the corpses, and Iris Hawa, the three big powers are collecting corpses for Eli. Can it be too many? To put it bluntly, even if it was just like this for a day, Eli didn't feel any pressure at all. As for mana consumption, Eli thought for a while, took out 2 bottles of potion, and gulped it down, and his mental power and magic power quickly recovered. A bottle of magic potion replenishes magic power, and a bottle of blood bamboo flower potion replenishes mental power. I go. On the other side, the group of 8 watched Eli drink the potion, and instantly felt that his breath was full again. Everyone looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the problem. What made them desperate was that Eli's speed was very fast. Although they kept approaching Eli, he was also retreating, the distance was getting farther and farther away, and he didn't fight them at all. Finish. Feeling the power of the blood gradually being consumed in their bodies, everyone took a deep breath. Fighting. Either Eli died or they died today. An hour later, the captain looked at the 2 remaining warlocks beside him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What the hell? 50 minutes ago, Eli launched a long-range witchcraft attack. In just 50 minutes, they saw hundreds of kinds of witchcraft, involving various aspects, and with skeletons, they suffered heavy casualties in an instant. And it gave him the feeling, as if Eli was playing. That's right, just playing. It was as if they were puppets experimenting with witchcraft, otherwise how could they have used so much witchcraft, and what made him confused was, how long have you been learning so much witchcraft? Is your time so worthless? But... He glanced at the seriously injured people behind him. They don't seem to last long. Another hour. The captain looked at the already empty surroundings and silently closed his eyes. There is no need to fight, it is completely a dimensionality reduction blow. After a few seconds, he raised his hand. I surrender. Chapter 198. The captain knelt on the ground with a helpless expression on his face. At this moment, he just wanted to slap himself a few times for his ignorance. They seriously underestimated the power of the White Tower, and more precisely, they seriously underestimated He-Man's strength. This warlock, or wizard, is simply outrageous. 1 beat 8, and even hung them up to beat them. He turned his head and looked around. At this time, the corpses of several other second-ring warlocks were lying on the ground. How arrogant they were a few hours ago, but no one made a sound at this moment. How arrogant he was just now is how embarrassing he is now. As he surrendered, the surrounding skeletons also gradually receded to both sides. Among the bones, he finally saw the enemy they fought this time, Herman. You hide really deep. He looked at Eli complicatedly. No, I never hid it, it's just that you are too weak. Eli shook his head. Team leader. Although it is true, it is very shocking. Tell me, how many people are behind you, what are the specific configurations, and what means are you planning to launch an attack on? If the words are good, maybe I can let you go. Eli looked at him and said calmly. Okay. The captain hesitated for a moment. At this moment, he just wanted to survive. There is a second level extreme warlock behind, and 22nd level warlocks, and there are still 1 level, and because there are more high-end combat power, the apprentice only brought 500. That's it. Eli nodded. If this is the case, then there is no need for him to participate in the follow-up. After all, it is possible to penetrate alone, but it is a bit too ostentatious. Eli was thinking, and the Hesota heavy rock mammoth warlock in front of him lit up when he saw Eli raising his head in contemplation. This should be the closest he was to this wizard. Such a short distance, once. The mammoth warlock gritted his teeth, and made a decision in an instant. Instead of handing over his life to Herman, he might as well give it a go. Thinking of this, the power of his blood began to run at a rapid speed again. Muscles also start to tense. Roar! In an instant, he let out a roar, and then rushed towards Eli in an instant, punching out, the earth elements gathered, and he felt as if his blood was burning. This is his full blow, and it is also the strongest blow. You must know that the Chanjun Colossus is originally a second ring creature that is extremely good at strength, so he put all his hopes on this punch that gathered all his strength. He didn't think Eli, a wizard, could resist it. Go to hell! A hideous smile appeared on his face. In the next second, the smile froze. Boom! The fist was blocked. He looked at the scale-covered dragon claws that grabbed his fist in front of him, his powerful strength was easily dispelled, and the opponent even felt very relaxed. You! He looked confused. It shouldn't be. Your bloodline is so strong? Are you not a wizard? Tai raised his head and looked at Eli. Eli's golden vertical pupil exuded a shocking aura, instantly making his back drenched in cold sweat. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Your clothes are a little dirty, I want to clean them up for you. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Eli smiled kindly. In the next second, Eli directly exerted force. Ah! The warlock let out a terrified roar, his arm was torn off in an instant, and then in his frightened eyes, the dragon's claws were directly buckled on his head. No. The black ring lit up, and the warlock's mental power rushed into Eli's mind. The warlock looked terrified, and the light in his eyes disappeared little by little. A minute later, Eli's mental power increased from 197 to 198. As for the warlock, he is already dead. Then he quickly absorbed several other warlocks. As long as they were within 3 hours of death, they could all be absorbed, but the longer the interval, the faster the mental power would dissipate. However, the spiritual power of the 8 second level limit warlocks is still very impressive. After absorbing it, Eli's spiritual power finally reached the limit of advancement. 200 points. That's great, I can consider advancing in the future. Sensing the spiritual power in his brain, Eli felt a burst of joy. It has been 200 to 300 years since breaking through the second ring, and finally reached this step, and the next step is to prepare to advance, but it is troublesome to advance to the third ring, so there is no rush. Everything is about stability. After a few seconds of emotion, Eli began to collect a few warlock relics. In the end, 600 middle-grade magic stones were collected in the hands of several warlocks, which is almost 60,000 low-grade magic stones, which is quite a lot if you carry them with you. In addition to magic stones, there are other things, some valuable materials, and some cheat books. Hey, this is not bad. Among the books, Eli found a good thing. The Secret Method of Burning Blood, a secret technique for escaping. Open the title page, which introduces this secret technique. This secret method is based on the research of a monster called the Blood Arrow Snake. The Blood Arrow Snake is a special creature. When it encounters danger, it will release the blood sac in its body, and then it can escape quickly after being activated. Relying on this, he developed this secret technique, which can burn blood to escape when necessary, and even burn vitality when the situation is serious. Although the cost is huge, if life is in danger, the cost is not to be feared. Interesting. After reading the introduction, Eli became interested. Burning blood and life to burst speed, although this is a secret method, it is more of a skill, a transformation, and it happens to be what Eli currently lacks. When he goes back, he will study it carefully, this is a means of saving his life. Except for this, the others are relatively common items, and Eli just glanced at them and collected them in the secret realm. Currently, he is backed by the White Tower, Iris Flower, and the House of the Undead. He really does not lack general resources. After dealing with the loot, Eli cleaned up the traces of the battlefield, and then returned in the direction of the White Tower. He has not forgotten that there is still a warlock in the White Tower that has not been dealt with. Laron. Eli left the canyon, and 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of the White Tower's defense line. The front line of the White Tower. This place was originally a plain, but at this time, a wall of 7 or 8 meters stood on the plain, which was built by warlocks of the blood of the earth element. At this time, on this wall, all the White Tower warlocks are ready to go. And in the middle section, all the upper floors of the White Tower are here. Kratos, Rawls, Rose, Laron. Kratos stood at the front, experienced the baptism of years, he has long lost the domineering he used to be, but at this time the leather armor on his body and the lowered eyes, everyone is very normal and clear, this may be the last time this old man fought. He is too old, unless he burns his life, it is impossible for him to explode to his former strength. Rawls stood on one side. Can you really hold on? He also knew very well in his heart that this battle was really a disaster. After all, their opponents in the first round are 8 second ring ultimates. One must know that at the level of the second ring warlock, every time a bloodline warlock condenses a bloodline core, their strength can be 1 to 2 times stronger. Question, but how much post do they have here? They can block a few, but what about the others? There's another, worse, scenario where they gang up and kill a few of them before they deal with the others. But fortunately, Laron is back. He glanced at Laron who was not far away. This guy, who didn't know where he went before, suddenly returned half an hour ago. Although this guy has always been a bad person, his strength is indeed very good, not inferior to him. Why not yet? Laron also looked into the distance, but what he was thinking was this time, the adults should be here? Could it be that they encountered obstacles in the middle, or did they change their strategy and prepare to wait for the large forces to attack together? Laron didn't know, but he was confident. The Black Tower alliance is very strong, and the White Tower is not an opponent at all. When he disappeared, he used means to contact them, hoping to surrender in advance. After all, the gap is too big, he really can't see hope, he might as well surrender, and if he does well, he might have the opportunity to join Hizuo Tower in the future, obtain the information to advance to the third ring, and advance to the third ring. This little power, treat whoever you like. Master Herman, is he really not coming? Rose was worried. Someone. Suddenly, a warning sound sounded, and everyone instantly became refreshed. Thousands of people on a defense line were on alert. This alert was a detection method ahead, which meant that someone was coming. Here comes the Black Soda Alliance. Everyone held their weapons, their eyes were fixed on the front, their eyes were firm, and they were ready to fight. Bring it on. Fight to the end. Chapter 199. Under the scorching sun. Everyone's eyes were firm, and they stared into the distance. The atmosphere was extremely dignified. In this case, even the passing sound of a flying bird could be clearly heard. Everyone knew that they were about to face a terrifying danger, but most of them still refused to look back, just because they knew that they had no choice, this battle was for the White Tower. Tread! Tread! Suddenly, among the dust in the distance, everyone heard footsteps, although they were light but very clear, it felt like stepping on the ground with fallen leaves in a quiet jungle, reaching everyone's ears. Someone! Between the dust, a figure slowly appeared. Is it finally here? Kratos took a deep breath, sensing his few vitality, this should be his last battle, no matter what the result is, it has nothing to do with him. It's a pity for this power. I'm a little excited. Rolls grinned, baring his teeth, while the fighting blood in his body began to boil. Different from that group of ordinary apprentices, as one of the highest ranks, they had no chance to surrender, they could only fight, and that guy Herman didn't know where to go. It's finally here. Laron also smiled sinisterly. Although a little late, but fortunately normal. Well, with the body like this, it should be Lord Croda. Laurent stared at the figure in the dust, guessing who was the first to come out. He thinks he should be the captain of this team. Hey, no, he's not that thin. Laurent suddenly felt that something was wrong. As the figure approached, not only did this figure not look like those people, but it looked more like Master Herman. Suddenly, a warlock pointed at the figure between the lines of defense and said, and his eyes were like eagle eyes. Herman? The warlock's voice was abrupt, like thunder on the ground, which made everyone feel astonished, but what made them even more confused was the words from the warlock's mouth. Herman. How could it be Lord Herman? Even if it was, he should have come out from behind. But it does seem a bit like it, and Lord Herman doesn't seem to have appeared. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The dignified atmosphere was instantly destroyed, some warlocks said questioningly, while others looked at the figure, as if they wanted to see if what he said was true. Herman. Kratos also looked confused, looking towards the figure. This figure seems to be a bit similar. It seems to be Lord Herman. I saw it, it's really Lord Herman. There is a warlock blood who is good at observation, as if he really saw Eli's face from a distance, and as Eli approached at this time, everyone seemed to realize that this person was really He-Man. It's really him. A few kilometers away, Kratos finally confirmed that the figure was Herman, but this made him even more confused. Why is Herman at the front? This. Rawls blinked, but didn't understand. Laurent's heart skipped a beat for no reason. It was Herman, he thought it was adults, but if it was Herman, where did the adults go? He was very puzzled, but he didn't think about He-Man. After all, it was the limit of 8-second rings. In this way, in the eyes of everyone, Eli walked a few kilometers in front of the defense line alone, came to the front of the defense line in the eyes of everyone, and then jumped up. Herman, you. On the defensive line, everyone's eyes were cast over. Kratos and Rawls also looked at Eli, as if they wanted him to give an explanation. He-Man, why did you go to the front? Laurent asked bluntly. Meet my friend. Eli smiled, looked at Laurent and said kindly. Meet friends? These words made several people dumbfounded. Friend? Herman, you are too much. What time is it? You actually left the White Tower without authorization. The others looked at Eli, but Laurent said unceremoniously. He was going to leave here anyway, and he wasn't afraid of the consequences. Yeah, you're right. Eli nodded hurriedly, but his eyes were more kind, and he said, I also brought my friends here, and you know them too, do you want to take a look? Hey! Laurent frowned, and wanted to reprimand, but Herman in front of him suddenly moved. With a wave of his hand, 8 heads lined up on the ground in front of him, lying on the ground. In just an instant, Laurent's eyes widened. He looked at the 8 heads in front of him, and his body was instantly filled with panic, making it difficult for him to breathe. These 8 heads were the 8 adults he had met the day before yesterday. In the end, what happened? He froze and couldn't speak a word. This frankly seems to be our opponent. At this moment, a member of the Second Ring Road looked at a row of heads and shouted. After 2 days, they have naturally seen the portraits of the high-level people on the side of the Black Soda Alliance, and the faces of the heads in front of them match them. This is our enemy. But why did it appear here? Could it be Lord Herman? So Master Herman is so strong. Oh my god, I was thinking about what to do if the power is destroyed just now, but now I seem to be thinking too much, but this is too incredible, is it true? Everyone was not an idiot. Looking at the heads of several people, and Eli had just returned from the front line, he naturally guessed what happened. Herman killed the invading enemy. But this is the limit of 8-second rings. He-Man actually killed 8 of the limit of the second ring. This is what the second ring can do. It's outrageous. Everyone looked at Eli and seemed to want him to give an accurate answer. Herman, did you kill these? Kratos asked with difficulty. Affirmative answer. Oh. Kratos nodded and closed his eyes. The amount of information was too much for him to accept. He was going to fight with all his might just now, but you suddenly told me that Herman easily dealt with the enemy. Does he still want to lose face? Rawls' boiling blood also gradually cooled down, and he suddenly felt that his previous thoughts might be too much, so embarrassing. Every time Herman can exceed his expectations, he feels that his knowledge is really not good enough. As expected of an adult. Rose in the crowd looked at Eli with even more admiration, as if he had returned to the day when the White Tower was about to be destroyed by the alliance of 10,000 bloods. Although 100 years have passed, my lord is still a lord, and is still the one with the highest combat power in the White Tower. Kratos and the others were so surprised, let alone other personnel. I'm going, it's actually true. I suddenly understand why Lord Herman is an honorary title. Me too. I used to think he was unworthy. I was an idiot. 8 hits by one person? That's outrageous. At this time, everyone fell into a silence, each with their own thoughts, shock, disbelief, suspicion, and admiration mixed together. No one thought that the story of a few days would have such an ending. Compared with the positive emotions of most people, at this time one person is really like falling into an ice cave. Laurent looked at Eli stiffly, his body couldn't help shaking, he seemed to understand why Eli was so abnormal just now, he should have been discovered. But he couldn't figure it out, is this Herman so strong? Thick regret poured into his body in an instant, and at this moment, his gaze changed from begging to pleading, and he understood that once Herman revealed his identity, he would not be able to escape. Please. Laurent said with difficulty. You betrayed the White Tower. But Eli spoke faster, he said it directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence again. Please, come around me once, I really know it's just a momentary obsession, give me a chance, don't kill me. Before everyone could react, they saw Laurent knelt down and begged for mercy. He knew very well that if he was really defined, he would definitely not be able to escape, not to mention the fighting power of Herman in front of him, if he really killed the group of 8, even if he added a few more, he might not be able to escape. Seeing Laurent begging for mercy, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, no one expected such a scene to happen. A good big victory suddenly turned into Laurent's confession. This turning point was really a bit of a flashback. Kratos was also a little confused, but since Herman said it, it should be true. Laurent's actions proved all this. Someone come and arrest him. Eli said directly, he was betrayed, so there was nothing to say. Soon, someone came over and locked Laurent, and walked towards the prison. During this process, Laurent didn't resist. He knew that resistance would kill him faster. Oh, there is another troop behind, but there is only 1 second ring limit. There should be no problem with so many of you. Let me go first. The Black Tower has to patrol at night. Looking around, Eli left. Everyone made way for him and looked at him with strange eyes. Yes, I'm sure this is Herman. The corner of Rawls's mouth twitched. He was still thinking about work at this moment, so Herman was the only one who could do such a thing. Okay, we'll talk about Herman's matter later, there are still enemies behind, let's continue to wait. Kratos looked helplessly at Eli's leaving back, and shook his head. Well, since there are not many enemies, why don't we take the initiative to attack? We have thousands of people here. Without high-end combat power, they are not our opponents at all. At this time, Ross suddenly proposed. Moment. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Why wait, now they are the ones who have the initiative. Then launch an attack directly. Kratos thought for a while, it seemed that this was indeed more appropriate. Following Kratos' order, all the warlocks also smiled. It's time for a counterattack. Chapter 200. The new calendar is 3,510 years. In the southern part of the west coast, the White Tower defeated the warlocks of the Black Soda Alliance. Once the news came out, the entire south of Hesota and some forces in the middle were shocked. It's okay, big win. The next day, Eli, who received the news in the Black Tower, nodded. He has done that. If the White Tower can't defeat them, then the White Tower can simply be disbanded. Of course, defeating the Alliance is nothing. For Eli, there is more to think about. For example, how should the White Tower develop in the future, the changes brought about by the reaction of the Black Tower, etc., and what should Eli do? The most important thing is the reaction of Hesota. They have 3 rings, and this is not something I can deal with. He fell into thought. He can be said to be truly invincible in the second ring now, even if it is another race. Eli doesn't think he will lose, but he is not proud, because there is still a 3rd ring. The 3rd ring and the 2nd ring are different. Eli's mind came up with the 3rd ring from Nick and other collected information. Its powerful foundation and the 2nd ring are 2 dimensions, and there is no comparison. There are 2 reasons for this. One is that the fusion of magic power and spiritual power will be carried out when advancing to the third ring. It can be said that it is another kind of substance. Pure quality and finesse have been greatly improved. Another reason is that advancing to the third ring wizard will also achieve a preliminary understanding of nature, or in other words, communication. Once this barrier is broken, it will be improved even more than the first one. If the wizard used the magic power in his body to fight before, then he can communicate with the outside world and directly mobilize the huge elemental power from the outside world. The difference in the number may directly reach several times, dozens of times. Terrible gap. Warlocks are similar, they can also mobilize more power from nature, and the essential power of blood is much stronger. So what Eli is most worried about now is that the third ring of the Black Tower is coming straight to the White Tower, so he will definitely run away. After all, if the White Tower is gone, it will be gone. Now he has 3 forces. It is hard to lose one, but it is also acceptable. However, Hesso Tower is restrained by the Bloodline Tower. It should not be a big problem, and it is unlikely to run here. Eli thought, and then threw the fate dice. The 3 rings of Black Short will come within 10 years. 2 o'clock. 2 points, it's okay. It seems unlikely. Eli's heart relaxed a little, but he couldn't relax too much. After all, the stronger the ability to predict, the more inaccurate the prediction will be. So, Eli pursed his lips, and decided to go to the wizard camp to avoid it in a few days. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. The distance to the third ring is getting closer and closer, so Eli has to be careful. Speaking of advancing to the third ring, in fact, he has been preparing for this matter for a long time. Although there is no promotion information for a warlock, Eli does not intend to advance through the method of a warlock, but insists on taking the path of a wizard, which cannot be changed. To advance to the third ring, not only the materials needed, but also various aids from the witch formation, as well as a large number of soul crystals, and secondly, a precious third ring potion. Soul melting potion. The effect is that it can provide protection and lubrication when the magic power and spiritual power are fused, and it can also prevent the soul from being damaged when it fails. After all, advancing is a very dangerous thing. Backed by the 3 forces, he has already prepared most of the resources. Only there is a problem with the soul melting potion, and there are still 3 kinds of magic plants that have not been found. They are fear beech, human face flower, and water elemental fruit. The first 2 are magic plants of the second ring, and the latter is the magic plant of the third ring, and it is also a very precious part of the third ring. Fear beech and human face flower have been looking for, and as far as Eli knows, Fear beech is available in Lilith Warlock Academy, and this academy is one of the few alliances he defeated, so this should be easy to get. Regarding the human face flower, the iris flower force also has some clues and is looking for it. Only the last fruit of the water element has no clue at all, because it is a kind of magical plant in the water, which grows in the sea, and Eli can only send people to the endless sea to find it. No one knows how long it will take. Take it easy. Thinking of these difficulties, Eli shook his head. As long as it is not extinct on the west coast, as for the search later, take your time. He couldn't find it in a year or 2, and he couldn't find it in 10 or 20 years. He didn't believe that he couldn't find it in 100 or 200 years. He has a lot of time. After staying for a few more days, he will leave here temporarily, and he also has his own ideas about how to deal with his power in the future, which needs to be further implemented, and of course it depends on the specific implementation of specific changes. He is watching. Just as Eli was thinking, the news of the White Tower's victory came within a day. Many small forces that have not yet been wiped out were shocked. No one expected that the White Tower would win. You must know that the alliance composed of 5 major southern forces actually collapsed in front of the White Tower. For a while, their feelings about the White Tower were extremely complicated. No one thought that this silently developing force in the south would be so terrifying. As for how they were defeated, everyone only knew that Baida alone defeated the joint forces of several second rings, and then the coalition forces defeated by others. As for who this person is, the name is not widely spread, but it is only known that it is a sorcerer in charge of the famous Black Tower of the White Tower, and saved the White Tower 100 years ago, which is not far from the third ring. With this matter, many remaining small forces chose to directly join the White Tower. After all, everyone can see that the White Tower will definitely be the dominant force in the south in the future. The home of the dead made up of the dead. More distant middle. Black Tower. It's like this again. A man sat on a chair, watching the news from above, frowning. It shouldn't be. Cross stood up, and his body passed by the mirror beside him, reflecting his appearance, a firm face, high cheekbones, and a pair of dark eyes. He is the Tower Master of Hizuo Tower, the warlock of the early stage of the Third Ring, Cross. He just received the news today that the Warlock Alliance in the south of the West Coast actually collapsed in front of the White Tower, which made him very confused and completely incomprehensible. The warlock from 100 years ago, it seems to be called Kratos, is actually so strong. He frowned and thought, he can defeat so many warlocks of the same level by himself, it seems that this is a genius. At that time he underestimated this person. But what to do with the White Tower after that? Otherwise, just kill it. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Rox said. The black gold door wrapped in animal skin slowly opened, and a second ring warlock walked in. My lord, something serious happened. Warlock said directly as soon as he entered. Rox asked in confusion, what's wrong? The second ring warlock immediately reported, my lord, since Natasha, the original tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, was attacked by us, although they concealed the news, we know how seriously she was injured, and she is no longer an opponent of my lord, so we have been able to suppress them for decades, but just now, we received news that Vivica, the Deputy Tower Master of the Bloodline Tower, has advanced to the Third Ring. What? There was an exclamation. Lox opened his mouth wide, then frowned and asked, are you sure it's true? Yes. Hiss. Rox gasped. They had completely suppressed the Bloodline Tower, and even Natasha, the old guy, was on the verge of dying. It's really fucked up that Vivica popped up all of a sudden. Then what should we do, my lord? The second ring warlock also sighed. Lox closed his eyes, opened them after more than 10 seconds, and said in a deep voice, it's not a big problem. Natasha is just holding on, her time is running out, and I should be able to advance in a few decades, and the Deputy Tower Master Mo Sen has also reached the limit and is ready to advance. Once we are all successful, the Bloodline Tower will also perish. Now we will fully assist Mo Sen to advance, and we will shrink our forces first. Lox thought, Vivica's advancement represented too many things. Okay. The second ring warlock nodded and asked, then the south. Leave them alone, a White Tower can't overthrow the sky, they have no way to prepare for promotion, it's not worth mentioning, and don't they still have the power of the House of the Dead, and the power of the Iris Flower Wizard that has been spreading in the dark recently? It won't be easy for Tata. Rox shook his head, and now he has no time to deal with them. Then I understand. Warlock nodded and turned to leave. Oh, there is one more thing. Rox suddenly said again. The warlock turned his head, puzzled. Lox looked serious and said, the White Tower has seriously damaged our interests, we must express it. So. Wanted Kratos. Chapter 201. Herman. On the other side, in a room of a building. The room is very spacious, and the decoration is extremely gorgeous. Whether it is the crystal lamp on the roof or the decorations around, it all shows the dignity of the owner. A woman was leaning on a high-backed chair, holding a document in her hand, and uttered crisp doubts. The woman is very beautiful, with long blue hair, regular facial features, big eyes, and skin that is as white and delicate as milk, making people want to touch it. Although he is wearing a warlock robe, it is difficult to conceal his fine figure, which is elegant and moving. What is most different from ordinary people is her eyes, which are a rare blue color, clear and bright, really like a puddle of clear springs, exuding the lightness of the wind element. But at this time, the beauty frowned, watching the information closely. Compared with Hesso Tower, they had more news channels in the south of the west coast, and they also learned about what happened yesterday. In fact, it didn't affect her too much. After all, she had just been promoted, and she should consider how to stabilize the Bloodline Tower, rather than those small forces in the south. But when she looked at the information, she saw a name. Herman. Vivica frowned. The last time I heard this name was almost 400 years ago. At that time, she was still in that backward kingdom. At that time, she was still a little girl studying with her teacher. Later, she left there due to an accident. But at this time, she was the deputy tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, one of the major powers in the central part of the west coast. And it's still 3 rings. If she remembers correctly, she used to have a friend of the teacher's, named He-Man. But it should just be a coincidence. Viveka let go of her beautiful brows and shook her head. The same name doesn't mean anything, it's because she is too sensitive. I don't know what happened to the teacher who disappeared that day, but he should be dead, otherwise there would be no reply. Viveka shook her head. It was the teacher who took him away from that dirty noble family, otherwise there would be nothing after that, and almost her life was spent in the company of the teacher from childhood to adulthood, so for the teacher, it was her life the most trustworthy person in the world. Unfortunately, I can't go back. Teacher, I miss you so much. Viveka's eyes were a little red, with tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Viveka, do you miss your teacher again? In the empty room, I don't know when another one walked in. This is a woman different from Viveka, she looks much older, her face is also wrinkled, but she looks very kind, like an old grandma. Tower Master, you are here. Viveka said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Hey, I don't know what kind of person your teacher is, so that you can never forget it, but I, an old woman, can't do it. Natasha smiled. Viveka joined the Bloodline Tower more than 300 years ago, and she has been following her. She is usually very tough, only when she thinks of her former teacher. Teacher, he is the one who pulled me out of the darkness. Viveka replied. Understood, this hurts my heart too much. Natasha patted Viveka's head lightly, and said, now is not the time to think about these things, while I still have some time, we must find a way to get rid of it. Drop Heso Tower, or I will be in trouble when I die. Yet. Viveka nodded, looked at Natasha worriedly and said, Tower Master, are you serious? Well, I was injured too badly, and time is running out, at most it will be a few decades. Fortunately, you have advanced, but Rox is already in the midterm. If I was injured before, I can deal with it naturally, but now the injury is so serious. Once if I die, that would be terrible. Natasha shook her head and said. All right. Viveka understood what Natasha meant, nodded, and her eyes became firm. There is no time to be sad. Herman's name still left a trace of doubt in her heart. She wanted to meet this person, but not now, and had to wait until later, although there was a high probability of disappointment. Let's go. Natasha said. Good. The fact that the White Tower defeated the Black Soda Alliance had much less impact than Eli thought, only because of the detonation of another incident. Vivka has advanced to the third ring, and the Bloodline Tower and Heso Tower have declared a full-scale war. At the White Tower Council, Eli was surprised when he heard the news from Kratos. After checking the brand marks, it seemed that Viveka's aura had really turned into a three-ring ring, which was indeed beyond his expectation. In this wave, his students were actually ahead of him. That's true. In this way, we are relaxed, and Hesoda has no time to care about us. Kratos nodded and replied. This was the first meeting after the victory of the White Tower, and all high-level officials were present. At this time, all 13 people had arrived. Except for Laron, 2 unlucky people died on the battlefield. Indeed. Eli nodded. The two forces are really big forces. The war is definitely protracted and cannot be resolved in 5 or 10 years. The White Tower can indeed gain a stable time. Today we are discussing how to deal with the follow-up work. Herman, do you have any ideas? Kratos asked directly. At this time, more than a dozen people, including Rawls and Ross, looked at Eli, waiting for him to guide the next work. After going through this incident, they also fully understood who is the number one of the White Tower. The next task is very simple. Naturally, it is to take over the remaining properties of the 5 forces. This must be done quickly, especially the Lilith Warlock Academy. I need a material inside. Eli said directly. Well, yes. Kratos nodded. Well, I don't have anything else to say, that's all. Eli shook his head, advancing to the third ring is currently his top priority, and he doesn't plan to care about the rest. Originally, he planned to integrate the House of the Dead and the White Tower, but later he felt that it was not suitable. On the one hand, the House of the Dead is not a human force after all, and it is a force that unified the South, which is a bit too ostentatious. It's better to split, anyway, it's all his forces, so that Heso Tower or other forces will ignore them. If it really becomes a unified southern force, he has no doubt that Heso Tower or Bloodline Tower will intervene. It will be much better when he advances to the third ring, and at that time, Eli can also meet his student, Viveka. It is really unpredictable that the little girl from back then has become a strong person in the third ring. Eli didn't intervene, and Kratos quickly arranged the affairs. After the meeting, Eli also told Kratos that he planned to leave for a period of time. Kratos wanted to keep him, but Eli decided to leave, just to be on the safe side. And the time was set in 3 days. Because there is still one thing that has not been resolved. The third floor of the Tilted Tower. Chapter 202. Hoo-hoo. In the quiet leaning tower, in front of the quaint stairs made of pieces of wood, Eli raised his head, schemed over the stairs, and looked towards the upper level of the stairs. It has been more than 100 years since he acquired this tower. But until now, he still hasn't set foot on the third floor. Around the middle of the second ring wizard, he went to the second floor. The second floor was mediocre, without anything, and then he kept spinning around the second floor, until before he had only reached the second floor, the topmost point, did not step into the third floor. He thinks he can do it now. Start. Eli took a deep breath and stepped up the stairs. The familiar pressure hit again. However, compared to before, this pressure is nothing to Eli's mental power. Like a breeze blowing on his face, it can no longer provide him with the effect of compressing his mental power. Go all out. Eli continued to walk up, step by step, and the pressure gradually increased. With 200 points of strong mental strength, Eli came to the second floor without any pressure. He only glanced at the empty space around him, and Eli continued to go up. On the second floor, Eli's mental power finally sensed the long-lost sense of oppression, but the oppression was still so weak, and the obstacles to him were limited. The only change was that Eli's eyes became brighter, which is the spiritual power. Force-inspired logo. First order, first order. On the empty stairs, Eli went up step by step, and his body made the sound of barking teeth when stepping on the steps, but Eli didn't care about it at all, just going up all the way. The Tilted Tower mainly exercises mental power. Although his appearance doesn't seem to have changed, his will seems to be being beaten with a small hammer, and it is getting harder and harder. Soon, he came to the middle of the second floor. Continue. At this moment, even Eli couldn't ignore the pressure, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to move forward. Eli went up a little bit, and the mental hammering feeling also changed from a small hammer to a big hammer, and finally even a hydraulic machine, which made Eli feel as if his spirit was about to be hammered to pieces. However, Eli still didn't stop. Although it was painful, it was within his tolerance range, and the mental power he had absorbed a few days ago was slowly compressed again under this pressure, constantly discharging useless impurities. In this state, Eli reached the last limit, the top of the second floor. Hoo-hoo. At this time, Eli's whole body was already drenched with sweat, and due to the suppression of mental power, his body also felt great pressure, and his eyes were like small light bulbs in the dark. Come on. Eli gritted his teeth, the veins on his face popped out, and the mental power in his consciousness was stimulated to the extreme, but it seemed that he still couldn't break through. Then, with the blessing of the blood was directly stimulated, and the mental power was improved again, while the golden pupils were like the flame is generally burning. Rush. Eli is very clear that this is his limit state. If this is not enough, then he really can only wait until the third ring. Boom. As if a limit was broken, the oppression of mental power disappeared instantly, and he also staggered and fell to the third floor, then fell to the ground. Depend on. Eli got up from the ground and looked around. It was not much different from the second floor, surrounded by solid towers, and behind him were wooden stairs, and in front of him was a human figure on the ground floor. The dust was wiped off by Eli. What? Eli looked around and found a small table not far away, with a crystal ball on it. Looks like this is it, the reward of the third floor. Eli said softly, looking at the crystal ball in front of him. In fact, to him, the rewards on the third floor were not a big deal. The most important function of this leaning tower was to hone his mental strength, which was at best just icing on the cake. But just like that, Eli still had some expectations in his heart. Let me see what's inside. Eli stretched out his hand and touched the crystal ball, and a lot of information flooded into Eli's consciousness. 10 minutes later, Eli, who had received the message, showed a joyful expression. This crystal ball is a wizard inheritance. There are 2 things in total. One is a brand called the Soul Rune. It is this rune that makes this tower have such a magical effect. It is a very useful special rune. A devouring rune made Eli, who is ordinary in talent, reach the level he is today. This rune may not be that special, but it also seems unusual. Of course, this requires him to dig slowly. In addition to this rune, the other part is a witchcraft. Special sorcery soul blade. This witchcraft is very interesting. It is to use spiritual power to construct a spiritual power blade in the consciousness space, and then use the spiritual power rune to continuously compress the spiritual power into it. The longer the time, the greater the power. It belongs to the time type of witchcraft. Eli also likes it very much. This witchcraft may be mediocre if it accumulates for a few years, but the longer it takes, the more powerful it will be. It just so happens that Eli does not lack time and can use it as a trump card. Well, it's not in vain. After putting away the crystal ball, and checking other places to make sure there was nothing else, Eli walked out of the tilted tower and came to the secret realm. The secret realm is not much different from 100 years ago, except that Eli has arranged a lot of new areas, such as the botanical garden, the bloodline observation room, etc. Of course, apart from these, I have to mention a tree. It grows so slow. Eli looked not far away, in front of the laboratory, a 3 to 4 meter tall tree was growing vigorously. Different from ordinary trees, the leaves of this tree are very emerald green, as if translucent, and the trunk also exudes a unique atmosphere. Even if you don't get close, you can feel that the concentration of elements around it is much higher than other places. This is the sapling obtained in the Bern Empire more than 400 years ago. After hundreds of years of growth, he finally grew 2 or 3 meters taller. Eli has also learned a lot. It is the first time in his life that he has seen a tree that grows so slowly. However, this tree has increased the concentration of elements in the secret realm a lot, so Eli has no plans to refine it into a magic wand for the time being, and treats it as a pet. It's also good, after all, it's hard for normal pets to have such a long lifespan, even if it's a bit weird to treat a tree as a pet. Eli also gave him a name. Anitra Hill, referred to as Hill. I'm really looking forward to what it will be like in 10,000 years. Eli glanced at the big tree, and then returned to the laboratory. He is very interested in both the soul rune and the soul blade, and plans to see if it can be produced today. Failed. A day later, Eli walked out of the lab, not surprised by the result. Special runes are rare, and the difficulty is naturally far higher than ordinary runes. Eli still overestimated his talent, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so take your time. Now it is better to leave the White Tower first, go out to avoid the limelight, and come back after advancing to the third ring. During this process, I will contact the White Tower through Ross. Iris has not been there for a long time, so I just go back. But this time he couldn't go back as Roland. Roland is a second ring, and it has been more than 300 years since he met Tig for the first time. If he is still alive, it would be impolite. It doesn't matter if he is already a third ring, but he is still a second ring. Catalina's reason. If no one takes care of him, after a few hundred years, no one from a power will know him, so how can he do his work? After all, sometimes everything can be done without being strong. So let's use Alex this time. Eli thought of this old friend. The Marquis of the Bern Kingdom was also a friend he met when he was young. I believe he shouldn't mind. After all, with the strength of his soul, it is a bit difficult to crawl out as an undead. After making a decision, Eli did not delay, and explained his intentions to Kratos on the same day, and told him to let Ross take over all his work, and Kratos directly agreed. He knew very well that the White Tower could not do without Herman, but He-Man could do without the White Tower, so he thoughtfully prepared a lot of resources for Eli to take away. Third day. Eli left the White Tower with a lot of resources. Go all the way to the territory of the current Iris Wizard Force. Chapter 203. 3 days later. Eli came to the base camp of Camp Iris. In a huge camp located deep in the mountains, there are many wizard towers, and the number of wizards is as many as several thousand. Eli just glanced at it and mixed into it. Walking in the camp, there are various shops selling things on both sides, including potions, witchcraft, and even blood vessels. Of course, there are some shops selling knowledge. After hundreds of years of development, Iris is no longer the former Iris camp, and not many people still remember the former person in charge, Tig. The change is really big. Eli glanced around and walked straight into the depths of the camp. The more you go to the core, the strength of the wizard is gradually increasing, the outermost apprentices are the most, but gradually the wizards of the first ring can be seen, and even when Eli arrives at the most central tower, you can even feel several second rings. The breath of a wizard. Is it rebuilt? Eli looked at the tall tower in front of him. It seemed that it was built on top of the former tall tower. Both the height and the occupied area had been greatly improved, and Katerina was among them. There were still 2 apprentices guarding the door. Eli thought for a while, and then a wave of mental power passed by, and then, while the 2 apprentices shook their heads, they had already entered the tower. Hiss, I felt something was wrong just now. A guard said to the apprentice beside him. It should be an illusion. The other guard frowned, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Really? The guard shook his head, didn't take it seriously, and continued to watch. Why? In a room on the highest floor of the tower, Katerina frowned and let out a long sigh. With the expansion of the Iris camp, the scope of the camp is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more people. In the process of expansion, many wizard forces have been encountered, and the camp is becoming more and more difficult to control. These are actually okay. The most difficult thing is that although she was raised by Tig, there are still many families in the power, and her power is not enough to control all of them, and she lacks a person who can shock the overall situation. I'm in the early stage of the second ring now, but there are already wizards in the middle stage of the second ring in the camp, so I still need to become stronger. Katerina shook her head, a little confused. Bang bang bang. Just when she was confused, there was a sudden knock on the door. Katerina looked over, a little puzzled, and no one reported it, and how could anyone come at this point? Come in. Katerina shouted, this is the camp, and there are many second ring wizards outside, and he is not afraid at all. The door opened and a person walked in. Katerina's eyes widened. Although the person in front of him looked very strange, the familiar fluctuations, as well as the aura of the branded soul in his body at this time, all showed who this person was. Lord Roland. Katerina let out a gasp. Well, it's me, but my current face is called Alex. Eli nodded and walked in. Although she has no connection with Katerina, she has a soul imprint, so there is nothing to worry about, and she has always followed the rules. Roland, no, Lord Alex, why are you here? Katerina hurriedly stood up. The soul imprint is almost impossible for a wizard to violate. Come out to avoid the limelight. Eli sat on the sofa beside him and said, I will stay here for a while, so we can talk about things slowly. My lord is going to live here forever. Katerina's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know what Eli's strength was, the battle that happened more than 100 years ago was still widely spread. Nicholas, who was normally in the second ring and could reach the third ring with his extreme explosive breath, was suppressed by a mysterious wizard. Although she didn't see the picture at that time, as the person involved, she guessed that it should be true, which shows that Eli is at least a wizard at the limit of the second ring, and may even reach the third ring. With such a wizard around, her previous troubles are nothing, they can't be solved easily. Well, I am indeed planning to live permanently. You can arrange a job for me. Eli thought for a while. His mental power had reached its limit, and at most he could only see if the compression could improve slightly, so this time he didn't plan to. It has been nested in a secret realm for decades. This time his plan is to relax in this warlock camp, or study for decades, see how the current wizards learn, see if there is any new knowledge, or communicate with wizards. It is not enough to work behind closed doors for a long time, the truth still needs to be collided. That's great. Iris still has a lot of positions. Katerina asked, My lord, do you have any requirements for the positions? It's not going out, it's fine in the camp, and it's not in charge of fighting. Katerina was lost in thought. There were not many who met so many conditions. She looked at Eli after a minute, and said, I thought about it, there should be 3 positions that can satisfy adults. One is responsible for resource scheduling, the other is the person in charge of the Tower of Iris Flower Knowledge, which is responsible for integrating, collecting, and selling the knowledge in the camp, and the third is the person in charge of the camp laboratory. My lord, which one do you think suitable? After listening, Eli directly made a choice, then the second one. He has done enough resource scheduling. Although the laboratory can also access knowledge, it is still relatively independent. The second person in charge can directly face the entire camp, which is the most suitable for him. After that, I will hold a meeting to introduce you to other people, and hand over this job to you. Katerina nodded. But she looked at Eli and said with embarrassment, But my lord, my grasp of the camp may not be that strong, and I may encounter obstacles at that time, and it will take a while. Hinder. On the sofa, Eli raised his head and glanced at her. In the early stage of the second ring, it was really difficult to grasp the camp. After all, he just sensed the breath of the middle stage of the second ring, but this is already very good. With the strength of the early stage of the second ring, it is already very capable. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Eli smiled. He will reason well with those people and conquer them with the truth. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Many people know that a powerful wizard has come to the camp. Second ring wizard Alex. It is said that he has friendship with Katerina, who is currently in charge of the Iris, and Roland, who has disappeared for a long time, is currently in charge of the Tower of Knowledge. At first, it was said that many wizards objected to this wizard taking on such a position as soon as he came, but later it was said that he visited all the wizards in the camp one by one, and then agreed. Of course, this has to ignore the several wizards who are still limping, and there are still a few wizards who are still lying at home without inside. In any case, this wave is a victory of reason. As for whether it is the truth, only the person involved knows. In a wizard's tower. Eli stood by the window, looking at the camp outside the window, and also smiled. In 5 days, he had already cleaned up and down the irises, which brought the camp completely back under his control. After doing this, he could also live slowly. He only needs to wait for all the materials to be collected before he can advance to the third ring. As for this period of time, it is still a little low-key. After 100 years of silent development, after less than a month after coming out, Eli will fall into a dormant state again. This is the self-cultivation of an immortal. The last subject of science in the college entrance examination suddenly became the basic knowledge of eudemons. Did he time travel, or did the world change? As soon as Chen Qiu opened his eyes, the relatives and friends around him did not change, the campus examination room did not change, and the school bell who turned into a snake spirit with pictures and pictures did not change. It became only the rules of this world, and there were more phantom beasts that could be cultivated and trained. And he, one of the top 3 academics in the province, faced a test paper that didn't know a single question. Chen Qiu, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. The baby bottle is a tentacle monster. She codes super fast. Updates are absolutely guaranteed. Let's go, let's remind you. Chapter 204. Hey, 10 years. 10 years later. Eli, who had just finished a wizard exchange meeting, leaned back on the high-backed chair, stretched his body while looking at the empty meeting room in front of him, and felt relaxed. At this time, his mental power was solidified again, returning to the limit of 200 points, and could no longer be improved. Even the blood was the same, there was no way to improve at all. In the past 10 years, Eli didn't spend much time on meditation. Most of his time was spent on accumulating knowledge. The more he learned some knowledge, the more Eli realized how shallow his knowledge was. Under the collision of many wizards' thoughts, he felt that his knowledge structure had undergone some minor adjustments again, and the level of knowledge was more reasonable and perfect, and he was still making progress. Although the spiritual power and bloodlines can no longer be improved, but the mental power runes, alchemy runes, potion science techniques, sensitivity to element manipulation, potion science, etc. are all improving rapidly, and he has gradually added his own understanding to them. A lot of knowledge in the past seems to be burning at this moment, melting, reshaping, redissolving, and reshaping in the melting pot of the brain. Of course, it's not just knowledge. Although he is in the Iris camp, he is basically clear about the outside world. For 10 years, there was a fierce war between the Bloodline Tower and the Hiso Tower. It is said that with the addition of Viveka, a third ring-wind elemental warlock, the Bloodline Tower has completely suppressed the Hisoda. Even Lox, the Tower Master of Hiso Tower, dare not show up at will, not because he is afraid of Viveka, but because Natasha, the third ring of another blood tower, who is about to die, may pull him at any time. Go together, quite scary. Hisoda is retreating steadily, its power is shrinking, and it has no intention of taking the lead, which makes many people surprised. After all, in their minds, Lox is a ruthless warlock. The Bloodline Tower, which had the upper hand, also quickly attracted a large number of small forces, and also sent an invitation to the White Tower, but it was rejected. No big deal. The Bloodline Tower has no time to control them. After all, there are 2 concepts of having 3 rings and not having 3 rings, not to mention that the battle in the south is not bad at all. That's right, the south of the west coast, the House of the Dead, the White Tower, and the Dark Iris Hawa, under Eli's control, the war is raging and the scene is chaotic, which makes many people ignore their threat. This is also the split scene that Eli deliberately created. In addition to power struggles, the most important thing is naturally the collection of promotion resources. The House of the Dead collects soul crystals in combat power, while the White Tower and Iris collect others. Among them, the Fear Beach has been obtained after the White Tower occupied the sphere of influence of the Black Tower Alliance. The human face flower has clues and is still being collected. There is still no clue for the final water element fruit. Eli is not in a hurry, take his time, but the worsening external environment makes him a little worried. He has also finished learning the soul blade, and he is accumulating soul power, but the soul rune seems to involve insufficient soul power. It is estimated that he can only learn the third ring, so it is temporarily put on hold. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. He is still making steady progress. He has mastered all the conventional witchcraft below the third ring, potions and alchemy have been further improved, and even has a new understanding of the devouring witchcraft, and has researched many new witchcraft. It is a small witchcraft created by relying on the attraction generated by the power of devouring. Everything else works fine. The Bloodline Tower is still pressing down on the Heso Tower to attack, but Rox is still hiding, so there is still little progress. In the chaos, Eli's hand has gradually extended to the two spheres of influence to collect resources for Eli. The good news is that the clue of human face flower has been confirmed to be real and is being collected. There is still no clue about the water elemental fruit. In addition, in the past 10 years, Ross has also entered the late stage of the second ring, Kratos has further aged, and Katarina is about to advance to the middle stage, and everything is good. Of course, there are also dishonest ones. For example, Nicholas started to collect soul crystals for Eli by using the time to collect them for himself secretly, as if he wanted to return to the third ring. Eli found out this secretly, but he didn't stop him. He had his own ideas. Another 10 years. The human face flower has been found, and the material of Eli's soul melting potion is only short of the water elemental fruit, but unfortunately there is still no clue. At this time, Eli has almost digested the knowledge, and his soft power has entered a new level. At this time, Eli can be said to be the peak of the second ring in the true sense. This year, Katarina has also entered the midterm, and her grasp of the camp has become firmer. 5 years later, a sad news came. Kratos is dead. It is said that he reached the limit of his lifespan, and then died quietly in the study. After his death, Rose served as the new speaker. As for other changes, there were not many changes. The impact of Kratos' death is not big or small. Normally, his death will inevitably cause turmoil in the White Tower, and many small forces think so too, but what makes them astonished is that their old opponent, the House of the Undead, seems to have only symbolically harassed it, which makes many people drop their eyes. In this way, the White Tower passed the power transition period smoothly. At this time, the momentum of the Bloodline Tower was also extremely high, and he invited the White Tower to form an ally again. This time Eli agreed, because at this time Vivica had taken over as the new tower owner. Although Natasha had not died yet, the rights there have also been new changes. And it doesn't matter if it's just an ally. In fact, most of the southern forces and a small part of the central forces also joined under the strength of the Bloodline Tower, which is normal. The weak depend on the strong. Another decade. New changes are produced again. Natasha died. The old warlock finally couldn't stand the blow of time and injury, and died during the conquest of Heso Tower, and the morale of the Bloodline Tower was greatly reduced. At this time, Lox, who hadn't shown up for a long time, finally showed up. Hesota began to counterattack, and quickly regained their territory, starting a new round of fighting. Some forces chose to leave the Tower of Blood. There is still no news about the water elemental fruit. Another 5 years. For the Tower of Blood, another bad news came. Deputy Tower Master Mo Sen advanced to the third ring. Mo Sen's promotion completely changed everything. The Hizuo Tower with 2 third rings has become a stronger power, just like the original Bloodline Tower. The offense and defense were completely reversed. The Bloodline Tower began to be suppressed. At this time, many forces left the Bloodline Tower, and the White Tower still did not exist, because they had no choice in the first place. For the Black Tower, they must get rid of it. As long as the Bloodline Tower falls, the unlucky one will definitely be the White Tower. At this time, the fruit of the water element still has no clues. Eli, on the other hand, was resolutely hiding in the irises. Now that the Black Tower has 2/3 rings, if he sends one to deal with the White Tower, he can't handle it. It was too dangerous outside, which also gave Eli a sense of crisis. Of course, what's worse is that there is still no clue for the water elemental fruit. Another 5 years. A worse thing happened, rocks advanced to the middle stage of the 3rd ring. The Bloodline Tower at this time is just like the Hiso Tower back then. It was suppressed to death, and its power was quickly eroded. At this time, many forces have left the Bloodline Tower and joined the Hiso Tower's camp. Even inside the White Tower, there were many voices. Everything is going in a bad direction. There is still no clue about the water elemental fruit. Another interesting thing is that Lox finally found out that it was not Kratos who did the damage before, but Herman. Now Herman's head is worth hundreds of thousands of magic stones, and many warlocks are interested. It's just that no one knows where he is. Some said he was afraid, others said he was dead. But Herman didn't show up and let everything know what was going on. Another 5 years. 60 years have passed since Eli came to Iris. At this time, the situation in the Bloodline Tower was already very bad, but Eli finally showed a long-lost smile. Because there is good news. The fruit of the water element finally has a clue. Chapter 205. Any clues? In the tower, Eli looked at Katerina in front of him and asked. Yes, my lord. Katerina looked at Eli. Although she was also a 2nd ring, she could feel the huge gap between him and your lord, and she had no hope of winning the battle. In fact, Iris has also encountered some bad forces in recent years, but they were all easily suppressed by Eli, which is why they have developed rapidly in recent years. Since we found it, let's send someone to look for it. Eli was very excited. After 60 years, the clues were finally found. Sorry, my lord may not be able to do anything this time. Katerina bit her lip and apologized. This time I found it on the coast of the Endless Sea, but it seems to be occupied by a tribe of murlocs, and the water elemental fruit seems to be there. We also sent many people to their potion garden, but none of them went in. And they still have the fighting power of the 2nd ring, we are no match in the water. After hearing this, Eli fell into deep thought. All the previous resources were collected with the help of the forces. It seems that even these few are not very convenient this time. In this case, Eli pursed his lips, and took out the fate dice. Safety. 5 o'clock. Seeing the 5 o'clock mark, Eli fell into thinking. The water element fruit is different from others. It is a kind of magic plant that is very precious. It usually grows in the sea. It is very lucky to find it on the coast. This give up, the next time it may take hundreds or even thousands of years. Although he could wait, it wasn't that necessary, and 5 o'clock had already reached the passing line in his heart, so he could go out and give it a try. You bring all the information here, I'll think about it. Eli looked up at Katerina and said. Soon, a document was brought over. Eli started flipping through it, and after 10 minutes, he put the document on the table. The fruit of the water element is located on the coast of the Endless Sea. It is not very far from here, but it is a bit remote. The number of murloc tribes is about a few thousand murlocs, both in the 1st and 2nd rings. They belong to the relatively strong murlocs. Power. The only trouble is that murlocs can definitely display their full fighting power in the water, but it is difficult for wizards. This is not what they are good at. Even warlocks are rarely integrated into the blood of marine life. At least Eli has never seen more than 2 rings. Yes, there are also undead. It is a pity that undead are affected by the ocean in the ocean, and their speed will be greatly affected. At least there are very few news of undead in the ocean from the outside world. This time, Eli might actually have to get out. But fortunately, the Murloc tribe does not have a 3rd ring warlock. At this time, Eli still has a 60-year-old soul blade in his consciousness. Study for a long time. Speaking of this blood-burning secret technique, it was obtained in the previous battle with the Black Soda Alliance. Eli had already learned it decades ago. This is a technique that relies on burning blood or even something to gain explosive speed. About 30 years ago, Eli, who had made great progress in all aspects, transformed this secret method again, abandoning the low-speed state of burning blood, and directly burning vitality. This allows the speed of this secret method to reach its peak directly, enough to match the speed of the 3rd ring, or even faster. This is one of the important reasons why he has the idea of going out. Of course, this is only one of them, and there is another important reason, that is, to a certain extent, Shadow Dragon is actually very friendly to water, and can be regarded as a three-dwelling creature of water, land, and air, and his strength will not be affected by anything. The impact, combined with the stealth ability, should be enough for Eli to enter stealthily. Even if it's the third ring, Eli has a lot of confidence in running away. Go. Eli thought for a while, it was already at this level, it would be impolite not to go. He is dog but not cowardly. Another point is that after Hesoda dealt with the Bloodline Tower, he must have done something to them. It will be even more difficult at that time, so it is better to give it a go now. Also, he was only sneaking in and not invading directly, so there was really no need to worry so much. So 3 days later, a group of people left the Iris Warlock camp, including Eli. Reef Coast. This is the almost southernmost area of the Endless Sea near the west coast. Due to the perennial storms and waves, the harsh environment, and few resources, there are no warlock forces here. But the ocean here is very rich. There are many creatures, many of which are first and second ring creatures, and there are even several tribes of alien creatures, and the Murloc tribe is one of them. 3 days later, Eli and others came here. Climber, are you sure this is the place? Eli looked ahead. Behind the coast made of rocks, there was an endless ocean, the waves rolled, boundless, very spectacular. My lord, it's right here. The exact location is about 1,000 meters from the coast here. Molinson is a wizard with a ring, and he is also the person sent to guide Eli this time. Apart from him, there are 2 other people. This part is responsible for sentry and other tasks. Okay. Eli nodded, took a deep breath, and a fishy smell of the ocean rushed to his face. Compared with the land, the elements contained in this sea breeze are even more astonishing. This is normal, otherwise this would not be an endless sea. Speaking of the endless sea, this is one of the largest oceans in the wizarding world. Its area is comparable to that of several continents, and there are many intelligent creatures in it, because the concentration of elements in the ocean is very high, and there are more powerful creatures than land, even there are creatures in the 4th ring and even the 5th ring in the depths. So no one has explored the ocean yet. Eli didn't dare to go deep, but fortunately, the target this time was only near the coast. Since it's here, get ready, I'm going to go inside. Eli looked at the few people, said calmly, and then took out the alchemy house and many daily necessities from the secret realm. 3 people? The 3 of them looked confused, not understanding what Eli was going to do. My lord, this is... Morrison looked at these things and felt a little bad. Be prepared, you don't think I'll just go on like this, anyway, you have to take into account the situation inside and nearby, the current of the ocean, and other possible factors. Eli left the 3 of them strangely. Glance. Morrison took a breath. According to his thinking, they should be able to return in half a month at most, but it seems that it may take a long time. Don't worry, it won't take long. Eli comforted the 3 of them. The 3 nodded, yes, it's just how long the test can last. 2 years later. In front of the coast, the 3 of them looked helplessly at Eli, who retracted his shadow eye again. Wouldn't this be too cautious? It took a full 2 years to investigate a Murloc tribe for 2 years, which is a bit outrageous. It won't take long as promised. The other side. With his shadow eyes back, Eli straightened his body again, turned his head to look at the 3 of them, and said, now I have figured out all the surrounding environment, including all the nearby forces, and the situation of the Murloc tribe. I've confirmed that it's a once-in-a-lifetime task. When is your lord going to leave? Morrison asked excitedly. 2 full years, they actually wasted 2 years on this coast. If Eli gave them enough benefits, they would have left, and this day is finally coming to an end. After calculation, there will be no various marine activities tomorrow, and the time is the most suitable. Eli said directly. Well, we will definitely put a good watch for your lord. The 3 said. The next day. The day was sunny, cloudless, and the sea was calm. Eli was also under the gaze of the 3, and then walked directly towards the ocean. The speed is very fast, and soon the whole person is submerged in the endless sea. The 3 looked at each other, and then worked separately. They were in charge outside. Chapter 206. Cuckoo. As soon as he entered the ocean, the coldness of the sea made Eli tremble, and he looked into the ocean. The golden vertical pupils are like a faint candle in the darkness, allowing Eli to easily see the scene thousands of meters away. As Eli gets deeper, the surrounding environment is gradually revealed. Vast, small. This was Eli's first feeling. Being in the ocean, he felt like a small fish, and the vastness of the endless sea was even more shocking. Even he could only see a part of the scenery, but only a part of it made him feel ashamed. He deserved it. In the blue sea water, there are seabed vortexes, while in other places there are all kinds of swimming fish, some are as small as a finger, and there are monsters that are more than 10 meters long exuding a strong aura. Compared with the creatures on land, the creatures in the ocean are often not very intelligent except for those intelligent creatures. Even if they are second or even third rings, most of them rely on instinct to act. Only when they advance to the level of true spirits can there be a big change. Eli was swimming among these creatures, and the surrounding creatures sensed his breath and did not approach him. At this time, Eli's appearance is already completely different from before. With the help of the mask of the faceless man and the simulation ability of the power of shadow, he has transformed into a 3 to 4 meter fish creature with a pair of golden eyes, blinking and moving towards the target direction. At this time, the distance from the coast was getting farther and farther, and the surrounding environment became more and more complicated. After passing through a large coral grove, Eli also officially stepped into the territory of the Murloc tribe. Eli's disguised body swam gracefully, while his 2 eyes looked down. The bottom of the sea here is a large forest of high and low rock pillars. Each rock pillar is at least tens of meters high. I don't know how it was formed. There are various shellfish attached to the surface, and it covers a very large area, no smaller than the White Tower. And the Murlocs are distributed in this rock pillar forest. Soon, Eli saw the first Murloc. This is a creature with a human body and a fish head, about 1 meter tall, with 2 dead fish eyes on the head, and then several tentacles derived from it, with sharp teeth. As for the body, there are scales all over the body, and the scales they also have mucus on them, which allows them to move quickly in the ocean. Of course, as an intelligent creature, the Murloc that Eli saw was wearing an armor made of shells, holding a bone spear in his hand, and his aura had reached the first ring level. A Murloc with 1 ring. The area Eli is currently in is the outside of the territory. You must know that the Murlocs with the first ring are rarely seen, which makes Eli feel a little bit wrong. So he decided to swim a little further to see what was going on. To Eli's surprise, the Murlocs seemed to swim outside after leaving the tribe, and often turned their heads every 5 meters, as if they were careful about something. Eli thought for a while, and followed, but the Murloc didn't notice this fish, like Eli's camouflaged fish, which is the most common nearby, everywhere. Soon, he saw the Murlocs burrowing into another reef. Here it is. Murloc Roar spit out a series of bubbles and glanced around. This place is not too close to the Murloc territory, and this is where they agreed. Hey, I don't want to, but they give too much. With those resources, I can break through the second ring. At that time, it will be a big deal to join other camps. Maybe even mermaids will have a chance to play. Murloc, while thinking about it, Loer swam towards the reef, not noticing that a fish in the ocean at a higher level was looking at him. Soon, Loer came to a hidden sea reef. Aren't you here? Loer looked around, closed his eyes, and began to wait. There's something wrong with this Murloc. Eli looked down at Loer from a height, and suddenly ran so far secretly, it was definitely with malicious intentions. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a wave of water elemental fluctuations farther away. Amidst the water waves, a creature resembling a killer whale swam quickly. The intelligent race, the killer whale. Eli glanced at it, a little surprised. This creature rarely appears here. They should be creatures farther from the coast. The sudden appearance here this time should have something to do with the Murlocs. Sure enough, the devil killer whale swam towards this side, directly entered the reef, and swam directly towards the Murloc. Eli showed a curious expression and observed more carefully. Master Tiger Might. The Murloc also opened his eyes at this time, and his eyes lit up when he saw the approaching devil killer whale. Loer. The devil killer whale has arrived, and his voice is so that I can groan, said, we are ready to do it. How are your preparations going? My lord, I'm ready. Loer nodded, but there was some hesitation on his face. My lord, is the environment in the outer seas so harsh? Even your race is ready to come here now. Humph, since those terrible wizards left, the whole world has been changing. You don't even know how many races are developing in the endless sea. Your race is only on the coast, and the pressure is not small, let alone the open sea, where the struggle it is even more cruel, even in the deep sea. The devil killer whale explained. However, we don't want to leave there. We just want to be prepared. We are going to occupy a piece of land here to prepare for the future. That's it. The fishman Luo understood. Don't worry, you will never regret joining us. Although it is impossible for us to come directly, as long as we succeed, I should stay here. I will give you your resources when I do it. That's for me not worth mentioning. Hue explained. Then thank you, sir. Luo's eyes lit up. Didn't he join them just for this matter? As for the other things, he doesn't quite understand. As for what Hue said about the external situation, he is even less interested. He is just a little murloc, what can he do? Then, my lord, when shall we do it? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Hue affirmed, staring at Luo with his huge eyes and said, there are very few of us here, and we only have one chance. We must be quick, otherwise it will be troublesome for other forces to react. After all, we still have a chance. Didn't come here. You can prepare it when you go back later, be careful not to be discovered. Yes. The Murloc Luo nodded emphatically. Okay, then you can go back first, and act according to the time tomorrow. Hue nodded, and then his huge body quickly left towards the sea, and the extreme breath of the second ring made the surrounding creatures quickly disperse. Tomorrow. Luo looked at Hue's back, glanced around, and left quickly. Fortunately, I took a look. On the reef, Eli looked at the two alien creatures leaving, took a deep breath, and spit out a string of bubbles. Although he has fully investigated and prepared, accidents are accidents and have nothing to do with your preparations. It is always a coincidence that they come here. But this may not be bad news. Eli thought. In fact, there are two biggest problems for him to steal the fruit of the water element. One is how to sneak into their plantation, and the other is how not to be discovered, or to leave after being discovered. Eli's methods are sufficient, and he is very confident, but after all, there are still certain risks. But if the killer whale invades, then most of the Murloc's power will definitely be taken away, which will make it easier for him to achieve his goal, which is a good thing. So Eli decided to change the time to tomorrow. After all, the ocean is not his home field. Naturally, he had to choose a time with a better chance to execute it. It has been delayed for so long, not in a day or two. After talking about this, another thing Hue said made Eli curious. That is the status quo of the endless sea near the sea and even the deep sea. I didn't expect it to be like this. You have to know which race dared to make mistakes when the wizard was there, but with the departure of the wizard, new changes are taking place in the ocean. Make an impact. And this is still in the sea, in the sky, and on land, there are many creatures. Although the warlock is still the master, the warlock is weaker than the wizard in the past. They may not be able to manage this big world well. Eli predicted that it should be normal in a few thousand years, but after that, everything will be hard to say. Walk one step at a time. Suddenly Eli smiled. He found that he seemed to be thinking too far, so let's think about advancing to the third ring first. But is it really far? Thousands of years, 10,000 years, it seems not too long. Chapter 207. Hey, another boring day. Murloc Moko put on the scale armor as usual, took the shining white bone spear, walked out of the camp, and started patrolling according to the route. As one of the guards of the tribe, his job is to patrol every day. The content is simple, but in fact the rewards are actually very rich. If his father is not a one-ringed Murloc, he still can't get it. Looking at the familiar environment around him, he patrolled boredly, not thinking there would be any problems. The Murloc tribe has occupied this area for decades, and they are small overlord-level forces nearby. No one dares to touch their brows, except for those high-level monsters with low intelligence, but they generally don't come here. Maybe I should go to the hunting team to see. Mok's body was swimming in the water. This job is so boring. Otherwise take a break. Mok rolled his eyes, and then ran directly to a rock pillar on the seabed not far away, inserted the bone spear into it, and leaned against it. Happy. This is the life a Murloc should have. Mok's huge mouth squirmed up and down, revealing bubbles one by one, and his fish head was up, as if he was feeling the sunshine on the sea. Hey, why is it suddenly dark? Suddenly, Mok felt his eyes darken, and looked up while muttering. Then he saw a scene that stunned him. In the ocean not far away, several devil killer whales of 7 or 8 meters swam towards this side, their bodies left a channel in the water like shells, and their huge bodies blocked his light. Apart from these demon killer whales, there were many sea creatures following behind them, and the target was the Murloc tribe. A big deal has happened. Mok's fish eyes widened, and his mouth could not be closed for a long time. Immediately he slid down the rock pillar, not even drawing his weapon. Until the Sea Clan army led by the devil killer whale passed by, he immediately swam towards the tribe at an extremely fast speed. He felt that he had never been so fast in his life. There is no way, it will be over soon. Soon, he schemed a few trails and returned to the Murloc camp. At this time, among the rock pillars, hundreds of Murlocs were inside. Some of them were sharpening their weapons, some were eating, and some were breeding. Invasion! The Murloc exhausted all his strength, and then shouted towards the surroundings. With the help of the Murloc's special receiving device, all the Murlocs immediately raised their heads, and the dead fish looked at Moko with doubts in their eyes. Damn it! Mok gritted his teeth, and immediately ran to a reef not far away, with a huge conch hanging on it. Hoo! The next moment, the sound of conch shells sounded in the camp, and the ripple-like sound swept across the entire camp, waking up the entire camp like a chicken crowing. This time, all the Murlocs were shocked. Because this conch can only be blown when it detects the presence of a threat to the camp, could it be? The next moment, they understood why the conch blew. In the ocean not far away, the Sea Clan army led by Hu Wei had arrived. Kill! With Hu Wei's order, all the creatures swam towards the Murloc tribe. The reaction of the Murloc tribe was also very fast. Many Murlocs directly picked up the weapons beside them, and then made strange noises. A seemingly disordered but stable camp quickly formed. In the ocean, battles can happen at any time. Needless to say, each Murloc quickly arrived at their proper position. Kill! Tiger's mighty voice broke through. A few devil killer whales headed by him rushed directly into the Murloc line of defense and began to kill. In an instant, howling was everywhere, and the sea area was stained red with blood. A fierce battle begins. The battle begins. On the other side of the ocean, a 2-meter small fish silently sneaked into the reef and entered the area of the Murloc tribe. It's just tragic. Eli sneaked in while looking towards the center of the battle. The leader of the invasion, Hu Wei, didn't have any weapons, and relied entirely on his strong physical fitness, tail fins, and teeth to fight. Just like that, dozens of Murlocs were killed by him in the blink of an eye. Others are similar. The devil killer whale is so much stronger than the Murloc, there is no comparison at all. It can be clearly seen that the Murloc is at a disadvantage. So Eli has to hurry up. After 2 years of investigation, Eli already knew the landform here very well, so he quickly swam towards a place of the Murloc tribe without hesitation. The undersea demon plantation garden is just behind the Murloc tribe. Usually it would take some effort to sneak in, but the Murlocs in a hurry can't care about him at this time, so in just a few minutes, Eli has arrived at the purpose of his trip land. The underwater magic garden of the Murlocs. It's here. Eli was between the reefs, looking at the magic plant garden not far away. This is a seabed magic garden built between 7 or 8 rock pillars. It has a large area and is estimated to be tens of acres in size. There is only one entrance, which is between 2 rock pillars. Since most of the Murlocs participated in the war, there were not many people here at this time. There were only 5 or 6 Murlocs guarding them, and their level was not high. Seeing that there was no one around, Eli didn't hide it, and rushed directly towards the entrance. At this time, a few Murlocs were anxiously guarding the door, their eyes kept looking at the magic plant garden and the distance behind them, whether they were debating whether to guard or go to fight. Damn it, the invading ones seem to be demon killer whales. Aren't they offshore forces? Why did they come here? He asked anxiously, led by a one-ringed Murloc. You must know that the devil killer whale is a powerful creature with a limit of 0 ring innately. How could their Murlocs be opponents? But it seems that there are only a few devil killer whales, but just like that, he also knows that they cannot defeat them. Or run away. The Murloc pursed his lips, he wanted to run away a little bit. But in the next second, he didn't have that thought. He saw a fish swimming towards this side not far away. Should you a fish? The Murloc looked puzzled. Isn't this a kind of zero-ringed fish creature that is common in the surrounding sea area? It has a gentle personality. What's the situation? The Murloc's eyes were puzzled, but the eyes were indeed staring wider and wider, because in his sight, the sandfish began to gradually change, turning into a half-dragon man covered with scales, attacking them very quickly. Come! Enemy attack! A ring of Murlocs understood, and immediately started shouting. The other Murlocs around also reacted, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Eli. In the next second, the shadow passed by, and blood-colored flowers bloomed in the sea instantly, adding a touch of color to the blue sea water, and Eli's figure was not affected at all. Damn! One ring of Murloc's eyes are tearing apart, this is too strong. I surrender, I know all the distribution of the potion, and the traps inside. The fluctuation of mental power flashed, and he shouted loudly, but a shadow still flashed in front of him the next second. Blood exploded, and the Murloc died instantly. Eli's figure didn't even stop, and swam directly towards the magic plant garden. He didn't do it for nothing for 2 years, he is very clear about the layout inside. Passing through the passage of 2 rock pillars, Eli's body gradually slowed down, and he looked inside. In front of me is a large piece of sea plants like kelp. This is a kind of magical seaweed. Sometimes it can even be used as rations. It is generally very valuable, but the purpose of Eli's trip is not these, so he continues to move towards swim ahead. Along the way, Eli escaped several traps with ease, killed several Murlocs who were working, and arrived at the destination 3 minutes later. The core area of the underwater magic plant garden. A small area surrounded by sea thorns, this is the core area where the Murloc tribe grows the most precious materials, a flat area on the seabed. Water elemental fruit. Through the obstacles, Eli saw a huge tree in the center of the area at a glance. It looks like a coral bush and grows on the seabed, but its height reaches 5 or 6 meters. On this water element fruit tree, 5 water element fruits grow on it. This is the last ingredient Eli needs. Stop! Suddenly there was a bang, Eli heard the sound and looked. Beside the fruit tree, there was an old Murloc with the limit of the second ring, his skin was stuck to the bones, it could be seen that he was very old, but his breath was still there exist. His sunken eyes were fixed on Eli now, his fish face serious. Chapter 208. Oh, the Murloc of the second ring limit. Eli was not at all surprised by the appearance of the Murloc. A long time ago, he had discovered that there was a Murloc at the limit of the second ring. After all, this was the most important resource for Murlocs, so it was reasonable to have Murlocs guarding it. But a second ring limit is not enough to watch. Eli just glanced at him, and looked at the water element fruit again. The translucent water element fruit exudes a unique atmosphere. It looks like an apple on the outside, but there seems to be water flowing inside, which is quite strange. Murloc. The old Murloc looked at Eli at this moment, his fish face twitching. In this life, he has never been so speechless. I warned you so fucking seriously, but you didn't respond at all. You really look down on the Murloc. I warn you, human, this is not where you should come. The Murloc on the second ring continued to warn. If the tribe hadn't been attacked now, he would naturally summon other Murlocs immediately, but if they were invaded, he could only hope to drive the humans away. What made him confused was that after listening to his words, the human beings didn't listen to him at all, and continued to approach him, completely treating him as air, which made him very angry. Go to hell! The Murloc roared, a stream of water elements gathered in his hand, and a sea python appeared instantly, and then rushed towards Eli. Eli didn't seem to notice it, just stretched out his hand, and then a wave of elemental fluctuations flashed at the fingertips, and then a small water ball flew towards the giant python across the sea. That's it! The Murloc disdained, this little water polo is not as big as a tooth of his giant python. But at the next moment, something happened that stunned him. The water polo passed through the water and passed through a part of the anaconda. In the next second, the huge anaconda shattered. The water element stirred, and the giant python disappeared in the blink of an eye. This! The Murloc's eyes widened, how could this be possible? The human in front of him actually used that little water element to destroy his anaconda structure, but how is this possible? What a deep understanding and insight into elements is required. Who the hell are you? The Murloc yelled with all his strength, looking at Eli with increasing fear. But what left him speechless was that Eli didn't seem to pay attention to him, and he was unscrupulous. At this time, He had already walked to the water elemental fruit, and was ready to pick it. Two-ring Murloc? Are you blind, can't you see me? The old Murloc's eyes widened and his body trembled. He felt insulted. Don't look down on the old Murloc. The power belonging to the second ring gathered again, the Murloc roared, and then quickly moved towards Eli, swung his right fist, and there was a sound of water breaking through the air, and he threw it towards Eli. Go to hell! The Murloc showed his sharp teeth and his eyes were full of anger. Boom! The fist that looked like a bone was smashed down, and then I saw Eli's left hand block it, but his body didn't even move a bit, and his full blow did not cause any damage. Run! At this moment, the Murloc had realized that this was not their opponent, and immediately turned around and wanted to run away. But in the next second, there seemed to be a wave of attraction, and he only felt that there was a huge suction force behind him. Although he tried his best to run in the opposite direction, he was indeed getting closer to Eli again. What is this? The Murloc looked terrified and looked behind him. At this moment, a black vortex appeared in the palm of Eli's hand, and the suction came from it. The Murloc was stunned, and then watched helplessly as he got closer and closer to Eli. A few seconds later, his head was pinched in Eli's hands, and his eyes met. I'm sorry, I might have been a little loud just now. The old Murloc grinned and said as politely as possible. It's okay. Eli shook his head and directly crushed the old Murloc's head. The current level of Murlocs does not pose any serious threat to him. As for the vortex just now, it is also the application of witchcraft to the devouring rune, devouring gravity. Relying on the power of devouring, it can interfere with the opponent's actions. Water elemental fruit. Without the Murloc's interference, which is not considered interference, Eli can finally face this huge water elemental fruit. Looking at the fruit above, Eli took out a box. Inside is a jelly-like liquid with a strange color in the water, which Eli prepared in advance to store the water elemental fruit. The water element fruit is different from ordinary materials. Once this kind of fruit leaves the water body, it will lose all its functions within 3 minutes and must be specially preserved. Soon, Eli collected several water elemental fruits. After collecting the fruits, Eli continued to search, and soon collected all the precious magic plants here. These are all precious marine plants, which are rarely seen at ordinary times. Naturally, they will collect more when they come here. 5 minutes later, Eli looked at the empty undersea potion garden and prepared to leave. But as soon as he took a few steps, he returned again. I almost forgot about you. Eli raised his head, looked at the water element fruit tree, and then began to dig. A few minutes later, Eli, who had dug and collected the fruit trees, left here, but instead of leaving directly, he transformed again and swam towards the Murloc tribe. He wanted to see how the battle between the two races was going. Soon, he came to the brink of the war, and then stopped at a nearby rock on the seabed, where he could not only observe, but also ensure that he could escape if he was found. Well hidden, Eli began to observe the battle. At this moment, the battlefield is already very bad for the Murlocs, and they can be seen to be at a disadvantage with the naked eye. At this time, Huey was fighting a mature Murloc with the limit of the second ring, and there was a Murloc priest with the second ring not far away who was constantly harassing, and other places were fighting disorderly. The devil tiger shark is really strong. Eli looked at Huey and sighed. The innate advantages of different races are too great. With its huge body, Huey far exceeds the Murlocs in terms of strength and explosive power. Although the two are at the same level, the Murlocs have no hope of victory at all. That's one of the cruelties of Endless World. Destiny has already been assigned when you were born, not referring to acquired destiny, but personal destiny, which cannot be changed and will not be changed. Thinking about it this way, Eli is quite lucky. After all, he is still a human being after time travel. But at this time, following Huey's attack, streams of water whipped towards the Murlocs, which made the Murlocs in the second ring very dangerous, and were almost caught several times. As for other areas, the Murlocs also suffered heavy casualties. From this point of view, the Murlocs' failure was only a matter of time. Eli also thought so, but in the next second, an accident happened, and the Murloc priest took out a statue from nowhere. This statue is very strange, and it is also the shape of a Murloc, but it is not of the same race as this Murloc, but a higher level close blood of the Murloc, the mermaid. This is a mermaid statue, which looks very broken, and emits a soft light in the water. Interestingly, Eli can feel that there seems to be a magical power attached to it. And that Huey was attacking at first, and he was shocked when he saw this statue, as if this thing shouldn't appear here. Hula hula. A mysterious incantation was spit out from the mouth of the priest, and the statue began to exude a magical aura. At the same time, a white light began to emit on it, and a huge mermaid holding a trident appeared slowly. His appearance was exactly the appearance of the statue. Mermaid Clan. Seeing this scene, Hu Wei was shocked and shouted, "Damn it, this is actually the territory of the Mermaid Clan, damn it, we are one step slower." Seeing the figure, Hu Wei ran away immediately. "You guys are too late." The mermaid slowly stretched out his trident, and then pointed at the murloc with the second ring. His aura instantly rose to the level of the third ring, and the mermaid's figure disappeared slowly. The sculpture also slowly fell to the ground. Gula! The murloc shouted loudly, and his aura rose instantly. The powerful aura wrapped around his body, and the sea waves rolled over. After a loud explosion, he chased after Hu Wei. His speed is very fast, and he has come not far from Hu Wei in the blink of an eye. Holding the bone spear weapon in his hand, he waved it lightly, the water elements began to condense, and a submarine tornado appeared, with terrifying power, violently smashing towards Hu Wei. Boom! One blow, just one blow, Hu Wei was hit, the tail fin was annihilated in an instant, and a lot of blood flowed out, but Hu Wei didn't care at all, but took out a blue stone, which instantly turned into an arc, leading him towards the distance. Leave! Roar! At this time, the murloc who was temporarily upgraded to the third ring let out an angry roar, knowing that he could not catch up, and then went back into the murloc camp, looking at the remaining intruders with a powerful aura. The fight begins. Half an hour later, the murloc returned to the level of the second ring. At this time, all the enemies had been dealt with. He walked towards the priest and said, "High priest." "Yet." The priest nodded, sighed, and said, "This is the last time for the statue, it's a pity to miss this opportunity." "Yes." The murloc leader nodded, "This is indeed true." The priest was a little melancholy, turned his head back, and was about to put away the statue, but when he saw that the water in front of him was empty, there was no statue there. The priest looked confused and blinked his eyes. "Where is my statue? I'm such a big statue. The statue has been stolen." The priest looked anxious. The statue is one of their most important things, and it must not be lost. The leader of the murlocs seemed to understand something, and helped to search for it. 10 minutes later, the two murlocs looked at each other in blank dismay, and had to admit that the statue really seemed to be gone. "My lord, something happened." Suddenly, another murloc swims not far away, with a worried expression on his face. "What's the matter? Calm down." The murloc priest asked after a wave of ups and downs. The statue was gone, and he didn't think there was anything else that could make him anxious. "Okay." The murloc nodded. "The sacrifice is worthy of being a sacrifice." After a few seconds, he slowly said, "Master Sacrifice, the potion garden has been taken away in one pot, and all the water elemental fruit trees have been dug away." "Ah!" An exclamation sounded, and the priest felt dizzy. He heard something, and the magic plant garden was gone. The priest only felt his blood surge, then his eyes went dark, and then he fainted directly. Sacrifice. For a moment, the entire camp was in chaos. No one knows who the hell did these unethical things. Chapter 209. Mermaid Statue. A few kilometers away, under the surface of the ocean, Eli held the statue in his hand, with a curious look in his eyes. This is a simple statue, which looks like a strong male mermaid. The private parts of the body are covered with shells, the eyes are sapphires, and a trident is held in the right hand. When the murloc priest was not paying attention just now, he sneaked into the battlefield, stole the statue, and then left quietly. And the reason why he stole this statue was mainly because of his interest. As an extensive wizard, Eli actually has a certain understanding of this thing, which should be regarded as a kind of belief of the sea race. How should I put it? From the time of birth, the history of the sea clan is actually longer than that of humans, and this leads to a certain difference between their extraordinary knowledge and humans. On the one hand, they rely on the power of nature to strengthen themselves, and on the other hand, they are connected according to clan and blood, which makes them give birth to another interesting force in this process. That is the power of faith. The powerful creature seals its own power in the statue, and then worshipped by its subordinates, and then after a long period of worship, the power of faith is generated. This can not only feed back itself, but also use the power of faith to exert influence, which can be regarded as one of the interesting extraordinary paths. There are even legends that some sea creatures rely on the power of faith to directly become true spirit-level creatures. Of course, the sculpture in front of me is far inferior. Due to the use just now, the power of faith is almost exhausted, otherwise the sculpture would not have cracks all over it, and it has almost collapsed. Eli said that he was only interested in the power of faith, and had no other meaning. He wanted to see if he could dig out this knowledge based on this. That was what he thought, and it was a wizard's instinct. It might be difficult, but it doesn't matter to Eli. It's not a big deal to fail. There are always some knowledge that he can't master. But there is also hidden information in it. When it comes to belief sculptures, there is still a requirement for strength. At least the third ring can be made. It seems that this Murloc tribe is not simple, and there should be a big force behind it. The complexity of the sea is no lower than that of land. But fortunately, he will not step into the ocean in a short time, and it has nothing to do with him. So put away the sculpture, and Eli prepared to leave. But just as the body moved towards the sea, not far away, a blue light quickly flew towards this side, and a familiar figure was wrapped in it. Devil Orca. Eli looked at the figure and blinked. He stole away the sculpture just now after it came into use, but he didn't see the subsequent battle. Now it seems that Huey should have been defeated and then ran away, otherwise the tail fin would not have been lost. Go away. On the other side, Huey, wrapped in blue light, saw an obstacle ahead and shouted. A wave rolled directly, and then knocked Eli aside, and continued to escape. This. Eli was also very dazed when he was hit in the face fiercely by the waves, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Huey's leaving figure. What the hell? He just stayed in the sea and got a big mouth from the wave card. Who can bear this? A half-disabled second ring. Eli said that this revenge must be avenged, and the blue stone in Huey's hand seems to be unusual, and it is destined for him. Thinking, he immediately chased after Huey. He. Huey, who was running away, looked at Eli behind him and smiled. He is seriously injured now, he must go to a safe place for treatment immediately, but he has no time to fight, and this blue light stone has special power, so fast, even the Murlocs of the third ring can't catch up, let alone a human. I wipe, so fast. Behind Huey, Eli gasped as he looked at the blue light that was getting farther and farther away. In the next second, the blood-stained secret technique was used instantly, and Bloody's vitality was quickly consumed. Eli's speed was several times faster in an instant, and a bloody trace appeared behind him. Moreover, facing the consumption of vitality, his speed became faster and faster, and soon surpassed Huey's speed, approaching him a little bit. I go. On the other side, Huey looked at Eli who was approaching quickly, and opened his mouth wide. No way, I'll beat you up, you're consuming your vitality to chase after me, and it looks like you're completely reckless. For a moment, he was a little confused. But he really didn't have the intention to stop, so he continued to run away. The remaining power poured into the blue stone again, and then accelerated again, surpassing Eli once again. Combustion! Combustion! But to Huey's bewilderment, the bloody banner behind Eli was getting bigger and bigger. Even if it was a few hundred meters away, he could still feel the vitality consumed by Eli at a high speed, which might last more than 10 years in a second. Impossible! The corner of Huey's mouth twitched. He wanted to go faster, but found that King Shi had reached the limit, so he could only watch Eli get closer and closer helplessly. 2 minutes later, he looked at Eli, who was close at hand and exuded the extreme aura of the second ring. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his huge teeth couldn't help twitching. My lord, it shouldn't be so. Huey no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He understands that at this moment, it is impossible for him to overcome the limit of a complete second ring, but he can't understand, is it worth consuming so much vitality in order to chase him? Am I worthy? Huey would like to ask this question. But what greeted him was only one after another witchcraft. For a moment, the waves rolled over, blood staining this remote sea area red. A few minutes later, the tiger's power at the limit of the second ring soon turned belly up. After confirming Tiger's death, Eli quickly collects items. Soon, Huey was searched by him, but to his disappointment, in addition to some pearls containing energy, there was also a tooth token, which was the blue stone. The pearl should be the trading currency of the Sea Clan, and Eli can't use it. The tooth token should be the identity token of Huey, but he is a little interested in the blue stone. This is the escape stone. Eli quickly recognized the blue stone. This is a kind of stone that can only be produced when the wind element is highly condensed. Generally, a large amount of wind element will accumulate in it over time. Just now, Hue used the wind element in it to be so fast. It's just that Hue's use is too rough and wasted in vain. Hey, I still need a mobile tool, and the materials will come soon. Eli smiled, and the good mood of being disturbed disappeared without a trace. The escaping stone is a precious material. According to the classification, it can be regarded as a resource of the third ring. Fortunately, Hue sent it to his door. In this battle, neither side seemed to have a winner, but it made him money. The Murloc tribe lost the potion fields and statues under the sea, and a large number of tribe members died. The plan of the Orca tribe also fell through, and the leader Hue also died here. It can only be said that fate is so. Eli, who put away the escape stone, glanced at the direction and moved towards the shore. This time the incident should come to an end. Now that the materials have been collected, he has reached the limit of the second ring for decades, so it's time to get down to business. Advance to the three-ring wizard. Chapter 210. After one day. Iris Camp. Eli and his team return. My lord, you are back. Before entering the camp, Katerina had already greeted her. What happened recently? Eli cast a glance and asked curiously. Katerina is usually very calm. My lord, in 2 years, the situation in the central region has completely changed. Now the Bloodline Tower is struggling under the suppression of the Shadow Monitor Lizard, and because of the Heso Tower, not only them, our hidden forces in the central region have also been greatly affected. It has a big impact, and several branches have been uprooted. Katerina didn't expect Eli to leave for so long, talking about the recent situation. Yeah, I see. Eli nodded. With 2 third-ring wizards, it is normal to suppress the Bloodline Tower head-on. It may even happen that the Bloodline Tower disappears completely in a few years, but now he doesn't care about it. As long as he breaks through the third-ring wizard, the situation will be completely different. Oh! Katerina was stunned, it was too peaceful. Katerina, prepare the materials, that is, the ones I asked you to collect before, take them all out, don't keep any. Eli said to the stunned Trina. The two were walking, and Katerina was stunned when she heard this. Material? Lord Roland had indeed asked them to collect materials before, and as Eli's subordinate, he knew exactly what Eli's purpose was, which was to break through the level of the third ring. Is the adult going to break through? Katerina looked shocked, it was the third ring. It's not easy for the warlocks of the third ring to break through, not to mention that many resources are hard to find now, and they are still on the west coast where resources are relatively poor. The third ring is a rare existence on the west coast, and it is also the highest level. If my lord breaks through the third ring, it might change the status quo. All right, my lord, I'm going to prepare now. Katerina trembled a little while speaking, and left quickly with excitement. She and Eli are one, if Eli wins they will be honored, and if Eli loses them they will lose. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, Eli left the Iris camp with the materials here, and headed for the White Tower. Not all of his resources are collected by Iris. In fact, most of them are still in the White Tower, and some are in the House of the Dead north of the White Tower. Set foot on the way back to the White Tower. Along the way, Eli saw many warlocks with strange bloodlines. When asked, they were all warlocks who left because of the war between the Tower of Blood and Hesoda. Among them, there were even warlock families, and there were also warlocks with second ring powers. As for their purpose is to take refuge, most of them have no plan to join the White Tower. In fact, most of the warlocks are not idiots. After all, the situation is already so clear, and the outcome of Black Shoda's victory seems to be doomed. The contradiction between the White Tower and the Black Tower is also well known to many people. Everyone understands that after the Bloodline Tower is destroyed, the next high probability will be the White Tower, so naturally they will not join the White Tower. I don't know what happened to the White Tower. Eli shook his head and continued to set off. A day later, Eli returned to the White Tower. As soon as he returned to the outskirts of the White Tower, Eli saw a large number of warlocks gathered. At the entrance, dozens of warlocks formed a group, and a second ring warlock stood at the front with a big bag on his body. Behind him were two a second ring, many first rings, all carrying a lot of things, like fleeing from a refugee. In front of them was another human wall, but it was the guards of the White Tower. Among them was an old warlock with the limit of the second ring guarding the front. It was Rawls who had entered the late stage of his age. The two sides seemed to be confronting each other. It should be what happened in Bidana. No, none of you can go out today. Rawls exuded the aura of the limit of the second ring, looking at the group of warlocks in front of him, especially one of the new members of the White Tower at the front. Vice Speaker, everyone can see that the Tower of Bloodlines can't last for a few years, the next one is our White Tower. The warlock of the second ring has triangular eyes, and at this moment he looked at Rawls with a stern look. Humph, you left with so many warlocks without the speaker's order. You're going too far. Rawls just shook his head firmly, thinking that today's matter would be difficult. The second ring warlock gritted his teeth and looked at Rawls angrily. I don't know who informed Rawls, otherwise they should have rushed out smoothly. Rawls, today we are set to go, you are old, we run at the same time, can you stop it? The second ring warlock said harshly. You. Rawls felt his blood surge. If he was young, he would have said nothing, but today there are not many people in the White Tower because of one incident. You just say whether you will let us go or not. Warlock stepped forward again, staring at Rawls, with the aura of the late stage of the second ring on his body. Rawls trembled, as if preparing to rush out to fight. Let's go. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Rawls' shoulder. Rawls was taken aback for a moment, he turned his head away, his eyes slowly showed a look of shock, and said in surprise, Herman, you are back. Yet. Eli nodded, looking calmly at the people in front of him. He almost understood what happened in the crowd just now. It's nothing more than a small thing. Herman. Rawls looked shocked, let alone the others. Hearing the name, they all looked at Eli, confirming that this face was the one from the Black Tower. Really, damn it, why is he back? On the other side, the warlock of the second ring looked at Eli with a terrified expression. Although the outside world may not know it clearly, he watched Eli take out 8 second ring limit human flesh decades ago, and he will never forget that shocking scene. But isn't this guy out? Why did you come back suddenly? He looked at Eli, who was smiling, and felt his whole body tremble. Big, my lord. He stammered, he really couldn't be tough in front of Herman. Eli just glanced at him, looked at Rawls, and joked. If it was hundreds of years ago, you would definitely have rushed straight up. You are old. The corner of Rawls's mouth twitched, he looked at Eli and said, Oh, you are older than me, if it weren't for the mediocre lifespan of my blood, you would definitely die earlier than me. Ha ha ha. Eli smiled, but also a little sad, Rawls is dying too. Ha ha ha. Rawls looked at Eli and laughed, and then laughed too. As for the warlocks on the opposite side, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Let's go, I'll get back some materials when I come back this time, and I may need some more, hurry up and organize a parliament. Eli directly pulled Rawls away. Then these people. Rawls staggered and was pulled away by Eli. He just wanted to ask how to deal with those people, when he suddenly heard a howling sound, turned his head to look, at this time there was a large shadow on the ground, and countless tentacles stretched out, pulling the warlocks into the shadow. Although the warlocks were struggling desperately, it is of no use at all. It's strong again. Seeing this scene, Rawls gasped. The other warlocks were also shocked, and news of Herman's return soon spread throughout the camp. On the other side, Eli also found out that Ross and the others were not there at this time, and then found out that they were going to participate in a meeting about the Tower of Blood. Eli didn't care about them, and asked Rawls to help collect all the resources needed, and then left here again a day later. The basic promotion materials have been collected, and the next step is to go to the House of the Dead. 3 days later, Eli came to the site of the House of the Dead, located in the northern part of the White Tower near the middle, outside a forest. Forest of Despair. Eli stood on a high slope and looked towards the area in front of him. The eyes are all big trees, but compared to ordinary trees, these trees are all pitch black, with white patterns on the trunks like grimaces, and the branches stretch out like devil's claws. Not that big trees are like this, but the result of long-term contamination with the breath of the undead. That's right, this is the site of the House of the Undead. Although it is still a few hundred meters away, Eli can still hear the meaningless ravings of a large number of undead in the woods, and can see their figures. The forest in front of him has already been drained of vitality, it is a dead forest. With just a glance, Eli took out a bone token from the secret realm, and strode inside. As soon as he stepped into the forest, dozens of undead flew towards him immediately, but after sensing the token, they left one after another, because there was Nicholas' breath on it, which was reserved by Eli before. Walking in this forest of death, the ground is pale and the bones are white, so Eli is almost stepping on the bones. These are the corpses of the undead before they were transformed. It has a lot to do with Eli. Released Nicholas at the beginning, which actually meant that many lives would die. Eli knew it very well, but he did it anyway. The reason is very simple, because he needs Nicholas to collect souls for him. Crystallization. Cruel as it may be, Eli has no regrets. Most of the corpses here are monsters and warlocks. Stepping into the supernatural means having the courage to face death. This is just their bad luck. This is the law of survival in the wizarding world, or the law of survival in the endless world, the law of the jungle. Just like warlocks still hunt wizards, the reason is actually the same. Stepping on the bones, Eli came all the way to the center of the forest. In the central area of the forest, a huge bone altar stands in the center, with a height of 7 or 8 meters and an area of nearly 200 square meters. The whole body is made of bones, and the fire of the dead is burning all around. This is the promotion altar that Eli prepared for himself. He will finish the cut here.